This is a juvenile prison that holds offenders under the age of 18. The most vicious teenagers in all of South Korea are locked up here. Violence and crime are just part of everyday life for them. But there was one boy who had suffered a lifetime of abuse from his father. Yet because he finally fought back one day and beat his father into a vegetative state, the judge sentenced him to 3 years in prison. To make money in prison, Cha Ju-young endured every kind of hardship. He was even forced by Kim Song-ho, who had committed rape, to pick up a 501 coin from the toilet with his mouth. Cha Ju-young saved money desperately, all to keep a promise. When his childhood sweetheart Lee Dae-yeon came to visit, she trembled with anger at the sight of the injuries on his face. She told Cha Ju-young to fight back and stop letting others bully him. Then Lee Dae-yeon took out the small change that Cha Ju-young had been saving up for her. They had long agreed that after graduating from high school, they would go live in Seoul together. As for money, Lee Dae-yeon said she would figure it out herself. She told Cha Ju-young to take care of himself in prison, and not to cause trouble, because getting into trouble in prison could extend his sentence. Cha Ju-young only wanted to endure those 3 years, get out safely, and go to Seoul with Lee Dae-yeon. But then Kim Song-ho, the cell leader of room 36, came looking for trouble again. He ordered Cha Ju-young to hand over the photo in his hand. Seeing that Cha Ju-young actually dared to talk back, Kim Song-ho's slap was about to land the next second. But just then, a prison guard walked in with a new inmate. Someone in room 36 recognized the newcomer. His name was Ma Jae-yum. He had beaten 7 thugs to death and received the maximum juvenile sentence of 20 years. Kim Song-ho said disdainfully, "So what if you killed 7 people? No one who ends up in this prison is a coward." He held out his hand, signaling for Ma Jae-yum to behave himself from now on. But Ma Jae-yum ignored him completely and turned to walk inside. Kim Song-ho flew into a rage on the spot and swung a punch at Ma Jae-yum, but Ma Jae-yum dodged it with ease. His movements were frighteningly fast. Cha Ju-young could tell that this guy who had killed 7 people was fundamentally different from the rest of them. But in the next second, Kim Song-ho's elbow strike landed solidly on Ma Jae-yum. That was completely beyond Cha Ju-young's expectations. As Ma Jae-yum got beaten up, he looked like nothing but a useless weakling. But no matter how others bullied Ma Jae-yum, he still refused to do even small errands like running around for them. And because he drew their attention away, Cha Ju-young ended up suffering much less abuse. In the middle of the night, Cha Ju-young asked Ma Jae-yum, "Is it really that hard to suck up to that bastard of a cell leader? In this room, the cell leader is the president." Cha Ju-young kindly reminded Ma Jae-yum to be more tactful from now on. But Ma Jae-yum instead asked him, "Have you always lived this pathetically?" Cha Ju-young had not expected his advice to be thrown back in his face like that. He kept thinking over Ma Jae-yum's words again and again. Cha Ju-young, who had lived a pathetic life all along, only wanted to keep living that same pathetic way. After getting out of prison, he planned to go live in Seoul with Lee Dae-yeon, who was an orphan. Early the next morning, Lee Dae-yeon came to the prison carrying a lunchbox she had made herself. She worried that with Cha Ju-young's personality, he must not be eating well in there. But just then, a large truck came hurtling wildly toward Lee Dae-yeon. The lunchbox she had made with her own hands spilled all over the ground in an instant. The next day, a prison guard told Cha Ju-young about the car accident at the prison gate. The moment he heard the news of Lee Dae-yeon's death, it felt as if his heart had been shattered. Back in the cell, Cha Ju-young stared blankly at the photo in his hand. Cell leader Kim Song-ho kept cursing all day, "You bastard, why didn't you clean the toilet today?" The other inmates mocked from the side as well. Someone's crush died in a car accident. Hearing that, Kim Song-ho snatched away the photo and smiled even more disgustingly. Most disgusting of all, he actually said filthy things to the girl in the photo. Cha Ju-young kept his head lowered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Ma Jae-yum seemed to sense something, and stared fixedly at Cha Ju-young. Kim Song-ho kept spewing obscenities, completely unaware of the fist closing in. The next second, Cha Ju-young knocked him to the ground with a single punch. The other inmates could never have imagined something like this would happen. Even Ma Jae-yum was stunned for a moment. Not long before, while working on the assembly line, Cha Ju-young had mentioned to Ma Jae-yum that Cha Ju-young's father was the right-hand man of a notorious gang boss. He had practically been beaten half to death by him since childhood. But no matter how rotten that man was, he was still his father, so Cha Ju-young could only keep enduring it, until one time, he truly could not endure it anymore. Because that trash of a father had reached out his hand toward Cha Ju-young's friend. Enraged and humiliated, Kim Song-ho ordered the other inmates, beat Cha Ju-young to death. But Cha Ju-young, who had grown up being beaten since childhood, had long since learned how to fight. In the past, he had always endured it so he would not cause trouble or lengthen his sentence. But now, every inmate seemed as fragile as paper in his hands. Kim Song-ho panicked and begged for mercy, saying he could give Cha Ju-young lots of money. But Cha Ju-young no longer needed money now. Whether it was the reason for him to leave juvenile prison alive, or the reason he had to keep enduring, for the current Cha Ju-young, both were gone now. In the past, the sentence that bastard of a father said to him most often was, "Follow me and join the gang." Cha Ju-young was still being tormented by that bastard of a father until his body was covered in wounds. The brutal fights between father and son played out almost every day. Young Cha Ju-young did not even dare to look directly into those terrifying eyes. The man called father warned Cha Ju-young, "You have to become strong. One day, you must carve this pattern onto your own body." Back then, the only outlet confused Cha Ju-young had for venting his anger was those damn dragon eyes. Hearing the commotion, the prison guards violently broke in through the door. But inside the cell, calm had already returned. With a blank expression, Cha Ju-young admitted, "I did all of this." So he was locked in solitary confinement. The dazed Cha Ju-young looked at the blood-stained photo in his hand with hollow eyes. Back then, on the first day of school, he had still been beaten by his father as usual. Lee Dae-yeon said angrily, "What kind of parent beats their child on the first day of school?" But Cha Ju-young had long since grown used to such things. Lee Dae-yeon was so angry that she wanted to go argue with his father. But Cha Ju-young told her never to come to his house. Lee Dae-yeon could only sigh helplessly. She said that after graduating from high school, she was going to live in Seoul. Lee Dae-yeon had had enough of the oppression of the orphanage and enough of the crowded neighborhood too. She wanted to graduate from a top school, enter a big company, drive an imported car, carry a designer bag, and live in an apartment overlooking the Han River. Lee Dae-yeon invited Cha Ju-young, "When the time comes, come with me." And just like that, they made a promise. An old man passing by saw how sweet they looked together and kindly took a photo for them. Back then, Cha Ju-young was full of hope for the future. But now, his life had already been ruined. He thought that if he had not gone to prison, Lee Dae-yeon would not have gotten hurt. Cha Ju-young slammed his fist into the wall again and again, trying to smash his emotions out. Even as blood covered the ground, he seemed to feel nothing. The prison guard who knew Cha Ju-young's situation also felt it was a pity. But there was no way the guard could show him favoritism. Cha Ju-young had not eaten anything since yesterday. The guard reminded him, "The living still have to keep going." The next day, the other inmates were all talking. Cha Ju-young had beaten an entire cell by himself. They all understood that the defeated Kim Sung-ho could no longer keep his position as cell leader. The man who said that was violently shoved face first into his food, because Park Chung-chan, who had come in for aggravated assault, had taken an interest in Cha Ju-young. As a cell leader himself, he warned the people in his room not to challenge his authority. A week later, Cha Ju-young was finally released from solitary, while Kim Sung-ho was still lying in the hospital even now. It was only because the prison guard took pity on Cha Ju-young's circumstances that he was confined for just 1 week. He reminded Cha Ju-young, "Never cause trouble again in the future." After Cha Ju-young returned to the cell, Ma Jae-em had originally thought that after challenging the cell leader's authority, the people in the room would definitely kill him. But in reality, the other inmates were instead trying to curry favor with Cha Ju-young. Ma Jae-em finally realized something. In school, strength, family background, looks, and grades each have their own importance. But in juvenile prison, strength is everything. During exercise time the next day, Cha Ju-young called out to Ma Jae-em, because he had a question to ask Ma Jae-em. That day, when Cha Ju-young had nearly beaten the cell leader to death, it was Ma Jae-em who stopped him. Cha Ju-young could not understand it. "You killed 7 people, so why did you stop me from killing someone?" In truth, when Ma Jae-em beat those 7 punks to death, he himself did not know why he had done that. Just as he was about to answer Cha Ju-young's question, Park Chung-chan walked over. With a dark expression, he questioned Cha Ju-young. "Why did you dare to challenge Kim Sung-ho's authority? Could it be that you are coveting the position of cell leader?" Cha Ju-young coldly told Park Chung-chan to get lost. He did not care about that kind of thing. Park Chung-chan cursed. "You really have no fucking manners." What he hated most were bastards like this who did not know their place. Park Chung-chan wanted to let Cha Ju-young know on Kim Sung-ho's behalf. What happens to a dog that bites its master? But at that moment, a patrolling prison guard cleared his throat. Yet he only glanced this way, then walked off as if he had seen nothing at all. It turned out that cell leaders could fight wherever they wanted under the pretext of maintaining order. That was the law of this juvenile prison. That was why Park Chung-chan could act without the slightest restraint. But he could not figure out why Cha Ju-young seemed so lifeless, like a stray dog with no strength left. If it was going to be like this, then it would be too boring. But just then, Cha Ju-young saw something familiar. The tattoo on Park Chung-chan's hand was almost exactly the same as the tattoo of that bastard father. Seeing that Park Chung-chan was about to keep attacking, this time Cha Ju-young struck back directly. He slammed Park Chung-chan hard against the wire fence, then seized his wrist and twisted it viciously. Cha Ju-young's attack came down like a rainstorm. From the day he was born, the only outlet confused Cha Ju-young had for venting his anger was those damn dragon eyes. Endurance had always been what Cha Ju-young was best at, until he heard that familiar scream at home. His father said with displeasure. "Your friend barged into someone else's house for no reason and then said a bunch of nonsense to me. She even said a father like me would be better off non-existent. So I kindly taught her a lesson." Endurance had originally been what Cha Juyang was best at. But on that very day, he truly reached the end of his endurance. Cha Juyang launched a sneak attack and beat his father into a vegetative state. The doctor said the chance of him waking up was next to none, unless a miracle happened. When Cha Juyang struck again, he almost attracted the attention of all the inmates. None of them had expected that this guy who had just come out of solitary would cause trouble again so soon. Park Jung-chang's tattooed hand had been twisted into the shape of a pretzel. With eyes dark and icy enough to seem blackened, Cha Juyang stared fixedly at that tattoo. Someone upstairs had seen all of this clearly. Kwon Chong-suk, the warden of the juvenile prison, smiled and said, "It is truly a relief that you are unharmed." But he was very curious who exactly this guy who had just been discharged from the hospital had come here to see. After recreation time ended, everyone returned to their cells. Ma Jiam started writing in his notebook again, because no matter how he looked at it, he felt that he seemed to be living with someone extraordinary. At that moment, a prison guard summoned Cha Juyang once again. But this time, someone had come to visit him. Cha Juyang could not figure out who would still come looking for him now. His mother had run away when he was little, and the rest of his relatives had long since cut off contact. Just as Cha Juyang was still wondering who had come, he realized he had been taken into the warden's office. That familiar figure greeted him with a smile. Cha Gangryong was very satisfied with the fierce ruthlessness his son had shown on the yard. Cha Juyang was completely dumbfounded. That trash father of his had actually miraculously woken up. Cha Gangryong himself could hardly believe it. After spending his whole life as a gang lieutenant, he had actually been beaten into this miserable state by his own son. The moment he woke up in the hospital bed and realized all of this, what Cha Gangryong felt was not anger, but trembling excitement. Because this was exactly how his son, Cha Gangryong's son, ought to be. As a father, Cha Gangryong could do anything for his son. So he had no choice but to kill that girl. It turned out that Lee Daeyeon was the one Cha Gangryong had personally run over and killed. At that time, when Lee Daeyeon lay gravely injured on the ground, the face she looked up to see was more terrifying than a ghost's. Cha Gangryong had originally thought Cha Juyang was a hopeless son who only knew how to endure. But on the day Cha Juyang exploded, he saw potential. And that girl was the key that unlocked that potential. During this time, Cha Juyang had already taken too many detours. So Cha Gangryong had to kill that girl and force him back onto the right path. All of this was to make Cha Juyang awaken completely. The warden was suddenly startled. Because Cha Juyang threw a punch and charged at Cha Gangryong with incredible speed. He finally understood what he needed to do. But in the next second, a large number of taser darts were fired directly at Cha Juyang. The violent current instantly engulfed his entire body. Several prison guards immediately raised their tasers and pinned Cha Juyang down completely. Cha Gangryong looked down at him and said, "Want revenge? Do you want to kill me, your father, with your own hands? Then I'll tell you the only way to kill me. There are a few people from our gang in this juvenile prison too. They're just brats who only recently earned their tattoos, but some of them will become core members in the future. You have to prove that you are the strongest among them. I want you to take control of this juvenile prison." As long as Cha Juyang earned the gang's recognition and climbed upward step by step, one day, he would climb to Cha Gangryong's position and then kill him with his own hands. And in the end, take over the entire Heavenly Dragon gang. What Cha Gangryong had failed to achieve in a lifetime of struggle, he would let his son accomplish for him. His life, too, would become complete because of Cha Juyang. Cha Gangryong looked with satisfaction at his son lying on the floor. He left the rest to the warden to handle. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. Cha Juyang actually tore the taser darts off his body by force. He would never follow the script written by this so-called father. Today would be Cha Gangryong's day of death. But in the next second, someone suddenly appeared and restrained Cha Juyang. Lowering his head, he apologized, saying he had been disrespectful to the young master, because protecting the boss was the duty of a subordinate like him. But what shocked that subordinate was that he, the captain of the Heavenly Dragon Action Squad, was being held back by the young master with nothing but the strength of his 2 legs. Cha Gangryong told this pitiful son to open his eyes wider. In a situation like this, Cha Juyang could not even touch him. Cha Gangryong lectured him, impulsiveness would only ruin things. The only way you can kill me is by taking control of this prison. Burning with rage to the very limit, Cha Juyang glared at him. But when Cha Gangryong saw that look, he smiled again. He was looking forward to his next meeting with his son. In the woodworking shop, Ma Jiam was finishing his labor assignment, but an inmate stopped beside him. Then, as if his hand had slipped, the toolbox in that inmate's hand dropped. A nail rolled to Ma Jiam's feet. Ma Jiam's heart suddenly sank. Lee Jian-min, who had been imprisoned for robbery and arson, greeted him warmly. This was their first time meeting again since graduating from middle school. And of course Ma Jiam remembered this devil like Lee Jeon-min. In fact, Lee Jeon-min had always wanted to ask him one question. The news said Ma Jiam had killed 7 people. Lee Jeon-min was suspicious. Did you really do that? Because he knew that Ma Jiam had always been the so-called model student since childhood. At that moment, the supervising guard scolded them for chatting and told them to get back to their stations. Coming back to his senses, Ma Jiam could not help frowning. Because he had gotten too worked up just now, he had accidentally hurt his hand. Not long after returning to the cell, Cha Ju-young began to think things over. From here on out, he had only one goal in life: kill that father. But he still did not know where to begin. The other inmates were complaining about the bad food, saying that their only wish now was to eat a slice of pizza. After hearing that, Cha Ju-young seemed to think of something. He casually called over a prison guard. Then he said, "Bring me some pizza." That provocative remark made the guard call him out on the spot. But not long afterward, the other inmates were really eating pizza. As they ate, they thanked Cha Ju-young. And Cha Ju-young also confirmed that his guess had been right, whether it was the warden or the guards under him. They would all go easy on Cha Ju-young because he was Cha Gangryong's son. So Cha Ju-young wanted to test just how far he was allowed to go in this prison. As they ate pizza, the inmates began guessing what kind of background Lord Ju-young really had. But Ma Jiam only shrank gloomily into a corner, and no one knew what he was thinking. The next day, all the inmates went to their labor assignments as usual. But Lee Jeon-min's hand slipped again. The nail he had prepared pierced straight into Ma Jiam's body. Ma Jiam turned back dark-faced and stared at Lee Jeon-min. He demanded, "What are you doing?" A burly inmate beside them sneered, "How come this isn't what you said it'd be?" Lee Jeon-min had bragged before, saying that the super serial killer was his underling. So the big guy had actually been looking forward to it. But looking at it now, Lee Jeon-min's claims that he was a famous local thug were all just hot air. Lee Jeon-min grinned wickedly and said, "I wasn't bragging. There are plenty of beautiful memories between Ma Jiam and me." He asked Ma Jiam, "Did you forget? Then I'll help you remember properly." Ma Jiam's head was pinned down and smashed hard against the table. Back in middle school, he had been locked inside a cabinet in the school storage room. Inside the cabinet, there had been nails packed densely everywhere. He had begged Lee Jeon-min to let him out. But Lee Jeon-min had said, "The game is just beginning." He was even going to use a hammer to drive the nails in one by one. Now, pressing close to him, Lee Jeon-min asked, "Remember now?" The other inmates gathered around to watch the show, laughing even louder. After seeing the news about Ma Jiam killing 7 people, even Lee Jeon-min had not quite believed it himself. He grabbed a nail and swung his fist straight at Ma Jiam. But in the next second, Lee Jeon-min's hand was clamped in a death grip, unable to move at all. Ma Jiam said coldly, "Want to see how I kill people?" At that moment, the supervising guard barked sharply, "No slacking off, no chatting." Before returning to his station, Lee Jeon-min did not forget to shoot Ma Jiam a vicious glare over his shoulder. He still firmly believed that Ma Jiam was nothing but trash. Back in the cell that night, Cha Ju-young took the initiative to thank Ma Jiam. After all, if Ma Jiam had not stopped him from killing someone, he might have had to spend another 10 years in this prison. If that happened, Cha Ju-young would have no chance to kill his own father. He would definitely repay that debt. Late that night, the supervising guard suddenly said he had an urgent matter to attend to. He asked Ma Jiam to clean up the woodworking shop. Looking at the moth on the table, Ma Jiam could not help sinking into his memories. Lee Jeon-min was the first friend he had ever made in his life. But Lee Jeon-min, who liked collecting insects, was just seen as a freak in other people's eyes. People would joke with Lee Jeon-min, asking, "What, are you catching those things to eat them?" Whenever that happened, Ma Jiam, as class monitor, would step in and smooth things over. But even Lee Jeon-min did not know from when exactly. He and Ma Jiam had gradually drifted apart without realizing it. After they were assigned to different classes in the second year, they had even fewer chances to meet. One day, Ma Jiam heard people in the hallway talking. "That loser Lee Jeon-min has been targeted by the class thugs lately, and just now he was even dragged into the storage room." The moment Ma Jiam heard that, he immediately rushed to the storage room to find Lee Jeon-min. But Lee Jeon-min appeared behind him instead. He shoved Ma Jiam into a cabinet in the storage room. It turned out that Lee Jeon-min wanted to join the group of thugs who had always bullied him. The condition was that he first had to offer up his most precious insect, and after Lee Jeon-min caught a live insect, of course he would first make it into a specimen. At that moment, Lee Jeon-min also appeared in the woodworking shop. He grabbed the moth and said coldly, "Everyone loves butterflies and hates moths. Just like I was back then. This was all your fault." Ma Jiam listened in stunned disbelief. It turned out that Lee Jeon-min had always believed that although Ma Jiam seemed to take care of him on the surface, he had distanced himself behind his back and ultimately betrayed him. In other people's eyes, Ma Jiam was the butterfly everyone loved, while Lee Jeon-min was the disgusting moth. After realizing that, every day felt like waking up in the middle of a breakdown. Ma Jiam trembled all over with anger at those words. He demanded of Lee Jian-min, "Are you delusional?" Ma Jiam said that it was precisely because of Lee Jian-min that he later killed 7 people. But just then, several more inmates rushed in and pinned down Ma Jiam's arms and legs. It turned out that Lee Jian-min had already bribed the guard. The real show is only just beginning. He was going to turn Ma Jiam into a specimen again. And this time, Lee Jian-min had also stuffed the cabinet full of his own bugs. He was very curious what kind of reaction Ma Jiam, who was afraid of insects, would have. With bugs crawling all over his body, Ma Jiam clenched his teeth and still did not make a sound. The big inmate asked Lee Jian-min, "Is this really okay? Ma Jiam did come in here for killing people, after all." But Lee Jian-min did not care in the slightest. The big guy instead liked this utterly insane side of him even more. Next, Lee Jian-min wanted everyone to see with their own eyes what Ma Jiam's hysterical screams really sounded like. But Cha Ju-young, who suddenly appeared, instead asked Lee Jian-min, "What kind of scream?" He wanted to see what Lee Jian-min's scream would look like. Like this? Another inmate immediately lunged at Cha Ju-young. But they were too weak. That inmate was kicked flying with a single blow and crashed into the cabinet holding Ma Jiam. Cha Ju-young said to Ma Jiam, "Look carefully. The debt I owed you ends here today." It was already suspicious enough that Ma Jiam had been called to the woodworking shop after lights out. So earlier, Cha Ju-young had stopped the patrolling guard. He directly ordered that guard to open the cell door. That was why Cha Ju-young was able to appear in the woodworking shop. Lee Jian-min said with a smile that he envied Ma Jiam for having such a reliable friend. The burly inmate had also heard of Cha Ju-young, the guy who had been causing trouble everywhere lately. He liked people who valued loyalty. So the big guy asked Cha Ju-young, "Want to be friends?" In the next second, Cha Ju-young flipped him over completely. Cha Ju-young did not need trash like that as a friend. He stared at the blonde-haired guy and demanded, "Why torture Ma Jiam to this extent?" Lee Jian-min roared, "Are you kidding me? That traitor made me suffer like hell. On the surface, he treated me like his only childhood friend and pretended to care about me. But behind my back, he was like a venomous snake, trying to bite me to death. So when you hang around with Ma Jiam, you'd better watch your back too." The burly inmate suddenly got up and locked Cha Ju-young from behind. His strength was absurdly great. But Cha Ju-young forcibly broke free by snapping his fingers into shattered fractures. But right then, Lee Jian-min raised a knife and stabbed at Cha Ju-young. This guy was completely out of control, a total madman. Even the burly inmate could not help praising him, ruthless enough. Just then, Ma Jiam wrapped his arm around the big guy's neck from behind. Lee Jian-min had not expected this. Ma Jiam had actually escaped from the cabinet. The lock on the cabinet had already been kicked broken by Cha Ju-young. After getting free, Ma Jiam lifted his leg and kicked Lee Jian-min viciously. That was close just now. At that moment, the force in Ma Jiam's hands was still increasing. Blood ran down the iron chain and covered his hands. The burly inmate finally could not hold out and passed out on the spot. Ma Jiam immediately turned his gaze toward Lee Jian-min. That oppressive presence scared Lee Jian-min so badly that he collapsed onto the floor. He cowed out to Ma Jiam and begged for mercy. "Maybe I just suddenly lost my mind. I'm a useless lunatic to begin with. Please just think of it like I had another episode and let me go." But Ma Jiam had never thought Lee Jian-min was merely having an episode. His life had been ruined by Lee Jian-min's selfish persecution delusions. That was the truth. Ma Jiam had originally thought that since he had already killed 7 people, one more Lee Jian-min would make no difference. But now that he looked at it, he did not seem to hate Lee Jian-min that much. After all, in the past, he had truly considered Lee Jian-min a friend, and Lee Jian-min froze for a moment after hearing that. But all he was thinking inside was, "What the hell is this idiot talking about?" Lee Jian-min swore that later, he would definitely find a chance to turn Ma Jiam into a specimen. But Cha Ju-young would not go easy on him. He kicked Lee Jian-min unconscious with one blow. That way, the knife wound Lee Jian-min had given him was evened out. Ma Jiam was just about to thank Cha Ju-young when another person appeared and stood in front of Lee Jian-min. The cell leader of room 23 coldly demanded, "Lee Jian-min, why did you leave the room without permission?" Even though Lee Jian-min had already lost consciousness, the cell leader of room 23 still slammed his fist into Lee Jian-min's face. All because Lee Jian-min had failed to catch a cockroach in time and angered the room 23 cell leader. Cha Ju-young and Ma Jiam both felt a chill run down their backs. Lee Jian-min was beaten until his whole body convulsed. The face of the room 23 cell leader was also splattered with filthy stuff. He actually grabbed Cha Ju-young's clothes and wiped his face with them. Then he asked savagely, "Am I clean now?" Cha Ju-young answered calmly, "No, your face is still filthy." The room 23 cell leader flew into a rage instantly and attacked Cha Ju-young at once. But a prison guard suddenly appeared and shouted, "If you're done working, get back to your rooms now." The room 23 cell leader stared fixedly at Cha Ju-young. He carved Cha Ju-young's number, 7-1-9-9, into his mind. The next day during recreation time, the inmates from room 36, where Cha Ju-young was, all gathered around him. Gu Na-min understood one thing. After Cha Ju-young had snapped someone's hand on the yard last time, he already had enough intimidation. As long as they stayed close to him, no one would dare come looking for trouble. Cha Ju-young did not care about that. He only needed to find the Crimson Fire Dragon, the azure dragon adorned with red flowers. Cha Ju-young had to find the people with that tattoo on their bodies, because they were all subordinates of that damned gang. But there were simply too many inmates in the prison. Gu Na-min proactively said that he was well informed, so Cha Ju-young could ask him anything. Cha Ju-young said, "I'm looking for bastards with tattoos." That evening, the prison started playing anti-school bullying educational films again. Cha Ju-young said coldly, "Criminals like that deserve to rot in prison for the rest of their lives." But at that moment, Gu Na-min said, "Not everyone who ends up in prison is necessarily a bad person." A long time ago, in the neighborhood where he lived, there was a legendary takoyaki shop that was said to be incredibly delicious. Gu Na-min was a regular customer of that shop. But one day, the son of a local congressman went to that shop. That guy abused his father's status and acted wildly, like a madman. Just because the millet rice cakes were not to his taste, he smashed the place to pieces. At that moment, Gu Na-min stepped forward. The self-proclaimed Captain Rice Cake faction made his entrance. In the end, Gu Na-min won that fight, and he became the rice cake hero who protected the takoyaki shop. But he was still sent to prison because of that lunatic who only knew how to rely on his father. The other inmates said disdainfully, "Here you go bragging again?" They all knew that Gu Na-min's nickname was King of Exaggeration. They had even heard that he had previously been beaten by a cell leader for bragging, which was why he had been transferred to a new cell. But Cha Ju-young felt that Gu Na-min's eyes did not look like he was lying. In nature, aphids give ants sugar, and ants protect the aphids. That was like the relationship between Gu Na-min and the delinquents. Having made it this far, Gu Na-min had finally understood. Cha Ju-young, the one in power in room 36, responded well to his approach. Gu Na-min thought, "As long as I become Cha Ju-young's right-hand man, I'll be able to serve out the rest of my sentence comfortably." He loosened the soil while grinning foolishly, carrying out his labor assignment. But the dirt he shoveled accidentally splashed onto the room 23 cell leader. Gu Na-min's heart suddenly sank. Those painful memories instantly came flooding back. He had actually run into his former cell leader again. A demonically insane clean freak. Gu Na-min could not understand why this guy would appear here. The room 23 cell leader asked viciously, "Is your face clean?" Gu Na-min only dared answer, "Super clean." This time, the room 23 cell leader let him off temporarily. But the insecticide still had to be sprayed. The moment the corrosive liquid hit his face, Gu Na-min was immediately driven to tears by the irritation. In agony, he frantically scrubbed his face with dirt. The room 23 cell leader said he had something to ask of Gu Na-min. He had done so much to stay clean, yet that damn number 7-1-9-9 had said he was filthy. The room 23 cell leader wanted Gu Na-min to join him in sterilizing and disinfecting. And on his body was clearly tattooed an azure dragon adorned with red flowers. Back in the cell, Cha Ju-young had just finished doing 100 push-ups on 2 fingers. He was still thinking over and over, where exactly was that damn dragon tattoo? Gu Na-min suddenly praised the angle of his erector spiny and thoracic spine as being like a work of art. He handed Cha Ju-young a cup of grape juice, good for replenishing after exercise. Looking at the purple unidentified liquid in his hand, Cha Ju-young asked Gu Na-min, "Where did you get the stuff you put in the water?" Gu Na-min felt a little guilty and explained that of course he had bought it with the account money. But suddenly offering juice like that looked suspicious no matter how you looked at it. The other inmates started egging them on. "Let Gu Na-min drink some first." Gu Na-min's heart tightened, worried that he had been suspected. But in the next second, Cha Ju-young drank it all in one gulp. Tomorrow was cleaning day. He told everyone to go get ready first. No matter how hard he thought about it, Gu Na-min had never expected Cha Ju-young to drink it so decisively. After all, the first cup he had handed over had been real juice. It was only meant to test Cha Ju-young. That night, Cha Ju-young began drawing the pattern of the Crimson Fire Dragon. Gu Na-min could not help asking him, "Why did you trust me?" With the way Gu Na-min usually acted, he was hard for anyone to trust. Cha Ju-young said calmly, "Liars are very smart. Someone as smart as you would not make up lies to mess with me for no reason." The next day, because the Ministry of Justice was coming to inspect, the inmates began a major cleanup. In the restroom, Gu Na-min said to the room 23 cell leader, "I quit." The consequences were, of course, obvious. The room 23 cell leader would never forgive 7-1-9-9. In that case, he would personally take Gu Na-min to sterilize and disinfect Cha Ju-young. But just then, Cha Ju-young appeared and asked what the two of them were doing in the restroom. "You bastard, you're filthy as hell." Being shoved into the urinal, Gu Namin knew he had bet right. Just now, he had already confessed directly to Cha Ju-young. "Someone threatened me and told me to use pesticide on you. But I, Gu Namin the manly man, would never betray a friend. Even if I have to pay a painful price, I'll reject him to his face." Most importantly, Gu Namin had revealed this. The Crimson Fire Dragon tattoo that Cha Ju-young had been searching for all this time was on the person threatening him. In the restroom, Cha Ju-young directly wiped his hands on the Room 23 cell leader's clothes. That action instantly ignited the Room 23 cell leader's fury. He declared that he would kill Cha Ju-young and let his whole body rot away from corrosion. Cha Ju-young replied coldly with one sentence, "You're too damn noisy." He slammed the Room 23 cell leader hard to the ground. Since this guy had that damn tattoo on him, Cha Ju-young could beat the hell out of him without any hesitation. The Room 23 cell leader had once been a highly watched prospect in the fighting world. His signature technique was locking an opponent with both legs and then tightening little by little. That was how he forced opponents into a state where they could not even surrender. But ever since someone spat on him, that technique had never appeared again. Ironically, this promising fighter who won matches through dirty methods had developed the most fatal weakness a fighter could have, germophobia. Cha Ju-young began interrogating the Room 23 cell leader about the Heavenly Dragon Gang, but the restroom floor was full of bacteria. The Room 23 cell leader roared in fury, "My skin is going to rot away." Cha Ju-young sneered, "At a time like this, you still have time to worry about bacteria?" Cha Ju-young did not want to waste any more time. He stuck his hand into the urinal to wet it, preparing to use some shock therapy directly. That hand, smeared with an unknown liquid, was just about to be shoved into the Room 23 cell leader's mouth. But in the next second, Cha Ju-young's body suddenly swayed violently. The Room 23 cell leader grabbed his hand in one motion. Cha Ju-young was actually suppressed instead. The Room 23 cell leader tightened both legs fiercely. He was going to crush Cha Ju-young's internal organs by force. At the side, Gu Namin hesitated over whether he should go help. But he quickly realized that something was off. In his entire life, Cha Ju-young had never once been hugged by his father. But when his father taught him how to fight, the only embrace he ever gave him was a suffocating one. That was the most disgusting memory Cha Ju-young had, the one he least wanted to recall. But precisely because of that, grappling on the ground was as familiar to him as drinking water. The spine of the Room 23 cell leader began making strange noises. Cha Ju-young was even a little curious. Which would give out first, his own internal organs or the other man's spine? Soon, the sound of bones grinding wildly came from the Room 23 cell leader's body. The tearing pain drove him to frantically slap at Cha Ju-young, desperately signaling surrender. But from that bastard of a father, Cha Ju-young had never learned the meaning of the word surrender. The Room 23 cell leader fell into instant despair. Outside, the other inmates were still continuing the big cleanup, and the bound Room 23 cell leader had already been fitted with a funnel. He stubbornly refused to spit out any information about the Heavenly Dragon Gang, which irritated Cha Ju-young. Cha Ju-young did not want to do this either, but for a severe germaphobe, this was the most effective and deadliest blow at that moment. The strongest crime syndicate in Korea was called the Heavenly Dragon Gang. The Crimson Fire Dragon tattoo on their bodies was their mark, an azure dragon adorned with red flowers. The azure dragon symbolized authority and strength, while the red flowers symbolized vitality and life. The Heavenly Dragon Gang cultivated a large number of promising minors. They raised them in a survival of the fittest system, eliminating the useless ones. One day, all of these seeds would bloom as the flowers of Heavenly Dragon. As someone at the very bottom of the gang, the Room 23 cell leader only knew this much. In the end, he still could not withstand Cha Ju-young's torment and could only confess honestly. Cha Ju-young finally understood that the brutal training his bastard father had put him through since childhood was meant to make him bloom earlier than anyone else. The Room 23 cell leader even thought Cha Ju-young was asking about the gang because he wanted to join. He even smugly said, "If you perform well from now on, I might just be merciful enough to recommend you to Heavenly Dragon." After hearing that, Cha Ju-young let out a cold laugh. He grabbed the Room 23 cell leader by the throat and tightened his grip more and more. The man had already spilled the information, but Cha Ju-young just found him irritating to look at now. So he still needed another beating. After dealing with him, Cha Ju-young continued the big cleanup with the other inmates. He intended to wipe out every single Heavenly Dragon member in the prison. But there were too many people with tattoos in the prison, so finding the rest would be troublesome. Gu Nammin raised a question, "Don't the Heavenly Dragon people have anything in common?" That made Cha Ju-young remember that the two men he had already taken down had both been cell leaders. Then that meant he had to identify all the cell leaders. But Gu Nammin said there was no need to go through that much trouble, because next week there would be a cell leaders meeting gathering all of them together. It was held once every season, supposedly to strengthen their bonds. In reality, it was where all kinds of illegal transactions were conducted inside the prison. Because of that, it was also called the Criminal Syndicate Conference. Gu Namin warned Cha Juyong to be extremely careful. After all, the people gathered there were the fiercest criminals in the country, and those who could attend the cell leaders' meeting were the most dangerous among them, second only to major crime organizations in scale. A week later, the cell leaders' meeting was held as scheduled. The cell leaders had all heard that Park Chung-chan and that germaphobe guy had both been made to disappear by someone named Cha Juyong. That kind of arrogance rubbed them the wrong way. Just then, the door slowly opened. Cha Juyong snapped the shovel by the entrance on the spot. Then, at incredible speed, he rushed straight toward the cell leader with the Crimson Fire Dragon tattoo. He was going to crush all of Heavenly Dragon seeds before they could bloom. The other cell leaders watched the scene in confusion. Cha Juyong provoked that Crimson Fire Dragon cell leader. "Come at me." But Park Do-won coldly refused. Because while cell leaders really could use violence in the name of maintaining order, there had to be one prerequisite. Just like the three cell leaders Cha Juyong had recently beaten, there had first been conflicts between them. Park Do-won called that prerequisite justification. And right now, he had no justification to fight a meaningless battle with Cha Juyong. If Cha Juyong still dared to force the issue and disrupt prison order, the other cell leaders would never let him off. And this reckless move by Cha Juyong was only to verify his own judgment. As long as someone acted wantonly, no matter who they were, they would become a thorn in the side of the other cell leaders. Park Do-won had also seen through it. Cha Juyong had never intended to really fight from the start. He could sense Cha Juyong's hostility toward Heavenly Dragon. But in Park Do-won's eyes, that kind of overestimation of himself was only pathetic. With the host's entrance, the cell leaders' meeting officially began. At this meeting, aside from the three who had been beaten down by Cha Juyong, all the other cell leaders were present. And Cha Juyong had already become the new cell leader of Room 36. He observed that around 15 cell leaders had come today. Aside from Park Do-won, he still could not tell who else had a Heavenly Dragon tattoo. Any place in the prison run by cell leaders to make money was collectively called a market. A portion of the market's earnings had to be handed over to the warden. The host announced that someone had failed to pay up on time this season. It was Park Do-won's casino. Park Do-won said with a smile, "It was just an oversight." But a white-haired cell leader suddenly brought up a strange rumor that had been spreading recently. That the casino, which claimed to be built on honesty and fairness and allowed high-stakes betting, was actually filled with rigged games. The whole room instantly fell silent. Park Do-won said with a smile, "Everyone knows what happens when cheating at gambling is exposed. If my casino is really rigged, you can do whatever you want with me." After the host finished reading several agenda items, the meeting ended. Park Do-won's casino was located in the Automotive Repair Vocational Training Hall. The casino dealer, Ji-Yoon-ho, asked the other man, "First time here? Then I recommend the simplest game, dice." Cha Juyong felt there was no point dragging things out. Since Park Do-won had said, "You need justification before you can make a move," then Cha Juyong would create that justification with his own hands. He smashed the dice game equipment with one punch, and the magnet inside was exposed on the spot. Cha Juyong said in a low voice, "You people are nothing but a bunch of frauds." People outside believed that a juvenile prison, under strict control and surveillance, was a place aimed at reforming young offenders. But after the 26th warden, Kwon Chong-suk, took office, this place had long since become a den of crime. The prison operated around markets as its core, forming a stable chain of revenue. If cell leaders handed a portion of their profits to the warden, they could obtain privileges and freedoms that ordinary inmates would not even dare dream of. Among them, the casino was the one most capable of driving people into addiction and madness. Even after losing all their chips, ordinary inmates still fantasized about turning it all around in a single game. At times like that, Park Do-won would offer them a solution. As long as they signed a guarantee, they could receive a large amount of chips, and criminals blinded by gambling would dare to do anything for chips. After Cha Juyong pointed out that there was a magnet in the dice tray, the casino immediately erupted into chaos. But the dealer, Ji-Yoon-ho, said, "That's not a magnet. That ball is only a weight-balancing axle." After saying that, Ji-Yoon-ho took out a magnet. Cha Juyong brought the ball close to it, but the ball showed no reaction and simply dropped down. Ji-Yoon-ho then brought out other iron objects to prove that the magnet was real. Seeing that, the other inmates mocked, "What kind of fit is 7-1-9-9 throwing all of a sudden?" Ji-Yoon-ho also brought over 2 new dice trays, ready to restart the game. Not far away, Park Do-won cast Cha Juyong a glance. There was something unreadable hidden in that look. Cha Juyong quickly lost all his chips. He could not understand what had happened. The odds had clearly been about the same. On the surface, it simply looked like Cha Juyong had bad luck. Ji-Yoon-ho asked him, "Do you still have any chips?" Cha Juyong searched his whole body and only threw out a scrap of waste paper. At that moment, another inmate in the casino had also lost all his chips. Unwilling to accept it, he shouted in rage and tried to renege, "You're all frauds. I'll never give money to a bunch of swindlers like you." The hand waving the screwdriver was instantly seized by a large hand. Park Do-won said coldly, "Why didn't I hear you shouting when you were winning? Do you have evidence that we cheated?" But that inmate only felt that the odds were off and could produce no evidence. So Park Do-won told him to stop making trouble and stop disturbing the other customers. As he said that, he cast Cha Ju-young a meaningful glance. Having lost all his chips and found no evidence, Cha Ju-young returned to the cell. But all of this had been part of his plan. At the same time, two other people took out props they had swiped from the casino. So it turned out that Cha Ju-young had only been responsible for drawing everyone's attention. That way, Gu Na-min and Ma Jae-im could make their move amid the chaos. If Park Do-won's casino really was rigged, there had to be a flaw in the cards. At the same time, Park Do-won was punishing the inmate who had caused trouble earlier that day. No matter how that inmate apologized and begged for mercy, it was already useless. After a burst of shrill screams, a figure approached. Ji Yun-ho apologized to Park Do-won, saying that Cha Ju-young at his table had caused the disturbance. Park Do-won replied indifferently, "It's not your fault. You just keep doing your job for the casino." Park Do-won did not know why Cha Ju-young's hostility toward Heavenly Dragon was so strong. But if Cha Ju-young dared cause trouble again, he would not mind sending him straight to hell. Back in room 36, Gu Na-min had finally found the flaw. There were hidden circular markings of different sizes on the backs of the casino cards. As long as the dealer looked at the back, he could tell what was on the front. Cha Ju-young had finally obtained his justification. Now it was just a matter of who could send whom to hell first. After inmates who had signed guarantees at the casino were released, there would be people waiting for them outside the prison. Because that guarantee was actually a consent form for organ harvesting. They had already reserved healthy typo organs in advance. So it turned out that Park Do-won was also a broker in the organ trade. But an organ trafficker reminded him, "If you walk the night road long enough, sooner or later you'll meet a ghost." If something went wrong, the warden could walk away clean, but Park Do-won would have to shoulder it all alone. But Park Do-won did not care. He felt that even if the worst happened, it would not matter. After all, there was nothing in this world that money could not settle. And Cha Ju-young, now holding evidence enough to cost Park Do-won his head, decided to go straight to the casino tonight. What Cha Ju-young had to do was simple. Just sit down at the table for one game, expose the cheating in front of everyone, and send Park Do-won to hell. But Park Do-won had already been waiting for him for a long time. This time, he was going to personally sit down and play with Cha Ju-young. Although Cha Ju-young could not see through what he was planning. All the better, it saved him the trouble of going to find Park Do-won himself. The moment the person in charge of the casino personally sat at the card table, all the inmates' attention was drawn over. This time, Cha Ju-young chose playing cards, so the dealer suggested the simplest matching game. If you flipped over two cards with the same number, the match succeeded and you could keep flipping. If the match failed, it became the other side's turn. The key to this game was remembering the position of every card. Anyone who knew the markings would almost certainly win. Anyone who did not would lose until they had nothing left. But what surprised Cha Ju-young was, this time, there were no marks at all on the backs of the cards. Gu Na-min was startled. Could they be too small for us to notice? But Ma Jae-im could tell. They really had no marks. Park Do-won revealed a strange smile. He said leisurely, "Our casino uses top-grade playing cards airshipped from overseas. If you've never played in a proper casino before, you can start with something simple like Catch the Thief." Gu Na-min and Ma Jae-im stealing the cards had long since been noticed by Park Do-won. Now Cha Ju-young had effectively lost his justification. Park Do-won directly threw down a huge stack of money as a heavy bet, but Cha Ju-young had not brought any money at all. Seeing that, the dealer once again took out the organ harvesting consent form. Each organ had a different price. Cha Ju-young did not move for a long time. Park Do-won mockingly asked, "What, scared?" Both Gu Na-min and Ma Jae-im understood. This game had to be rigged somehow too. If he stopped now, before placing a bet, it was still not too late. But in the next second, every inmate in the room gasped. Because that madman Cha Ju-young actually went all in with every organ in his body. Gu Na-min and Ma Jae-im could not understand what he was doing at all. Even knowing the other side would cheat, he still dared to bet all his organs. With the betting over, the matching game officially began. Cha Ju-young flipped first. The first card was the 8 of spades, and the second card was the 9 of hearts. The match failed, so it was Park Do-won's turn, and he flipped the 9 of clubs. As long as he flipped back the 9 of hearts Cha Ju-young had just revealed, the match would succeed. The other inmates marveled. Park Do-won's opening luck was unbelievably good. But Park Do-won knew very well, this was not luck. He had already memorized the position of every card, because before the game began, he had already colluded with the dealer. This trick would leave behind no physical evidence at all. The opponent could only sit there and be hollowed out bit by bit. Park Do-won found it laughable. He too had once believed his father was the most dependable man in the world. He had liked that father who worked diligently every day and came home with money. But all of it had been an illusion. Once his father entered a casino, everything changed. He even ended up owing 500 million in loan shark debt. Even more absurdly, until the day he died, his father never knew he had been thoroughly deceived by a rigged machine. Park Do-won did not want to become that kind of fool. He chose to stand on the side of deception. At this moment, Cha Ju-young was already in an absolute disadvantage. The other inmates mocked one after another, "Don't cry when they hollow out your organs." But Cha Ju-young made them see clearly what the cheating method in this game actually was. He flipped over a pair of queens in succession, then flipped over a pair of fives in succession. Even with a streak of luck, there was no way to catch up to the 16 cards Park Do-won had already matched. But the speed at which Cha Ju-young flipped cards grew faster and faster. He did not miss even once. Every flip hit. Park Do-won could not understand it. Only he and the dealer were supposed to know the positions of the cards. But at that moment, the dealer showed him a strange smile. That day, after the casino closed, Ji-Yoon-ho noticed the scrap of paper on the floor. It was the one Cha Ju-young had thrown to him. Written on the paper were a time and a place. Ji-Yoon-ho went to the meeting at the appointed time. Cha Ju-young said plainly, "I've already discovered the problem with your playing cards." But he also knew that once the casino discovered the cards had been stolen, they would definitely switch to new cards without hidden marks. So Cha Ju-young had not called Ji-Yoon-ho out to expose him. He had called him out to save him. Because most dealers worked for Park Do-won only because they owed him money, and they too had borrowed against organ collateral. As long as Ji-Yoon-ho was willing to help, Cha Ju-young promised to pay off his debt for him. But Ji-Yoon-ho did not want to take that risk. Cha Ju-young asked him in return, "Before your release, can you really repay all the money you owe Park Do-won?" A week later, once Ji-Yoon-ho was released carrying that debt, what would happen to him was obvious without thinking. No one wants the moment they regain their freedom to be followed immediately by lying down on a cold operating table. What Cha Ju-young wanted Ji-Yoon-ho to do was simple. Just expose the casino's cheating in front of everyone. Cha Ju-young swept up all the remaining cards in one go and said with a smile, "Should I say I'm lucky? Or should I say that my memory is just too good, because I colluded with the dealer and memorized the position of every card in advance?" Before his words had even finished, the whole room exploded. At that moment, Ji-Yoon-ho also spoke up. "Every game in this casino has been a scam for a long time." He could explain one by one what method had been used in each game. The inmates immediately turned their anger toward the person in charge of the casino. Park Do-won ordered them in a low voice to stop making trouble. But in the next second, Cha Ju-young knocked him to the ground with one punch. There was already more than enough justification. Park Do-won himself had said, if the casino was cheating, the other cell leaders could do whatever they wanted with him. So Cha Ju-young intended to do exactly that, kill him outright. The scene shifted. A man consumed by gambling addiction had fallen into over 100 million in loan shark debt, and his own son had then sold all of his organs to repay it. Park Do-won looked at himself still taking care of his comatose father, silent as iron. The organ trader mockingly asked, "Is this belated filial piety?" But Park Do-won only forced himself to remember one thing. Without money, even your closest family can be sold off. To make money, Park Do-won came to the most brutal juvenile prison in all of South Korea to run a casino. But after he cheated, Cha Ju-young tore off his mask on the spot. By the rules, Park Do-won could now only submit to whatever others did to him. Cha Ju-young raised his hand, about to kill him personally. But Park Do-won moved first and blasted Cha Ju-young away with a single punch. He wanted to make the dealer who had betrayed him pay the price first. The other dealers also took advantage of the chaos and tried to flee with the evidence of the rigged gambling. Ji-Yoon-ho was smashed hard to the ground by Park Do-won. Cha Ju-young immediately rushed toward Park Do-won, but Park Do-won flung Ji-Yoon-ho at him with a backhanded throw. Caught off guard, Cha Ju-young was forced back again. Park Do-won followed up with several heavy punches. The other inmates watched with their scalps tingling, but in the next second, Cha Ju-young's figure vanished, and Park Do-won thought he had fled. But immediately after, Cha Ju-young appeared behind him. Park Do-won was kicked flying and sent crashing far away. Cha Ju-young would not run, and he would not let Park Do-won run either. Park Do-won said coldly, "Don't worry." He would never abandon his money and flee. But after exchanging blows, Cha Ju-young had also seen it. Park Do-won seemed not to know how to fight at all. Just as Cha Ju-young was about to finish him, the retreating Park Do-won asked him, "Is fighting really that important?" In the next second, he drove a knee strike fiercely into Cha Ju-young. Taking advantage of the instant Cha Ju-young froze, Park Do-won turned, gathered force, and blasted Cha Ju-young away with a single punch. Park Do-won looked down on people who only knew how to use brute force. Half of Cha Ju-young's body was slammed into a car. The other inmates had not expected Park Do-won to be this strong. Park Do-won calmly announced, "What happened just now was only a minor incident. Our casino has absolutely no problem." But at that moment, Cha Ju-young spoke again, his voice carrying a trace of madness he could barely suppress. In truth, Cha Ju-young had never needed any justification from the beginning, because a casino was a place for playing games in the first place. Cha Du-young wanted to play hide-and-seek with Park Do-won. If he caught him, he dies. Everything Park Do-won had achieved was piled up inside this casino, so there was no way he could run. Cha Du-young instead found it strange. "How have you still not realized it? Your so-called achievements will all turn to ash tonight. Hide-and-seek was too boring." Cha Du-young wanted to change the game, to dice. He rolled a 3. So Park Do-won would take 3 punches. Park Do-won said disdainfully, "You think a joke like this can wear me down? I'm not like a simple-minded brute with strong limbs like you." Cha Ju-young ignored him and simply kept rolling the dice. Park Do-won's heart jolted. Cha Ju-young said coldly, "That highly developed brain of yours doesn't seem to have brought you much luck." Before Park Do-won could even speak, Cha Ju-young hit him hard 6 times. Park Do-won was beaten into seeing flashes of his life before his eyes. Back then, he had sought out a recruiter from Heavenly Dragon. He pulled out a huge sum of money and wanted to join Heavenly Dragon. Because he wanted to earn money he could never finish spending. But compared to money, the recruiter preferred men who did not fear death. After hearing that, Park Do-won directly snatched the sashimi knife from her hand. For money, he was willing to give up anything. He was even mad enough to slash open his own throat with the knife. That also proved that he was qualified to join Heavenly Dragon. After joining Heavenly Dragon, Park Do-won had even voluntarily asked to enter juvenile prison. But now, he was crazily shoving other inmates aside and running for the exit. Anyway, the evidence of the rigged gambling had already been taken out to be destroyed. Park Do-won knew very clearly, once the justification was gone, Cha Ju-young would immediately become the target of the other cell leaders. But Ma Jiam brought the evidence of the cheating back. The special gambling props and money previously used in the casino were scattered all over the floor. Ma Jiam made all the inmates look carefully. This was the evidence of rigged gambling that the fleeing dealers had been carrying just now. Park Do-won still wanted to protect the money he had earned. But Cha Ju-young's game was not over yet. He poured a large amount of gasoline directly over Park Do-won. Cha Ju-young said that this final game was called an electric endurance test. He had already said that he would turn Park Do-won's achievements to ash. The other inmates had not expected Cha Ju-young to go this far. Park Do-won could not hold on and was so terrified that he actually fainted on the spot. The other inmates came to their senses and immediately rushed toward the scattered banknotes. The white-haired cell leader had long known that Park Do-won was cheating. With this, Park Do-won's privileges in prison had come to an end as well. 1 year and 2 months later, Park Do-won had just been released from prison. The organ trader had already prepared tofu to welcome him. Park Do-won said that he would rebuild his life outside as soon as possible. But before that, the organ trader told him to repay the money he owed first. The money Park Do-won had borrowed from the organ trader, plus interest, came to a full 1.2 billion won. Unable to repay it, Park Do-won ultimately could only end up like the others, with his organs taken out. Time returns to the present. Cha Ju-young had already crushed 3 of Heavenly Dragon seeds. Just as he was thinking about who the next target should be, he discovered that there was actually a stranger standing in cell 36. The white-haired cell leader smiled and asked, "Is this the girl who died in the car accident?" Before the words had even finished, Cha Ju-young had already rushed in front of him. The white-haired cell leader's mouth was covered tightly. Cha Ju-young told Gunamin to bring a pillow. That way, the screams could be muffled and would not carry into the corridor. The white-haired cell leader often got so bored in prison he felt like going mad. He was even so bored at the cell leaders' meeting that he counted the curses left on the walls by those before him. The white-haired cell leader wanted some excitement. He longed for that feeling of dopamine surging through him. And then Cha Ju-young entered his sight. That arrogant and ruthless aura was unforgettable at a glance. The white-haired cell leader's dopamine nearly exploded. But now that his mouth was covered, he could not even explain himself. Seeing Cha Ju-young's fist about to come down, the white-haired cell leader held up the crimson fire dragon drawing Cha Ju-young had made. He had come to help Cha Ju-young. The white-haired cell leader kicked away Cha Ju-young's restraint with one foot. He could tell that Cha Ju-young was looking for that dragon tattoo. Before talking, the white-haired guy wanted to clear up the misunderstanding first. He had not meant to do anything with the photo. It had just accidentally fallen out while he was flipping through the sketchbook. The white-haired guy said he really wanted to help Cha Ju-young wipe out all those dragons. But Cha Ju-young bluntly told him to get lost. The white-haired guy said meaningfully, "You're even duller than I thought. Cell leaders really can throw their weight around all over the prison. But if you keep acting this recklessly, other cell leaders might assassinate you. There are far more dangerous people in juvenile prison than you think. Even so, are you still going to refuse me?" But even if he made it sound convincing, Cha Ju-young still could not trust an ally who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. There was clearly nothing in this for the white-haired guy. Cha Ju-young asked him directly, "What exactly do you want to get out of this?" The white-haired guy thought seriously for a moment, and in the end, it was as if he could only come up with one answer, to make himself a little more excited. The next day, Christian believers came to the juvenile prison to preach. The inmates, who had not seen women in a long time, instantly became restless. Looking at the banner that read Sky Church, Cha Ju-young's memories were forcibly dragged back to the past. Back then, he often hid in a small room at the church, simply because it let him avoid that trash father of his. Lee Dae-yeon, who had snuck out of the orphanage, could always find him. Both of them had hard lives. At that moment, Song Eun-ha from the orphanage came to take Lee Dae-yeon back for the nun. Lee Dae-yeon, who had snuck out and was afraid of being punished, could only hide with Cha Ju-young in the small room. But what surprised Cha Ju-young now was that Song Eun-ha had also appeared in this missionary group. At lunchtime, the believers handing out boxed meals all looked displeased, because the inmates here were extremely rude, and often even made offensive moves. At that moment, however, the burly cell leader tearfully thanked them for preparing the food. The believers thought this guy must be Catholic, but after the burly cell leader finished making a Catholic prayer gesture, what came out of his mouth was Namo Umitba. The believers froze on the spot. At that moment, Cha Ju-young met Song Eun-ha in the small room. The three of them had often played together in the past. Song Eun-ha felt sad about Sister Daeun's death. She asked Cha Ju-young, "During this time, you must have felt very lonely." Back when they were still in school, Song Eun-ha often asked Cha Ju-young to come out and hang out. But almost every time, Cha Ju-young already had plans with Lee Dae-yeon. Now Song Eun-ha said to him, "You're not alone. You still have me." At that moment, the voices of prison guards came from outside. They were also about to go get boxed meals and eat. Only then did Song Eun-ha remember that she still had to go hand out meals. Cha Ju-young hoped that after getting out in 3 years, he could still see her again. But So Eun-ha said she would come again next week, because the church had decided to come to the juvenile prison every Sunday to volunteer. While handing out meals, So Eun-ha was very kind to every inmate, but the other believers were disgusted by what they thought was her deliberately affected manner. They thought the rumors about Song Eun-ha going in and out of motels with older men were probably true. When Cha Ju-young, who had come to the cafeteria to eat, heard that, he froze completely. After lunch, the nun led everyone in prayer. The inmates listened drowsily, but as soon as the prayer ended, the nun suddenly announced, "No matter who you are, today you can be freed from sin. Only today, everyone is free." The girls walked onto the stage and began to dance provocatively. Some of the inmates watching from below were so worked up they could not hold it and wanted to go to the bathroom. After the performance ended, the girls returned to the changing room to change clothes. The two inmates who had wanted to go to the bathroom earlier were now hiding outside the door, eavesdropping. With nasty grins, they reached out, wanting to push the door open and peep. Cha Ju-young asked coldly, "What are you doing?" In the next second, the force of a punch smashed over. The two peeping inmates were knocked down instantly. But the one who made the move was not Cha Ju-young. The burly cell leader said in a low voice, "The seventh commandment, you shall not commit adultery. God will not forgive your kind of disrespect." The girls in the changing room also heard the commotion. So Moon-ha came out and asked Cha Ju-young, "What happened?" Then it was as if she saw something terrifying. She was so frightened that she immediately hid behind Cha Ju-young. A week later, Song Eun-ha's church came to the prison again to preach. At the same time, in the donation supplies storage room, Cha Ju-young, who was helping move goods, was already exhausted enough. He looked doubtfully at the three inmates in front of him holding knives. "What do you want?" Without saying a word, the three raised their knives and stabbed toward Cha Ju-young. But Cha Ju-young swung a box of bottled water and directly knocked them down. Then he sprayed the three with the bottled water that had been punctured. Cha Ju-young could tell that they were not the masterminds. He subdued the three with ease, and asked coldly, "Who sent you?" Hearing the noise, a prison guard opened the storage room door to check. With the light from outside, Cha Ju-young finally realized Song Eun-ha was also in the storage room. Song Eun-ha's outer clothing was scattered on the ground as well. She raised her hand and pointed at Cha Ju-young, and told the prison guard that she had been assaulted. Because of this, Cha Ju-young was thrown into solitary confinement for another 10 days. This time, even the prison guard could no longer show him favoritism, because there was Ministry of Justice surveillance in the solitary block. Cha Ju-young could not understand why had Song Eun-ha said that. At the same time, in the prison parking lot, Song Eun-ha was actually meeting with Namgung Joseph. It turned out that Song Eun-ha had often used honey traps to scam men in the past, and Namgung Joseph had always been following her, calling himself a judge of heretics. Now, he was going to use Song Eun-ha to judge Cha Ju-young. In the solitary cell, Cha Ju-young was also repeatedly reconstructing what had happened. It was obvious that this whole thing had been a trap set by someone. Those 3 attackers had only been there to buy time. The real purpose was to use Song Eun-ha to frame him for rape. But at the very last moment, Song Eun-ha had regretted it. She changed her statement and told the prison guard that Cha Ju-young had saved her. But until the truth was clarified, everyone still had to be taken away first. Cha Ju-young could not understand who exactly had instructed Song Eun-ha, and why had she changed her story at the last moment. Cha Ju-young asked the prison guard, "Help me call someone over." At that moment, Namgung Joseph was gloomily questioning Song Eun-ha. "Why did you give up?" When Song Eun-ha said that she wanted to end the judgment, Namgung Joseph said in a low voice, "I have indecent hidden videos of you in my hands." If Song Eun-ha did not keep working for him as she had before, then something would also happen to her mother. Pushed to the limit, Song Eun-ha roared, "I'm calling the police, and your crimes." Her words were abruptly cut off by a scream. Namgung Joseph had decided that Song Eun-ha had already been infected by heresy. He was going to purify her immediately. And at that hour, there was basically no one in the prison parking lot. But just as Namgung Joseph was about to make his move, for some reason Cha Ju-young appeared there from solitary confinement. Looking at him, Namgung Joseph asked, "Can you wait a moment? I still have something to take care of here." Cha Ju-young directly pressed the bus door close button. Because now, he also had something to take care of. The person Cha Ju-young had asked the guard to call over was precisely that white-haired cell leader who had once said he wanted to help him. The white-haired guy was actually looking around enviously. "Your single solitary cell is pretty nice." But Cha Du-young had no time to talk nonsense with him. Since the white-haired guy said he wanted to join forces and wipe out those dragons, then prove it first. Show me whether you're worth using. The white-haired guy fell silent for a moment. He asked Cha Ju-young, "How do you want me to help?" He could hardly wait to have some fun. Inside the bus, Cha Ju-young coldly warned Namgung Joseph, "Stay away from Song Eun-ha." But Namgung Joseph shamelessly said, "This is just a religious ritual." When his massive body pressed down, even the bus seat creaked from the strain. Cha Ju-young exploded forward in an instant. A heavy punch smashed hard into Namgung Joseph. "How dare you do that kind of thing to Song Eun-ha?" In Cha Ju-young's eyes, that kind of crime deserved to be chopped to pieces. But even after taking several punches, Namgung Joseph still stood upright. He sneered and praised Cha Ju-young. "Your punches are really accurate." It was Namgung Joseph's first time seeing someone whose every punch landed on a vital point, and he was even curious who had taught Cha Ju-young. Cha Ju-young kicked out again and replied coldly, "None of your damn business." But even after taking a hit to the chest, Namgung Joseph still did not budge in the slightest. He said in a deep voice, "I never learned how to fight from humans, because I already possess a body blessed by God." After a loud bang, Song Eun-ha covered her mouth in disbelief. Namgung Joseph, who called himself a messenger of God, was about to carry out his mission of judging heretics. During a summer Bible camp, Song Eun-ha had once confided her experiences to others. Because of the debts left behind by her father, she had been forced to separate from her mother. Song Eun-ha's wish was simply that one day she could live together with her mother. Namgung Joseph, who had attended the camp as well, heard all of this. Afterward, he approached Song Eun-ha alone and said that he could solve the debt problem. The condition was, help him judge heretics together with him, that is, carry out honey traps. If Song Eun-ha refused, something would happen to her mother. Now, Namgung Joseph was going to judge the heretic who had corrupted Song Eun-ha, Cha Ju-young. The next second, the back of his head was struck hard. Song Eun-ha swung her umbrella, trying to stop Namgung Joseph. But right after that, Cha Ju-young was violently flung away. Namgung Joseph slapped Song Eun-ha across the face. He had decided that Song Eun-ha had already fallen into heresy. He had to take action himself and purify her cleanly. But Namgung Joseph's body suddenly stiffened. The intense pain made him lose control instantly. In the next second, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Cha Ju-young frowned. "You know it yourself, don't you? Every hit you took was aimed at your vital points. Even a so-called body blessed by God can't withstand internal injuries like that." And the pain Cha Ju-young was feeling was nothing compared to the suffering Song Eun-ha had endured. Cha Ju-young grabbed the cleaning supplies on the bus. For a rapist like Namgung Joseph, whether by physical means or chemical ones, Cha Ju-young was going to castrate him completely. Namgung Joseph swung an entire row of seats at Cha Ju-young. His fist came crashing in right after it. Namgung Joseph dropped the act. This disgusting religious game ended here. But in the next second, Namgung Joseph felt another jolt in his chest. His internal injuries had already become severe enough to numb him. Cha Ju-young even kindly reminded him that if he moved again, his internal injuries would only get worse. Their fists slammed hard into each other's faces. Namgung Joseph couldn't understand it. His punch was clearly heavier, so why could Cha Ju-young still endure it? In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged several more blows. Namgung Joseph realized that his body was reaching its limit. In that case, He could only see Sung Eun-ha and use her as a hostage. Cha Ju-young sneered. That so-called God-blessed body ends up relying on hostage-taking to stay alive? The size difference didn't matter at all. Compared with that bastard father's body, this was nothing. Namgang Joseph finally collapsed, but he was still laughing. Because he had filmed the entire process of Sung Eun-ha helping him with honey traps. He was looking forward to seeing what expression Sung Eun-ha's mother would have when she saw the videos. But at that moment, Cha Ju-young calmly recited the crimes Namgang Joseph had not exposed. 5 rapes, 9 attempted rapes, and 4 cases of sexual harassment. If Namgang Joseph dared touch Sung Eun-ha's mother, Cha Ju-young would make all of it public. Want to threaten Cha Ju-young? He wasn't qualified. Cha Ju-young raised his hand and fired the taser into Namgang Joseph's crotch. He had already said it. He was going to castrate Namgang Joseph completely. Having been tossed himself, Cha Ju-young knew very well how to make sure a man would never get hard again for the rest of his life. At that moment, Sung Eun-ha softly asked, "Are you okay?" Cha Ju-young asked her back, "If you were being threatened, why didn't you say so earlier?" Sung Eun-ha hesitated and asked, "How did you know?" Actually, Cha Ju-young had noticed it from the details. Whenever Sung Eun-ha wanted to say something but didn't dare, she would unconsciously twirl her hair. Cha Ju-young was annoyed with himself. He should have realized it sooner. He warned Sung Eun-ha, "Don't ever do something this dangerous again." Just then, the white-haired guy sighed from the side. "Young couples really are sweet." He said that a single dog like him was getting stabbed right in the heart. Cha Ju-young froze. Why was the white-haired guy suddenly driving the bus? But the white-haired guy couldn't even tell the gas pedal from the brake. So he decided not to care and just stepped on one at random. The white-haired guy said he was taking revenge on behalf of single people everywhere. He was going to send all couples to hell. The bus roared toward the prison wall. At the same time, Ju Gang-chan, captain of the Heavenly Dragon Action Squad, was disposing of the bodies of other gang members. When ordinary gangs dispose of corpses, they only want to destroy the evidence. But Heavenly Dragon's method is to preserve the bodies fresh, so they can be repeatedly used later. The gang member about to be dealt with roared, "You Heavenly Dragon bastards don't even assign territory anymore. You even dare step on allied gangs. If you don't stop, Heavenly Dragon is going to end very badly sooner or later." Ju Gang-chan only replied, "Then go watch it happen slowly from hell." After disposing of the body, Ju Gang-chan received a phone call. On the bus, Cha Ju-young couldn't tell what the white-haired guy was doing. If they kept driving forward, that would count as a prison break. But just as they were about to crash into the wall, the white-haired guy suddenly yanked the wheel. The bus fishtailed into a drift and slammed sideways into the wall. After confirming that Sung Eun-ha was okay, Cha Ju-young turned and shouted angrily, "White hair, are you insane?" But the white-haired guy told them to run quickly, because with a commotion this big, the guards would be there any second. Afterward, the white-haired guy explained, "This way, everything could be pinned on Namgang Joseph. Since he had left without permission and evaded surveillance, there was no way he could explain himself." Now that the matter was wrapped up, it was time for Savior Whitehair to leave. With a wicked grin, he said, "The little couple should enjoy some time alone." Cha Ji-young told Sung Eun-ha to hurry back, or the nun would get worried. But Sung Eun-ha began searching through her clothes. She said this was something that should be given to Cha Ju-young. It was a little bear keychain. Not long ago, the three of them had still been fooling around together in front of a claw machine. But aside from the 3 bears Lee Daeon had won, the other 2 hadn't gotten a single one. 3 little bears, just enough for one each. Lee Daeon had once heard a saying, "As long as the token remains, no matter how far apart people are, they can still feel that they are together." And Lee Daeon had said, the more she looked at this little bear, the more it looked like her. Sung Eun-ha found it while sorting through Lee Daeon's belongings. She handed the little bear to Cha Ju-young, and then it was time for her to leave too. Sung Eun-ha had more she wanted to say, but somehow could not get the words out. But in the end, she still loyally said, "If I confess next time, Sister Daeon, don't be mad." Back in solitary, Cha Ju-young felt a little helpless, because the white-haired guy had actually envied his private cell. So he had deliberately caused trouble and gotten himself sent to solitary too. Taking the opportunity, Cha Ju-young asked him, "How exactly did you get me out of solitary?" The guard had clearly said there were people watching this place. But the white-haired guy had not only obtained a taser, he also knew about Namgang Joseph's crimes. What Cha Ju-young wanted to know even more was, "Who exactly are you?" The white-haired guy said calmly, "That's a secret. Anyway, I've already proven my value." Then, according to their agreement, Cha Ju-young would cooperate with him. The white-haired guy immediately got excited and kept knocking on the wall. Cha Ju-young told him to say it now. "Exactly how are you going to help?" But from the solitary cell next door, only steady breathing could be heard. Cha Ju-young was speechless. Don't tell me this white-haired guy already fell asleep. At the same time, Yu Hae-won, a heavenly dragon recruiter, arrived deep in the mountains, because Cha Gang-ryung's villa, Chanhwa Pavilion, was located there. Yu Haewon was puzzled. Why would the second-in-command of Heavenly Dragon live in a mountain villa instead of a high-rise in the city center? And Cha Gangryong had just finished exercising. Ju Gangchan was making tea for him at the side. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Cha Gangryong asked Ru Gangchan, "What is it you need to report?" The moment he heard it was about the young master, Cha Gangryong's gaze instantly turned cold. Chanhua Pavilion was so vast it was like a city. Cha Gangryong walked to the artificial lake and told Ju Gangchan to speak. Ju Gangchan reported, after entering juvenile prison, the young master had clashed one after another with several cell leaders. The outcome was without suspense. The young master won every time and crushed several of Heavenly Dragon seeds. This speed was unprecedented, and Ju Gangchan believed the young master's level was astonishing. Even the person Yu Haewon had taken a liking to had been defeated by the young master. They had thought that as a father, Cha Gangryong would surely be pleased. But Cha Gangryong felt only disappointment. He was waiting for his son to bloom, but right now not even a bud had appeared. Cha Juyang was at most just a sapling desperately growing upward. As Cha Gangryong's son, he should not be only at this level. He had to find a way to make his son bloom ahead of time. In the prison, the inmates responsible for hauling garbage were grumbling nonstop. They said, "Might as well just burn this rotten prison to the ground." Nearby, Choi Yoon-taek, the cell leader of room 37, let out a cold laugh. He told them, "If you've got the guts, then try it." But they were only venting with their mouths. Seeing that these pieces of trash still dared to act so brazenly, Choi Yoon-taek became even more annoyed. He had once personally beaten a teacher so badly he was seriously injured, just because the teacher talked too much. Now he beat up these loudmouth punks too. Someone from his cell reported Cha Ju-young's situation to Choi Yoon-taek. Choi Yoon-taek originally didn't want to bother with it, but Cha Ju-young was getting more and more arrogant, and it pissed him off. Back in cell 36, the inmates all dropped to their knees in unison to welcome the boss's return. While Cha Ju-young had been away, nothing much had happened in the cell. At that moment, he noticed that there was a new inmate in the cell. Gu Namin said, "This newcomer is big, but kind of dumb, not really a bad person." At that moment, a guard informed cell 36, "This afternoon, you're going out for outdoor labor. Raising venomous insects means locking various poisonous bugs in one jar and letting them devour one another. The one that survives at the end becomes the most poisonous bug of all. Juvenile prison is the jar where Heavenly Dragon raises poisonous insects." Cha Gangryong wanted his son to swallow even more and even stronger poison. He had already placed one extremely venomous bug inside. A guy ruthless to the extreme. Choi Yoon-taek heard that Cha Ju-young's cell had outdoor labor duty. He had long had enough of Cha Ju-young's arrogant attitude. Choi Yoon-taek didn't care about justification or no justification. Kill him first. Not long later, Cha Ju-young was lying in a corner covered in blood. Gu Na-min and Ma Jian were both shocked on the spot, but Cha Ju-young quickly stood back up again. As if he had merely taken a fall, he frowned and complained, "This red paint splashed on my clothes is too hard to wash out." The inmates of cell 36, having finished their labor assignment, were all exhausted to the point of collapse. But as they walked back toward the cell, they saw the red paint on the ground again. Gu Na-min looked puzzled. Why would there be red wall paint here? But Cha Ju-young recognized it at a glance. It wasn't paint, it was blood. The cell leader of room 37, Choi Yoon-taek, was actually lying in the corner drenched in blood. Cha Gangryong would wait for the day his son bloomed. But he also knew that before blooming, his son could die at any moment. If Cha Ju-young made even one wrong step, he would be uprooted immediately. That extremely venomous bug Cha Gangryong had put into the prison was now already lurking right beside his precious son. The other inmates were all discussing it. Who on earth did this? But Ma Jiam sharply felt that the newcomer was suspicious, because during the outdoor labor earlier, the new inmate had disappeared for a short while. And when he came back, there had still been a bit of blood stuck to the sole of his shoe. Just then, Gu Nanmin cried out and pointed at the newcomer. Because the newcomer's body was covered with bruises and knife scars, the newcomer scratched his head and said softly, "My dad did this." At the side, Cha Ju-young's face immediately darkened. Back in school during PE class, every time Cha Ju-young changed into gym clothes, it would draw whispers from his classmates. The scars on his body made him endure those contemptuous looks again and again. That feeling was truly disgusting. After labor ended, the people of room 36 were taking showers. When Cha Ju-young saw that the new inmate had no shampoo, he handed him his own. The new inmate frowned. "Are you pitying me?" Cha Ju-young shot back. "Do you think I've had such a good life that I'm in any position to pity anyone?" The lives of both of them were filthy to begin with, and miserable to begin with too. Cha Ju-young urged him, "Hurry up and finish washing." When the new inmate finished, only Cha Ju-young was left in the shower room. Staring at him, Cha Ju-young asked, "Don't you think it's strange? Why would two people who've never met have exactly the same scars?" Before the new inmate could answer, Cha Ju-young grabbed him by the throat. Because Cha Juyong knew, this absolutely could not be a coincidence. These scars were clearly left by that man. Cha Juyong demanded coldly, "Cha Gangryong sent you, didn't he?" But the new inmate only stayed silent and stared at him darkly. Cha Juyong's fingers slowly tightened. He was going to pry that mouth open. Many years ago, Heavenly Dragon recruiter Yu Heiwan had once screened out a batch of children with potential for Cha Gangryong, and Heavenly Dragon itself knew nothing about it. So Cha Gangryong could deal with those children however he wanted. But in Cha Gangryong's eyes, they were all trash. What he wanted were vicious dogs that could tear prey apart. He gave the order on the spot, except for that big one. Throw the rest away. Yu Heiwan had not expected that the people she had painstakingly selected would all fail to meet Cha Gangryong's standards. At that moment, things suddenly changed. That big kid was actually bitten hard on the neck by another child. Seeing that scene, Cha Gangryong instead looked satisfied. Because that child's eyes were as fierce as a hunting dog's, that was exactly what he wanted. Cha Gangryong told the child that from today on, he was to call him father. And now, facing Cha Juyong's interrogation, the new inmate coldly replied, "I am only that man's hunting dog." Hearing that, Cha Juyong froze for a moment. He had originally been wondering why the new inmate had no Crimson Fire Dragon tattoo. Now it seemed the new inmate had never joined Heavenly Dragon at all. He was someone Cha Gangryong had personally raised by his side. Cha Juyong pressed on. "Why were you lurking beside me? And why did you get rid of that cell leader who wanted to harm me? And even though you clearly had several chances to make a move, you never killed me." Lowering his voice, Cha Juyong asked, "What exactly was Cha Gangryong's purpose in sending you?" But the new inmate never said a single word. Cha Juyong could only let out a long breath. In the next second, his hand suddenly exerted force. The new inmate's body was lifted clean off the ground. Pinned by Cha Juyong, he was dragged and slammed into a locker, his back crashing hard into the wall. Cha Juyong's fingers kept tightening. He ordered sharply, "Talk." But even after being beaten unconscious, the new inmate did not say one word. Cha Juyong knew very well, he had countless chances to fight back, yet from beginning to end he had never intended to resist. Cha Juyong could not understand what exactly Cha Gangryong was planning. After that, Cha Juyong kept an eye on the new inmate for several days. Even when another inmate accidentally spilled soup all over him, the new inmate only apologized politely, as if nothing had happened. But Cha Juyong knew that Cha Gangryong could not possibly have sent someone in for no reason. At that moment, Gu Na Min and Mujayam were chatting idly beside him. The new inmate silently watched them from not far away. That night, because construction was scheduled on the back hill the next day, the four of them were suddenly called out to cut grass. Cha Juyong felt even more strongly that something was wrong. The sickles for cutting grass flashed coldly through the weeds. The new inmate suddenly asked Mujayam, "Are you close with Cha Juyong?" Before Mujayam could answer, the new inmate stabbed straight at his vital point. Gu Na Min saw that the grass there was too dense and was just about to go help, when in the next second, Cha Juyong heard a scream. He immediately rushed toward the sound. But Cha Juyong was still one step too late. Looking at him, the new inmate asked, "Do you understand now? The reason that man sent me to your side." Under Cha Gangryong's training, the new inmate's canine teeth had already become frighteningly sharp. As long as it was for father, he could bite anything to death. And Cha Gangryong had happened to give him 3 tasks. First, enter Cha Juyong's territory and remove outside interference. Second, monitor Cha Juyong and find the people closest to him. And third, kill them in front of Cha Juyong. The new inmate said coldly, "All of this is to make me, his son, stronger." Cha Juyong finished for him. At that moment, 2 other voices sounded as well, and the new inmate froze on the spot, because he was certain that he had stabbed both of them in their vital points. It turned out that Mujayam and Gu Na Min had long since hidden pigskin padding under their clothes. For the past few days, Cha Juyong had been thinking through Cha Gangryong's purpose. He had kept forcing himself to think, to make his son stronger, what lengths would that bastard go to? He had not expected that Cha Gangryong would really use such a disgusting method again. It made Cha Juyong feel sick. He punched the new inmate and sent him flying. Cha Juyong told the other 2 to get out first and call the guards up, because he had already seen it clearly, from the very beginning. Everything that had happened had been arranged by the warden under Cha Gangryong's orders. So here, no matter what happened, nothing was strange anymore. What Cha Juyong wanted the guards to come up for now was to collect a corpse. The new inmate had been abandoned by his parents since childhood, and because of his gloomy personality, he had even been thrown out of the orphanage, then later sold off by his so-called friends to human traffickers. Even the traffickers thought he was too skinny and did not want him. But he escaped by relying on his inborn monstrous strength, and in that moment he made up his mind. "As long as you don't abandon me again, I'll do anything." After that, like a stray dog, he was offered up to Cha Gangryong by Yu Heiwan. Yu Heiwan asked Ju Gangshan, the captain of Heavenly Dragon's action squad, between Cha Gangryong's 2 sons, "Who do you think will win?" Ju Gangchan knew very well that both of them had been personally taught by the boss. So at the beginning, their fighting styles were bound to be very similar. And sure enough, Cha Juyang and the new inmates' every move almost overlapped. Both of them, trained by Cha Gangryong since childhood, now possessed considerable strength. Yu Haewon frowned. You mean their abilities are about the same? The new inmate thought so too. He smashed another punch hard into Cha Juyang's abdomen. But after taking that punch head-on, Cha Juyang understood. They were not the same at all. The new inmate still wanted to keep pressing in, but Cha Juyang struck back with one punch and forced him back. Even if they had been taught by the same person, their strength could never be exactly identical. Pinned against the wall and beaten, the new inmate gritted his teeth, full of unwillingness. He grabbed Cha Juyang's arms tightly with both hands. Cha Juyang could see it clearly. He was outmatched in skill and wanted to rely on brute force to endure. But that path would not work. In the next second, the new inmate suddenly bit down on two of Cha Juyang's fingers, pain shooting through him. Cha Juyang kicked him away. Whether technique or strength, the new inmate had never cared. He only carried out father's order, kill Cha Juyang. In the next second, his vision was smeared over with blood. Cha Juyang's fist came down right after it. He warned the new inmate, if you don't want to die too miserably, then don't say that disgusting bastard's name in front of me. After taking a series of heavy blows, the new inmate finally stopped moving. Not far away, two knives lay quietly on the ground. Ju Gangchan believed that orphan could never beat the young master. But that was only in a bare-handed fight. If that orphan got hold of a weapon, the result might be different. A lock of Cha Juyang's hair was sliced away in an instant. Father had once told the new inmate, your talent is a weapon, so raise a blade, fight, and tear into them. The scars all over the new inmate's body were marks left from learning the knife under father. The speed of his blade was frightening. With a sideways move, Cha Juyang crashed into the toolbox used for cutting grass beside him. The new inmate did not care how strong Cha Juyang was, nor whether he was father's biological son. Today he had only one thing to do, kill Cha Juyang according to father's orders. Cha Juyang said coldly, didn't I already tell you? If you don't want to die too miserably, don't mention that man in front of me. If you learned the knife, how could I, his real son, not have learned it too? A saw can tear a person apart as well. Slowly. You just said father 4 times. So today I'll cut you into 4 pieces. Japan's greatest swordsman was called Miyamoto Musashi, who became famous across the land only after winning more than 60 battles. And the swordsmanship he used originally came from Itoryu. Itoryu, with that absolute killing power, made countless swordsmen fear it. Cha Juyang saw and the new inmate's blade clashed several times in the blink of an eye. Cha Juyang recognized the new inmate's style. It was like Itoryu, with extreme speed, plus the pressure of wielding a blade in both hands. It left the opponent unable to guess where the next strike would fall. This guy's blade was more dangerous than Cha Juyang had expected. Their weapons collided again with a deafening sound. The new inmate sneered, a saw is only a tool for cutting wood, while what they used was something passed down for hundreds, even thousands, of years. True swordsmanship. There was no way something like that could be performed with just a saw. From childhood, the new inmate had honed his swordsmanship with the 2 swords father gave him. Abandoned by everyone since he was young, the new inmate had long since regarded Cha Gangryong as his only father. So even if Cha Gangryong ordered him to assassinate his own biological son, as a hunting dog, the new inmate would still sink his fangs into Cha Juyang's neck without hesitation. But what made him uneasy was that no matter how he looked at it now, Cha Juyang seemed more like the hunter. Even the fiercest beast would retreat before the new inmate's blade. But Cha Juyang's eyes looked even more like a hunter's, cold and murderous. Having been taught the blade by father since childhood, he had carved one sentence into his bones. You only need to avoid the fatal attacks and wait patiently. And the moment your opponent exposes a flaw, you use all your strength to drive the blade in. Cha Gangryong had also made his son remember. Once you raise a blade, you must kill the other person, or that blade will sooner or later pierce your own heart. The new inmate had seen it too. Cha Juyang had been taking the attacks head-on while waiting for an opening, but it was useless. The new inmate intended to end everything with this one strike. In the next second, the sound of flesh bursting apart exploded. What Cha Juyang had been waiting for all along was that one big move from the new inmate. If what he had been holding were a knife, the new inmate's head would already have fallen off. The teaching that once you raise a blade, you must kill kept echoing in Cha Juyang's mind. Cha Juyang said coldly, using a saw as a weapon has other advantages too. Its uneven teeth can tear the skin open little by little. It forces you to clearly feel the pain of your flesh being peeled apart and your bones being cut through. And the pain of blood vessels and nerves being churned together, knife wounds can't compare. But the new inmate suddenly asked Cha Juyang, are you sure? You, who've never killed before, do you really dare kill me? Hurry up and kill me, or I'll kill the people around you one by one, and in the end I'll dig out your heart. In the next second, another loud crash sounded between them. But the new inmate did not die. At that moment, Cha Ju-young saw actually snapped apart. But he had no need to finish the job himself. With the new inmate's injuries, he would bleed to death sooner or later. The new inmate could not understand what Cha Ju-young was doing, because Cha Ju-young had broken the saw teeth on purpose. What the new inmate understood even less was, why didn't he kill him? Afterward, Cha Ju-young also went to the infirmary to have his wounds dressed. From Ma Jiam, he learned that the new inmate was critically injured and near death, and had been rushed to a major hospital. And Cha Ju-young finally saw through Cha Gangryong's scheme completely. First, hurt the people around Cha Ju-young and force him into a rage. Second, keep Cha Ju-young in prolonged danger and weaken his judgment. Third, induce Cha Ju-young to kill with his own hands. What Cha Gangryong truly wanted was to force his son to kill and cross the bottom line of being human. In the end, the new inmate tried to provoke Cha Ju-young with words, but instead made him calm down. Cha Ju-young had not expected that even while in prison, he would still be getting lessons from Cha Gangryong. The only thing he would ever do according to Cha Gangryong's wishes was take control of this prison. From now on, Cha Ju-young had to break free from Cha Gangryong's control. At the same time, no one knew where the ambulance was taking the new inmate. In the past, he had seen with his own eyes how father abandoned hunting dogs that failed their missions. Terrified of being abandoned, the new inmate suddenly ripped out the 4-needle from his body. He did not want to go back like this, only to be discarded by father. But no matter what he did, the ambulance door would not open. In the next second, a cold chill touched his vital spot. Zhu Gangshan said coldly, "A dog that tries to bite through its chain can only be executed on the spot." He asked the new inmate, "Any last words?" But the new inmate thanked Zhu Gangshan instead, saying, "Thank you for killing me before I was abandoned." After dealing with the corpse, Zhu Gangshan called Cha Gangryong. When he learned that his son still had not killed anyone in the end, Cha Gangryong suddenly burst into laughter. He muttered in a low voice, "Raising a child, he really doesn't listen to his parents." Cha Gangryong decided to properly educate his son one more time. Just then, the juvenile prison called again. On the other end, the warden shouted anxiously, "Your son has caused trouble." For a moment, Cha Gangryong did not understand. At that very moment in the prison, Cha Ju-young was stirring up trouble everywhere. He had somehow offended every single cell leader all at once. The warden threw Cha Gangryong some bad news. This time, Cha Ju-young might really die. One winter day more than 10 years ago, Cha Gangryong was still smuggling arms with the Russian mafia. To avoid federal surveillance, he had to go to eastern Siberia for a secret deal. But when Cha Gangryong arrived at the agreed location, all that remained was devastation and the corpses of mafia members. Then, an adult brown bear lunged at Cha Gangryong. In that instant, he was filled with fear. That was why Cha Ju-young had always been curious about where the bear skin at home had come from. Cha Gangryong said in a low voice, "I killed that bear with my bare hands." Of course Cha Ju-young did not believe him. How could a human possibly subdue such a beast barehanded? Cha Gangryong told his son, "If you knew how to use that, you could do it too." Before his son entered his first year of high school, he intended to force that ability into him. It was the only way to break through human limits, over heart. Cha Ju-young knew very well that Cha Gangryong wanted to keep him locked within a safe range and make him stronger in his own way. But Cha Ju-young would rather die than be controlled by that man. So he decided to create the situation Cha Gangryong hated most. Cha Ju-young stuffed all the cell leaders' money into the washing machine. The other inmates immediately rushed forward, trying to catch him and drag him before the cell leaders to claim credit. But Cha Ju-young's target had never been these people. He coldly told them, "Call all the cell leaders here." That arrogant tone instantly lit everyone's anger. But they were too weak. Cha Ju-young took them all down in just a few moves. Yet outside the laundry room, another large wave of inmates quickly came flooding in. But to Cha Ju-young, no matter how many pieces of trash there were, they were still trash. What he wanted was something more dangerous. This level was far from enough. The white-haired guy who had helped Cha Ju-young steal the money crawled out of the washing machine with a wicked grin. He knew that if things went on like this, the other cell leaders would never keep playing dead. The white-haired guy was curious. What exactly was Cha Ju-young trying to do, and how did he plan to end this? This completely unreadable turn of events was driving his curiosity insane. Cha Ju-young came to the yard and began waiting. Before long, all the other cell leaders had arrived as well, because all of their money had been taken by Cha Ju-young. If this kept up, unable to pay tribute, the shop operations in their hands would shut down one by one. Gu Na-min and Ma Jiam could not understand at all what Cha Ju-young was trying to do, because he was now essentially declaring war on the strongest force in this prison. Kim Min-cheol, the leader of Room 1, gave Cha Ju-young one chance to explain himself. Cha Ju-young only replied calmly, "I don't need one." So the other cell leaders immediately gave the order, "Deal with this man who had disrupted the order at once." The one and only method Cha Gangryong had instilled in his son to surpass human limits was called over-heart. Over as in transcendence, heart as in emotion, using emotion to shatter the limit. Cha Gangryong said it was a state that could make most human abilities leap upward in an instant. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed a punch into the ground. That was the last lesson Cha Gangryong gave his son. At this moment, Cha Ju-young faced the fist smashing toward him. He slowly let out a breath, and in the next second, with a single blow, he smashed the two cell leaders charging at him straight into the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded, because Cha Ju-young had instantly taken down two opponents at the cell leader level. Even the white-haired guy could not help but murmur in astonishment. He had originally been wondering, after making the situation this huge, how was Cha Ju-young going to get out of it? But it turned out Cha Ju-young had never planned to run. He was going to use the very power Cha Gangryong had forced into him to tear himself free from his control. In America in 2003, an ordinary mother lifted an entire car with her bare hands to save her daughter trapped underneath it. In North Korea in 1979, an ordinary person, driven by the desire to escape dictatorship, swam for 12 hours through freezing seawater. In an African tribe in 1732, a warrior kept thrusting his spear for 47 seconds even after his heart had stopped, until the enemy tribe was completely annihilated. Now and then, this world produces phenomena that break through human limits. Those are neither coincidences nor miracles, but emotions swollen to the extreme, directly rewriting the body. To enter over heart is the only way to transcend the biological limits of the human species. And at this moment, the only emotion filling the heart of Cha Ju-young, who had entered over heart, was raging fury toward his father, Cha Gangryong. Cha Ju-young would rather die than use this ability, because to maintain this state, Cha Gangryong's face had to keep appearing in his mind. That disgusting image made Cha Ju-young want to vomit. Ryu Hyansu, the leader of Room 12, shouted angrily, "What are you muttering about? Quit acting so full of yourself." Having grown up alone since childhood, he hated hearing other people laugh more than anything. He had merely taught a lesson to those noisy brats, and everyone had treated him like a demon. Cha Ju-young threw a punch, and Ryu Hyansu was instantly blasted backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Cha Ju-young did not care what anyone else had gone through. Lee Jun-hyuk, the leader of Room 19, who was holding a knife, had already quietly set his sights on Cha Ju-young's Achilles tendon. He was obsessed with the sound of tendons tearing and ligaments twisting. The moment that sound rang out, it was enough to make Lee Jun-hyuk tremble with excitement. Ever since childhood, he had been called a genius because of his abnormal sensitivity to sound. But in the next second, that genius was kicked flat by Cha Ju-young, and even the knife in his hand was snapped into two pieces. Cha Ju-young did not want to waste any more time, so Ryu Cheol, the leader of Room 7, stepped forward as he wished. Ryu Cheol intended to end this farce with his own hands. Ryu Cheol had never lost in his life. To protect the people around him, he had no choice but to win. But today, he had to taste defeat. Ryu Cheol was far inferior to Cha Ju-young. The twin leaders of Rooms 12 and 13 immediately lunged at Cha Ju-young next. Even when they were still swaddled infants, they could already see disgust in their mother's eyes. That icy gaze turned into cruel abuse as time passed. Cha Ju-young took down the twins with a single strike. What he hated most was hearing anyone mention family in front of him. From the rooftop, the white-haired guy watched all of it. He had not expected Cha Ju-young to have a hidden trump card like this. Hong Se-jun, the leader of Room 17, charged excitedly toward Cha Ju-young. He swung both ways and was a complete freak, but in the next second, that freak was slammed straight into the ground by Cha Ju-young. The last man praised Cha Ju-young, strong enough for him, a heavenly dragon man, to treat with respect. Cha Ju-young had not expected that the last one standing would actually be someone from Heavenly Dragon. Then let's have a real fight. Sunlight broke through the clouds and shone down. Cha Ju-young had already taken down 9 cell leaders, but even this speed was slower than he had expected. The absurdity of the scene was so great that even the warden wondered if he was watching a movie being filmed. Right now, Cha Gangryong only wanted to confirm one thing. Had his son been hurt? Just then, Cha Ju-young strode viciously up to the warden. He snatched the warden's phone away, then greeted the father he had not spoken to for so long. The white-haired guy on the rooftop could not help applauding. After watching a scene like this, he was worried he might never again feel that kind of dopamine-exploding thrill. Though of course, that only meant not in this prison. On the other end of the phone, when Cha Gangryong heard his son's voice, he actually asked like an ordinary father, "Are you eating well?" Cha Ju-young said lightly, "The prison food suits my taste better than I expected. There's hot water here, and they let us exercise on schedule. I'm actually more comfortable in prison than I was at home. I should even thank you for the gift you sent. It's made my unchanging days a little less boring." Cha Gangryong fell silent for a moment before saying, "As long as you're doing well, I'm relieved." But he immediately demanded, "Why did you impulsively cause trouble?" Cha Ju-young answered bluntly, He simply wanted to break free from the prison controlled by Cha Gangryong. He already knew about that place. Cha Juyong told his father he had better enjoy life while he still could, before Cha Juyong came looking for him. Afterward, the warden flew into a rage. "What are you guards even for? So many of you, and you still couldn't stop one person?" This incident had grown far too large. There was no way to suppress it. The warden understood that this prison could no longer hold Cha Juyong. He had no choice but to send Cha Juyong to that place. The warden did not want to do that either, because he was afraid Cha Gangryong would go completely mad if he found out. After all, no parent would willingly send their child to a place like that. Back in the cell, Cha Juyong treated the other inmates to a luxurious feast. He gave his books to Gu Namin. With Gu Namin's brains, if he studied seriously, he might really get into college. Cha Juyong then handed letter paper and a notebook to Ma Jiam. He had seen Ma Jiam crouching in the corner writing every day, so in that case, he might as well write a letter and send it home. Gu Namin was stunned. "Why do you sound like you're leaving your last words?" Cha Juyong glanced at him. "You really do know how to read the mood." At that moment, the guards also urged Cha Juyong, "Pack your personal belongings and come out." Cha Juyong said he had long since finished preparing. Cha Juyong still had things he needed to do, and causing a huge disaster was the fastest way. During this time, thanks to Gu Namin and Ma Jiam, he had not been so bored. Cha Juyong said that he hoped the next time they met, it would be outside prison. Gu Namin told Cha Juyong, "You have to take care of yourself." Ma Jiam said helplessly, "I've got a 20-year sentence. If you get bored, just get arrested again sometime and come back to hang out." Cha Gangryong, who had smashed the Chonhua pavilion apart with his bare hands, was equally helpless. He felt that his son simply did not understand what it felt like for a father to worry about his child. Cha Juyong still could not smash open the jar and escape yet. For a bug that breaks the jar and crawls out, what waits for it is only a bigger jar, crawling with even more poisonous things. A guard was now taking Cha Juyong somewhere. There was no need to keep it hidden from Cha Juyong anymore. In fact, this juvenile prison had another prison that had never been made public. Not long ago, Cha Juyong was still thinking about how he could break free from Cha Gangryong's control. Then the white-haired guy suddenly appeared and told him something interesting. This juvenile prison was actually not just one prison. Beyond that patch of woods, there was another prison, built specifically to hold those who had caused major trouble. At the time, the white-haired guy had even said, "Don't take it seriously. I was just mentioning it casually." But Cha Juyong asked him to do one thing. Steal all the money the cell leaders were supposed to hand over to the warden. The guard leading the way finally stopped. This was the place specially used to hold uncontrollable inmates, juvenile prison second wing. This was a dangerous place specifically for detaining uncontrollable prisoners. Cha Juyong had already been prepared for a huge fight, but the prisoners inside looked far too ordinary on the surface. A sense that something was wrong rose in Cha Juyong's heart. The guard brought him into the warden's office. The warden of juvenile prison's second wing was named Ma Wanchong. As he looked at the aquarium he had built, complete with a fully functioning ecosystem, it was as if he were admiring a world he had created himself. The inspiration for the system of the second prison came precisely from this aquarium. Even though it gathered uncontrollable inmates, its average annual accident rate was only 0.3%. Ma Wanchong asked Cha Juyong, "Do you know why?" Cha Juyong replied coldly, "I don't." Ma Wanchong continued explaining, "There are many fish in an aquarium, yet they do not tear at each other the way they do in the sea. Because inside it, there is an overwhelmingly dominant apex predator, the shark. It does not need to act. Its mere presence keeps the other fish on guard and prevents needless conflict." And Ma Wanchong had watched the footage. Cha Juyong had single-handedly defeated all the cell leaders in the first prison. So he wanted Cha Juyong to become the new shark in his aquarium. Heavenly Dragon headhunter Yu Haewon knew Ma Wanchong's background very well. He had originally been a famous expert in social criminal psychology in an overseas academic society. One day he suddenly returned to Korea and became the warden of a juvenile prison, shocking everyone. To Heavenly Dragon, Ma Wanchong was also a troublesome figure. Because unlike an ordinary warden, he could not be easily bought off with money or threats. The only thing Ma Wanchong cared about was the prison system he had built as a scholar. It was a study called the Shark Paradox. Yu Haewon could not understand how something like this could be hidden inside a state-level prison. What she wanted to know even more was what exactly the Korean government was doing. Yu Haewon understood that this time, the young master was truly in danger. The ordinary inmates in the second prison were the weak fish, and Ma Wanchong wanted Cha Juyong to be the shark and hunt freely inside it. But Cha Juyong had no interest in that whatsoever. He ignored Ma Wanchong and turned to leave at once. Ma Wanchong said in a deep voice, "For a scholar, the moment I explain my theory to an audience that does not understand it, is the moment that excites me the most." Cha Juyong's body was pinned hard against the wall by a monstrous force. Now, Ma Wanchong was going to make him understand his theory personally. Ma Wanchang, the warden of Juvenile Prison's second wing, held dual citizenship in the United States and Korea and had graduated from the Department of Social Psychology at an Ivy League university. Not only had his thesis been recognized by American academic circles, but he had also been aggressively recruited by the United Nations Research Institute for Social Development and a research center at MIT. Yet the place he ultimately chose to settle in was Korea. Ma Wanchang had only one condition: to establish Juvenile Prison's second wing. He wanted to turn dangerous youths, ones even South Korea's current laws could hardly deal with, into subjects for social correction experiments. This was an extremely dangerous undertaking. And the reason the Korean government approved this absurd plan was not only because of his academic achievements, but also because he had the raw ability to subdue violent criminals with his bare hands in emergencies. Ma Wanchang, who had once served in the United States Army Special Operations Forces, at this moment very much wanted to know what kind of shark Chow Ju-young would be. He threw a punch down, and a thunderous crash erupted. Fortunately, Chow Ju-young broke free from the restraint in the final second. Ma Wanchang's curiosity could no longer be contained. He wanted to dissect and analyze Chow Ju-young personally. There were already 4 sharks imprisoned in this prison, and according to Ma Wanchang's own definitions, he had already assigned each of them a species. So what he wanted to know even more was, what kind of shark the 5th one, Chow Ju-young, would be. Ma Wanchang's movement suddenly paused. He could not understand what had just happened, because his fist felt as though it had crashed into an entire sea. Ma Wanchang froze for half a second, then burst into loud laughter. He even unconsciously poured out a string of praise in English. Then he told the guards to bring that thing. He had originally wanted to call the Special Management Class Sharks, but had not received approval from his superiors. And this black name tag was the symbol of the Special Management Class. In this prison, black name tags held absolute authority over ordinary white name tags. Ma Wanchang knew very well that he had attacked 21 times in total, and Chow Ju-young had had even more chances to counterattack than that. That attitude of completely not taking Ma Wanchang seriously fascinated him. It was the first time he had ever encountered a case he could not define. Ma Wanchang decided to observe patiently for now and wait for Chow Ju-young to reveal his true nature himself. At the same time, the inmates in a certain cell also heard that a new shark was coming in. 2 of the inmates were quietly discussing how to strike first and get rid of the shark. But the moment Chow Ju-young stepped into the cell, the inmate Oh Tae-san immediately came over fawning like a dog. Another inmate, Jong Eun-soo, even dropped to his knees on the spot and frantically begged Chow Ju-young not to kill him. Chow Ju-young frowned. These were the ordinary fish the warden had spoken of. He looked around his new room, and the conditions were fairly decent. Then Chow Ju-young heard something else. There was no evening roll call here, and the guards barely interfered. But that only made it stranger. If inmates could move about freely, why was the accident rate still close to 0 under almost no supervision? In the middle of the night, Chow Ju-young quietly got out of bed. He wanted to confirm who the other 4 sharks were. But no matter how he pushed, the door would not open. Chow Ju-young did not understand. If the guards hardly interfered, then why lock the doors at all? When he woke up the next day, the other 2 inmates were sneaking around with objects in their hands, planning to ambush him. But the moment they met Chow Ju-young's eyes, they immediately knelt and greeted him respectfully. Chow Ju-young was a little hungry, so he casually asked, "When does the door open?" Oh Tae-san was stunned. The door already opened a long time ago. It turned out that the prison doors opened and closed automatically at fixed times. Once the doors opened, the inmates possessed freedom. At the same time, someone came to the first prison to meet Park Jung-chan. Ever since Park Jung-chan had been brutally beaten by Chow Ju-young, he had started keeping an eye on him. He noticed that most of the people Chow Ju-young picked fights with and attacked were members of Heavenly Dragon. And during that mass brawl among the cell leaders, Park Jung-chan had even overheard the content of the warden's phone call. He had never expected that Chow Ju-young was actually the son of Heavenly Dragon and second in command. At this moment, Heavenly Dragon Executive Director Jong Eun, who was speaking with him, judged that this absolutely could not be a coincidence. In the second prison, no one dared approach Chow Ju-young because he wore a black name tag. But what concerned him more was, where were the other 4 black tag guys? Jong Eun-soo hurriedly explained. The remaining 4 sharks lived on different floors. Each floor was its own territory. And the first floor, where Chow Ju-young was his territory. Oh Tae-san reminded him, inmates on each floor never trespassed on each other's turf. It was an unwritten rule. This was even more so the default understanding among those with black name tags. And Jonna knew very well that people who caused major trouble would all be sent to the second prison. He also knew those 4 sharks were all apex predators raised by Heavenly Dragon. Even if Chow Ju-young was Cha Gang-ryong's biological son, he could still be torn to pieces. But Chow Ju-young had already stepped onto the stairs leading to the second floor. 2 hours earlier, he had still been thinking it over repeatedly. The warden said he wanted to observe phenomena. But this prison had more than just the warden. Even the guards left the inmates almost completely alone. If that was the case, then how exactly was the warden supposed to observe anything? But in reality, Cha Ju-young's every move was under surveillance. Ma Won-chang was watching and taking notes at the same time. It had been 38 hours and 56 minutes since the new shark entered the aquarium. So far, no abnormal behavior had appeared. This was clearly different from the previous sharks. Cha Ju-young's behavior was excessively ordinary. And it was precisely because he was so ordinary that Ma Won-chang found him special. At that moment, Han Sue, the second prison's administrative manager, looked at the tie stained by coffee and asked whether it should be cleaned. Ma Won-chang told her to take it to be washed, and also to bring him another cup of low-fat milk. At that moment, Han Sue glanced at the desk, where Cha Ju-young's file was lying. At the same time, the other 4 sharks also heard about the appearance of the 5th shark. All of them wanted to know, what kind of trouble had this newcomer caused? Not long after, at the fencing hall outside the prison, Executive Director Jang Eung defeated his opponent with a dazzling offensive display. Han Sue, who was passing by on outside duty, praised him. That was truly a splendid match. As one of Ma Won-chang's trusted aides, she was actually also a member of Heavenly Dragon. Without Ma Won-chang's knowledge, Han Sue had stolen Cha Ju-young's file. The second prison was a place completely cut off from the outside world. It held young and promising people whom Heavenly Dragon had not yet had the chance to sort into factions. Jang Eun had placed Han Sue there precisely to seize opportunities to recruit them. He had not expected to pick up an unexpected gain as well. Cha Gangryong was Heavenly Dragon's eternal number 2. Jang Eun could completely guess the purpose behind his secret actions. To use his son to climb to the top of Heavenly Dragon. At last, Jang Eun had seized Cha Gangryong's weakness. He intended to personally drag both father and son down. Under normal circumstances, sharks would not kill one another, because even if one fought a bloody battle and swallowed its opponent, it would still be left with fatal wounds and immediately be targeted by the next one. But by the time Cha Ju-young arrived at the broadcasting room, he had already heard from Ote-san that the other 4 sharks were all members of Heavenly Dragon. In the next second, a harsh burst of static rang through the prison broadcast system. Cha Ju-young made sure all the sharks heard him clearly. I'm Cha Ju-young from the 1st floor. Also, I am the son of Cha Gangryong, Heavenly Dragon's second in command. That means, as long as you take me down, you'll receive a very high evaluation within Heavenly Dragon. So come on, come hunt me. This aquarium called the second prison looked calm on the surface, but underneath, its tension was maintained by the balance among the sharks. Cha Du-young intended to shatter that calm with his own hands, and he did not care even if he became the prey himself. Even Ma Won-chang had not expected Cha Ju-young to launch a prison-wide provocation against all the sharks. A case like this had never existed in the history of the second prison. Ma Won-chang was so excited he felt cold all over. He eagerly anticipated what kind of upheaval the new shark would bring. After hearing the broadcast, Rim, the shark on the 2nd floor, was somewhat surprised. He asked the inmate sitting on the stool, "What does it feel like living with the son of such an important figure?" The inmate answered while trembling, "Oh, of course it feels like a blessing." But from the sound of the broadcast, Rim heard an intense fury. The inmate was so frightened that he collapsed onto the floor. Seeing that his complexion did not look too good, Rim gently invited him, "Sit up properly again." That evening, Jang Eung invited Cha Gangryong to a roadside drinking stall. When they were young, they had practically come here every night for a drink. Cha Gangryong said lightly, "Back then, we were both just newcomers who had just entered the gang." Jang Eung replied with a smile. Who would have thought that newcomer would later become Heavenly Dragon's second in command? Of course, also its eternal number 2. He then asked as if casually, "Cha Gangryong, your son is in high school now, right? Before long he'll be preparing for exams and college entrance, so he must be terribly busy." Cha Gangryong told Jang Eung to stop beating around the bush. He knew that the matter of his son being in juvenile prison had already been exposed. Jang Eung mocked. Without anyone noticing, Heavenly Dragon turned into a corporate-style organization. But the chairman still insists, only the strongest deserves that seat. You, Cha Gangryong, must have been thinking, as the eternal number 2, I've got no chance, so I'll let my son give it a try. That's why you secretly trained your son in juvenile prison behind Heavenly Dragon's back. Cha Gangryong asked coldly in return, and if that's true, then what? Jang Eung had not expected him to be so unconcerned. Cha Gangryong said disdainfully, "Someone like you, who thinks he's caught me by the weakness, is only fit to remain an executive director for life." Jang Eung immediately snapped back, "Your son has already been sent to the second prison. The child you wanted to raise into a dragon has now become prey for the sharks. Before your downfall comes, it wouldn't be bad for me to witness that first." Cha Gangryong fell silent and turned to leave. Jang Eun watched his back and laughed triumphantly. but in the next second, a tremendous crash sounded outside. Jong-un rushed out to look, and found that Cha Gangryong had smashed his car to pieces with a single punch. He hurled curses at Cha Gangryong as he drove away. At the same time, in the second prison surveillance room, Han Sue sensed that something was wrong. Because Yu Jae-rim, the shark from the second floor, had actually come down to the first floor to find Cha Ju-young. In the past, whenever Yu Jae-rim heard someone sigh, he would invite that person to go find happiness. Now Yu Jae-rim came to the first floor and first exchanged a few pleasantries with Cha Ju-young. Cha Ju-young grew impatient. "Cut the crap and get to the point." Yu Jae-rim said that he hated fighting, because fighting made people unhappy. From the sound of Cha Ju-young's broadcast voice, he had heard all kinds of negative emotions. Yu Jae-rim wanted to know, what exactly was it that could make the son of Heavenly Dragon's second-in-command feel unhappy? Cha Ju-young coldly shot back, "You came all the way here just to ask something this boring?" But in that instant, Cha Ju-young felt a strong sense of discomfort from Yu Jae-rim. Yu Jae-rim apologized for any words that might have offended him. Actually, he had come to invite Cha Ju-young to sit in the chair on the second floor. Yu Jae-rim said that Cha Ju-young was someone qualified to obtain happiness. He would wait upstairs for Cha Ju-young. After Yu Jae-rim left, Cha Ju-young stood there thinking. He could not understand what that unpleasant feeling had been in the moment they came into contact. Yu Jae-rim was different from every opponent he had faced so far. He asked Otae-san and Jang-un-soo what exactly was the chair Yu Jae-rim had mentioned. Otae-san nervously swallowed and said it was probably the happiness chair. It was a chair that made whoever sat on it smile and feel happy. And it was also the thing the people on the second floor feared most, the most terrifying thing there. At that moment, Ma Wonchong was recording the phenomenon. Cha Ju-young's open rejection of all the sharks was even crazier than he had expected. What surprised Ma Wonchong was that the first one to react was actually the least aggressive shark on the second floor. Han Sue also could not understand Cha Ju-young's intention in publicly provoking the sharks. If he was trying to take control of the second prison, then he was grossly overestimating himself. After all, in this prison, conflict between sharks was practically equivalent to self-destruction. And those prisoners whom Yu Jae-rim had brought away to obtain happiness in the past, had all really obtained happiness in the end. Yu Jae-rim was very satisfied with that, because Aristotle had once said that the ultimate purpose of life is happiness. So Yu Jae-rim wanted every unhappy person to sit in this chair. This happiness chair radiated a bizarre sense of oppression. After an unhappy person sat on it, Yu Jae-rim would force them to go without food, water, and sleep for days. Amid that extreme torment, the unhappy person would instead be driven into a twisted sense of happiness. Not a single prisoner on the second floor was unafraid of this chair. But now, Cha Ju-young sat down on it of his own accord. Yu Jae-rim sincerely welcomed his arrival. The other prisoners on the second floor also greeted Cha Ju-young with radiant smiles. Every one of them looked happy to an excessive degree. Yet Otae-san and Jang-un-soo, caught among them, were trembling in fear. Because when Yu Jae-rim invited Cha Ju-young, he had included them as well. To dare ignore a shark was the same as asking to die. The two of them could not understand at all. What exactly were these people smiling about? Yu Jae-rim saw the enormous unhappiness inside Cha Ju-young. Even though Cha Ju-young was venting his anger at that very moment, Yu Jae-rim still wanted to know, who was this rage directed at? More than the target, what he wanted to dig out was the root of that anger. In an instant, the scene of Lee Daeun's car accident flashed through Cha Ju-young's mind. Yu Jae-rim calmly reminded Cha Ju-young, "Set those things straight. Because unimportant things would only get in the way of your obtaining happiness." Otae-san thought this was their chance. The shark of the second floor had his back to them. So if they did not run now, they would never get another chance. Otae-san made an agreement with Jang-un-soo. They would count to 3 and run together. But before they even finished counting to 2, Cha Ju-young had already charged at Yu Jae-rim. He swung the happiness chair and smashed it over him with all his might. Thanks to all of Yu Jae-rim's useless rambling, Cha Ju-young's fury had already been completely ignited. He activated Overheart once again. Yu Jae-rim had suffered from childhood depression ever since he was young. His condition grew more serious as he got older. A doctor once told Yu Jae-rim's parents of one possible method, a kind of therapy that made use of psychological suggestion. It would make Yu Jae-rim believe that as long as he sat in a specific chair, he could obtain happiness. This method was more effective the younger the child was. Not long afterward, Yu Jae-rim received a happiness chair of his own. At this moment, with Cha Ju-young in a fully activated Overheart state, he felt only nausea, because Cha Gangryong's face filled his mind. After being struck, Yu Jae-rim spoke and told the other prisoners present to leave first. Even if the happiness chair had been smashed to pieces by Cha Ju-young, Yu Jae-rim did not care. He knew very well that the chair was only a symbol and that he could simply make another one. Cha Ju-young had not expected him to be this calm. Yu Jae-rim said evenly that he would not develop negative emotions over something so trivial. He asked Cha Ju-young in return, Do you want to try talking to the person who triggered your anger? For example, the things you could not say, or did not have time to say. Cha Ju-young said in a low voice, "Shut up." Yoo Jae-rim looked at him as if he had understood something. That person was no longer alive? Even so, it did not matter. Yoo Jae-rim still had other methods. A smile was the symbol of happiness, so he wanted Cha Ju-young to imagine what that person looked like smiling. Think about when you watched movies together, when you ate the things you liked together, when you did the things you enjoyed together. Think about those happy moments you shared. Keep thinking, until the final moment when she was on the verge of death, when her life was about to go out. Yoo Jae-rim asked Cha Ju-young, "How does it feel? Imagining that happy image of her with a smile, doesn't it make you feel a little better?" Cha Ju-young drove a punch into Yoo Jae-rim, but Yoo Jae-rim smiled. "Looks like you still haven't calmed down." In the next second, his arm was twisted and broken outright. Cha Ju-young gathered power in his leg, and kicked Yoo Jae-rim flying away. He had clearly told Yoo Jae-rim to shut up just now. Yoo Jae-rim could also tell that Cha Ju-young was in an overheart state. He remained calm. Meaningless violence will only destroy your happiness. By this point, Cha Ju-young was sick of hearing the word happiness. He stared at Yoo Jae-rim and shot back. "You talk about happiness every single day, but do you even understand what happiness really is?" Back then, Yoo Jae-rim had also once asked his older sister, "What is happiness?" His sister could not answer either. After thinking for a long time, she decided that happiness was probably a smile. Just as Yoo Jae-rim was about to continue, Cha Du-young's fist was already right in front of his eyes. But a sudden stabbing pain exploded through Yoo Jae-rim's brain. Cha Ju-young staggered and nearly fell over. Watching from the side, Otae-sen cried out, "What's going on?" Cha Ju-young knew very well, the side effect had come. Back in the first wing, he had forcibly activated Overheart for too long, and his body had already reached its limit. Now his emotions were dragging his body down like a swamp. Yoo Jae-rim understood happiness very well. Looking at Cha Ju-young's expression now, he was racing wildly in the exact opposite direction of happiness. His face was full of nothing but negative emotions. Yoo Jae-rim said he hoped Cha Ju-young could understand. "To make you smile again, I can only use this method." But in the next second, Cha Ju-young suddenly grabbed a broken piece of the chair and struck back. A cut was instantly slashed across Yoo Jae-rim's face. Cha Ju-young stared at him. "What kind of expression is that? Don't you love smiling the most? Then why aren't you smiling?" At that moment, Han Sue also arrived to watch the fight. She could tell that Cha Ju-young was suffering from side effects caused by overusing Overheart. He had not even fully considered the risks, yet he still dared to challenge a shark. Han Sue judged that Cha Gangryung's son, in the end, was just an impulsive kid. Yoo Jae-rim touched the wound on his face and said in a low voice, "I really do hate fighting. But for the sake of my goal, I have no other choice." Yoo Jae-rim believed that Heavenly Dragon was also an organization running counter to happiness. Crime was rampant, and unhappy people were everywhere. So he wanted to make them all happy. That was why he had joined Heavenly Dragon. Cha Ju-young was being dragged into a disadvantage by the side effects of Overheart. He knew very well that Yoo Jae-rim was, at the end of the day, still a criminal. But Yoo Jae-rim morbidly believed that happiness had no distinction between good and evil. Cha Ju-young was forced into a corner and for a moment stopped moving. In Yoo Jae-rim's eyes, the world contained only two things, happiness and unhappiness. But in the next second, Cha Ju-young vanished. Holding a wooden spike, he appeared behind Yoo Jae-rim. Cha Ju-young coldly demanded of Yoo Jae-rim, "Did you enter juvenile prison for the sake of that happiness theory of yours too?" Back when Yoo Jae-rim was in school, he seemed to be disliked by his classmates because of his gloomy demeanor. He was confused. Could unhappy people not make friends? His older sister gently told him, "If you wear a smile and pretend to be a little brighter, the people who see you will become happy too. Then naturally you'll become happy as well. Because happiness is like a cold, it spreads." To Yoo Jae-rim, juvenile prison was actually the most ideal place of all, because it was full of unhappy people. He wanted to use the prisoners here to explore, to discover a way to make human beings happy. Han Sue had not expected that Yoo Jae-rim had climbed all the way to the position of a shark in the second wing for such an absurd reason. He had been marked as a seed with extremely high potential, someone who might even accomplish great things in Heavenly Dragon in the future. What surprised Han Sue even more was that he still had not used that. Cha Ju-young did not care what kind of experiment Yoo Jae-rim wanted to conduct on the prisoners. He had already guessed that Yoo Jae-rim's true purpose was something else. The two of them kept slamming their fists into each other. With his condition in poor shape, Cha Ju-young was clearly at a disadvantage. Yoo Jae-rim prepared to end it all. But his foot slipped, and he stepped on the broken remains of the chair on the floor. This was something Cha Ju-young had intentionally guided him into. Cha Ju-young could see it very clearly. Yoo Jae-rim making others happy had nothing to do with universal love, nor with any spirit of sacrifice. It was only for himself. In truth, Yoo Jae-rim's older sister had congenital depression even more severe than his. She had simply never shown it in front of her younger brother. But on the day her illness worsened to the point where she could no longer control it, Ujrim followed her words and smiled at others, and finally made friends. Yet his sister murmured to herself as though she had heard nothing, "Happiness is like a cold. It spreads. If Enrim is happy, then I'll be happy too, right?" Cha Ju-young did not acknowledge Ujrim's bullshit method at all. In his eyes, Ujrim was just a selfish person. But Ujrim actually agreed with Cha Ju-young's judgment. He raised Cha Ju-young up with one hand. Ujrim said in a low voice, "My pursuit of happiness was never for the sake of others. Tormented by congenital depression, I have never once felt happiness. From the past until now, there has only ever been unhappiness in my heart." When Ujrim's heart became filled with unhappiness, he too activated Overheart. Watching everything through the surveillance feed, Ma Wonchong understood that the principle behind this concept was not complicated. Overheart causes a phenomenon of surpassing one's limits. In essence, it is the coordination of the nervous, endocrine, and muscular systems. When emotions are pushed to an extreme, the sympathetic nervous system automatically triggers the fight-or-flight response. Hormones such as adrenaline, noradrenaline, and cortisol surge into secretion. Heart rate rises, oxygen delivery is optimized, muscle strength increases, and reactions speed up. At the same time, adrenaline strengthens muscle contraction, weakens the nervous system's inhibition, and promotes the secretion of endorphins and enkephalins, making a person stronger and less able to feel pain. Glycolytic muscle fibers that normally operate at only 40% to 60% can even be mobilized at 100% under extreme conditions. When humans unleash extraordinary strength in extreme situations, it is the result of the inhibitory mechanism being lifted, something that can be explained scientifically. But Ma Wonchong also knew that Overheart was extremely rare and usually appeared only by chance, and those who can awaken Overheart by their own will and make use of it, meet the first condition for becoming a shark. Ujrim, the shark on the second floor, was the most typical example of an unhappy person. Ma Wonchong defined him as a Greenland shark living in the cold, pitch-black deep sea. It moves calmly and slowly, with lifeless eyes, and usually appears to have no interest in prey at all. But once it locks onto a target, it flips in an instant, and begins slaughtering the vast majority of creatures in the sea. In academia, the Greenland shark is regarded as the apex of the North Atlantic food chain. Ujrim believed that Cha Ju-young, as the son of Heavenly Dragon's second-in-command, could never possibly understand how terrifying and unhappy life truly was. More than anyone else, Ujrim longed for happiness. Because of the side effects, Cha Ju-young was temporarily unable to activate Overheart again. He had to find another way to stay alive. After entering Overheart, Ujrim's strength underwent a qualitative transformation. In his unhappiness, he came to understand that day the reason unhappiness exists, and the method for becoming happy. The homework the teacher assigned that day was to draw the happiest thing in the world. For Ujrim, it was an unsolvable question. He suddenly began to wonder, what did his sister's genuine smile actually look like? Not long afterward, Ujrim wanted to show his drawing to his sister and see her smile, but he discovered that her hands were as cold as ice. A pile of medicine was scattered all over the floor. Ujrim would never forget that scene for the rest of his life. His sister sitting in the happiness chair, her body gradually turning cold. That sister who was more unhappy than Ujrim and who longed for happiness more than anyone else. At the moment she left this world, there was actually still a smile on her face. Ujrim defined that moment as the happiest image in the world. From that day on, he understood another way of seeking happiness. Just as darkness is needed to see light, and war is needed to make people long for peace, it is precisely because unhappiness exists that humans come to understand what happiness is. Cha Ju-young frowned. "Why are you suddenly talking philosophy to me?" He threw a heavy punch straight at Ujrim. Easily catching the punch, Ujrim continued, "My sister was the most unhappy, so she attained the greatest happiness. I'm the same, so if anyone dares get in my way, I can only kill him." Taking the attack head-on, Cha Ju-young said coldly, "Your happiness has nothing to do with me. All I feel is that your nonsense is disgusting as hell." Cha Ju-young put strength into his hand, preparing to end the fight, but Ujrim caught him in return. Ujrim in Overheart state was absurdly strong. He wanted Cha Ju-young to keep sinking in those negative emotions that ran counter to happiness. As Cha Ju-young passed out, his consciousness fell into a space filled with inertia. His body could not move, had no sensation, and even his consciousness was gradually growing blurry. Cha Ji-young asked himself, "Am I just going to keep sinking like this?" At that moment, he suddenly felt a burst of warmth. Li Daeon actually appeared in the depths of his consciousness. Ma Wonchong watched the entire fight through the monitor. The duel truly was shocking, but it held no research value whatsoever. What Ma Wonchong had originally hoped for was an astonishing scene that could break the framework. Cha Ju-young's performance left him quite disappointed. Ma Wonchong began to suspect, maybe that guy did not even qualify as a shark. Deep within his consciousness, Cha Ji-young saw Li Daeon again. like an old friend reunited after a long separation. Lee Daeyeon asked him whether he had been doing well lately. Cha Ju-young's nose stung. He still forced a smile and said, "I've been doing well." But Lee Daeyeon's expression instantly changed, and she coldly demanded to know what right he had to be doing well. "I'm shivering all alone underground in the cold and the dark. What gives you the right to still be doing so well? I died, and it was obviously all because of a bastard like you." Lee Dan's body began to twist and distort, and in the end it turned into the terrifying face of Cha Gangryong. He said to Cha Ju-young, "I killed that child, and it was all for your own good." Cha Ju-young wished he could kill him right now. But Cha Ju-young's body suddenly sank downward. Cha Gangryong repeated once again the words he had spoken back then. "If you want to kill me, your father, then go and take control of this juvenile prison." Just as Ma Wanchong was about to get off work, he was suddenly stopped by a voice. He could not believe it. Cha Ju-young had actually stood up again. Yu Jae-rim could not understand what Cha Ju-young was doing. By all logic, the risks of overheat combined with accumulated injuries should already have drained Cha Ju-young's stamina dry. Staring at him, Yu Jae-rim could not help but ask, "What is letting you keep standing?" He seized Cha Ju-young tightly once again. But to his surprise, Cha Ju-young, who should have collapsed, actually held on. In the next second, Yu Jae-rim took a heavy blow to the jaw. Cha Ju-young still had things to do, so he absolutely could not fall here. He entered the anger-driven overheart state once more. Yu Jae-rim did not have time to react at all before his waist was struck by another punch. The terrifying force sent his whole body spinning as he flew backward. Ma Wanchong had never seen this phenomenon in any paper or report. A shark whose body had been bitten apart and left on the verge of death had actually begun hunting again. It practically defied the laws of nature. Ma Wanchong began to look forward to just how far Cha Ju-young could go. Yu Jae-rim also could not fall here. Until he found true happiness, he would never stop. He entered the unhappiness over heart state again. But the Cha Ju-young who had stood back up was terrifyingly powerful in both speed and strength. Yu Jae-rim was stomped straight down into the floor. But Yu Jae-rim did not want it to end like this. He had to push Cha Ju-young to the very end of unhappiness. But at that moment, Yu Jae-rim suddenly felt an emotional pressure so terrifying it reached the extreme. The immense pressure nearly suffocated him. Even so, Yu Jae-rim refused to give up. He violently threw off Cha Ju-young's foot, but Cha Ju-young used the momentum to begin charging power. He did not want to waste any more time. Then, a tremendous crash resounded through the entire prison. Yu Jae-rim had said he would push Cha Ju-young to the very end of unhappiness. But in truth, there was no need at all, because Cha Ju-young had long since been standing at that very end. Ote-san had long expected a death match between sharks, but the traces this battle left behind looked as if a war had been fought. John Eun-soo was so terrified that he wanted to break out of prison, because as long as boss Cha Ju-young was around, there would definitely be fights, and sooner or later he would get caught up in them. Han Sue had known all along, bloodline does not lie. Cha Ju-young was even more dangerous than she had expected. The inmates on the first floor were all discussing this battle. A shark being slaughtered was an earth-shattering event, and it meant that the long-maintained balance had been shattered. A new situation would come crashing and drenched in blood. Little fish like them could only survive by hiding well. The change in the prison's power structure made Ma Wanchong tremble with excitement. As a scholar, he could not wait to define Cha Ju-young. But even after searching through every species of shark in his books, he still could not find one that matched Cha Ju-young. Ever since obtaining his doctorate, this was the first time he had been so curious he was almost going mad. The aquarium that had once been calm had begun to stir with waves, and a new wave required new individuals to maintain the ecosystem. The more individuals there were, the higher the probability that Ma Wanchong would observe diverse phenomena. He began to consider, should he release some new individuals into the second prison? In Juvenile Prison First Wing, Ma Jiang was still practicing non-stop. Books related to fighting were piled all around him. A juvenile prison was already more dangerous than the outside world. Ma Jiang understood that no one would come to protect him. He would not repeat the same mistake or walk the same path again. Ma Jiang had made up his mind that he had to train. He had to become strong enough to survive in juvenile prison. But training was never something achieved overnight. When Ma Jiang practiced techniques, failure was unavoidable. Gu Namin told him to think it through carefully. A weakling like you who'd shatter at a touch thinks a few kicks can change your life? Don't waste your strength. Come enjoy yourself with me instead. After Cha Ju-young left, Gu Namin became the cell leader of Room 36. He did not understand why Ma Jiang was pushing himself so hard, especially since after Cha Ju-young had beaten all the cell leaders into the hospital, the prison had instead entered a peaceful era. Still, Gu Namin was also curious. Where exactly had Cha Ju-young gone? Ma Jiang vaguely felt that Cha Ju-young knew certain things beyond this prison. Just as they were thinking about it, the sound of goats bleating suddenly came from outside. It turned out the warden was raising a flock of black goats, and rumor had it they were going to be made into stew. At that moment, the white-haired guy was bored out of his mind. Ever since Cha Ju-young had swept through the prison once, even the cell leaders' meeting, the only thing he had found interesting was gone. The white-haired guy wanted to find something that would make his heart race. At that moment, he noticed a bizarre scene unfolding not far away. The corners of his mouth lifted into a wicked grin. Meanwhile, Cha Ju-young was lying in the infirmary of the second wing. After waking up, he thought back on the previous battle. Cha Ju-young realized that the side effects of overheart absolutely could not be ignored. By now, his emotions had also mostly cooled down. Just then, Han Sue walked into the infirmary. She told Cha Ju-young to lie still obediently, because next came happy time. At that time, the church had come to Juvenile prison first wing as usual to preach. So Manhwa was among them. She had heard that Cha Ju-young had been transferred somewhere else, but had no idea where he had been sent. So Manhwa was a little worried. Nothing had happened to Cha Ju-young, had it? In the second wing, Han Sue told Cha Ju-young not to be shy. Because he had injuries, it would not be convenient for him to wash his clothes. So Han Sue was going to help him take off his clothes and wash them for him. A patient recovers faster if he stays clean. Cha Ju-young could not understand what Han Sue was trying to do. Washing clothes was not a guard's job, and there was no way a female guard would personally help someone undress. At that moment, Han Sue asked in return, "My behavior seems suspicious, doesn't it?" Then she smiled and said, "The second wing is special to begin with, and the guards only handle miscellaneous chores." Cha Du-young thought maybe he was overthinking it, but Han Sue continued, "I saw you fight Yu Rim. You're more violent than you look. But even so, compared with your father, you're still gentle." After hearing that, Cha Ju-young's pupils shrank. He wanted to rush out and demand why Han Sue knew Cha Gangryong, but the intense pain all over his body left him completely unable to move. Outside the ward, Han Sue made a judgment in her heart. Cha Gangryong's dream of raising his son to become the strongest in the world might not be a delusion after all. But now it was all too late, because the smell of blood on Cha Ju-young had already spread through the entire prison. The hungry sharks had long since caught the scent. On the third floor of the second wing, the shark Moon Sang-woo was toying with a rat. Again and again he let it go, giving it hope, and again he reached out and caught it back. Moon Sang-woo had originally thought that Four Eyes Yu Rim from the second floor looked pretty decent, and had wanted to find a chance to have some fun with him. But Yu Rim had been taken out because he was too arrogant. Moon Sang-woo found it all boring. Now he decided, he would go play with the one who had bored him. Just thinking about the possible fun ahead made Moon Sang-woo tremble with excitement. He knew that Cha Ju-young, having just finished fighting Yu Rim, had to be physically weakened right now. Perfect, he could play with him slowly. At this moment, John Eun-soo was curled up on the bed, trembling non-stop. Before the boss came back, he was planning to dig a 500-meter tunnel with a spoon and escape. But just then, Ote-san told him even worse news. Behind that wall was the next cell. At that moment, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. The other inmates all thought they were seeing things, because over by the 5th floor, there was actually someone hanging in midair. Moon Sang-woo was now excited to the extreme, because Cha Gangryong's son had fallen into his hands while weakened. As long as Moon Sang-woo let go, Cha Ju-yang would fall into the wire mesh and be sliced in two. What Moon Sang-woo looked forward to was the terrified expression of prey caught while weak. That expression alone was enough to make him so excited he lost control. But at that moment, Cha Ju-young coldly ordered him to let go. "I'm telling you, idiot, stop just shouting with your mouth. The fish in the deep sea are always killing each other just to survive." Just now, after a hammerhead shark fought to the death, it was still mercilessly swallowed by a sharp-nosed shark. But waiting for the sharp-nosed shark was an even fiercer and crueler predator. Because the smell of blood spreading through the sea had completely stimulated the hungry shark's sense of smell. The white-haired guy who watched science documentaries every day was already bored out of his mind. He needed stronger dopamine to stimulate his brain. The white-haired guy invited the little goat to escape with him. But at that moment, a guard called the white-haired guy out. Just a moment ago, Cha Du-young had still been resting in the infirmary. Then someone on the other side of the curtain remarked, "The smell of disinfectant is really nice." Before Cha Du-young could even react, the other person's attack had already come down viciously. Moon Sang-woo stared at Cha Du-young. "You're pretty badly hurt." "Perfect, then, you're just right to eat." He would never let weak prey go. Moon Sang-woo wanted Cha Ju-young, in order to survive, to struggle with all his might, to keep struggling until his body completely collapsed. Badly injured, Cha Ju-young had no strength left to fight, but for Moon Sang-woo, the enjoyment had only just begun. He said softly, "Struggle a little more." Heavenly Dragon Executive Director John Un had not expected Yu Rim to be hunted down so quickly by Cha Gangryong's son. He knew very well, this was an extremely impulsive act, because in that kind of situation, Moon Sang-woo would definitely make a move. That guy was ruthless to the extreme. He had once relied on overwhelming strength to force his way into Heavenly Dragon's interrogation room. He was an absurd kind of monster. Whenever Zhang saw him, he was reminded of his younger self. He was looking forward to the moment Cha Gangryong's son was devoured. The sight of prey desperately struggling before death excited Moon Sangwoo to the verge of losing control. But Cha Ju-young only coldly told him to let go. Moon Sangwoo could not understand. What exactly did that look on his face mean? And now, Cha Ju-young was going to help him understand. He actually pulled Moon Sangwoo down with him as they jumped together. With a loud crash as they landed, the white-haired guy smiled and said, "The plane has landed safely. I finally found you, my precious dopamine." When Cha Ju-young had first entered the second prison, he had been required to undergo an inspection. A guard asked him, "What is this note in your luggage?" But Cha Ju-young did not know where that note had come from either, and written on the note was exactly that the flight was expected to land at 6:30 that day. Cha Ju-young had not expected the white-haired guy to really come. The white-haired guy was curious. Just how many fights did you get into to end up unable even to stand properly? He regretted not seeing that battle with his own eyes, the kind that would make dopamine explode. From now on, he would witness everything himself. In the next second, he took a solid punch. Moon Sangwoo had made a move again. What he hated most was someone interrupting his hunt, like someone pouring a basin of cold water over his brain right as he was about to reach the peak. In that instant, Moon Sangwoo's interest was completely extinguished. Cha Ju-young silently watched his departing back. Not long afterward, both Oh Tae-san and Jang Eun-soo were inwardly cursing what the hell the warden was even doing. Because a shark had just arrived in their room, and in the blink of an eye another newcomer had been shoved in. And on top of that, the white-haired guy had rescued the little one who had been about to become goat stew. Cha Ju-young also could not figure out what exactly the white-haired guy was trying to do. Cha Ju-young could understand why the white-haired guy had come to the second wing. After all, he was the one who had taught Cha Ju-young how to get in. But no matter how much he thought about it, Cha Ju-young could not understand why the white-haired guy had appeared exactly on time as foretold, and why he had ended up in the same room with him. Cha Ju-young knew this was absolutely not a coincidence. But as usual, the white-haired guy only said, "It's a secret." As long as Cha Ju-young could fill up his dopamine, maybe he would be in such a good mood that he'd tell him. Cha Du-young was speechless, again with this damn dopamine. Oh Tae-san asked in confusion, "Boss, your body's still weak, so why not stay in the infirmary a few more days?" But Cha Ju-young knew very well, the infirmary was not safe. That pervert from the third floor could break in at any moment. But this room was different. Moon Sangwoo, unable to sleep late at night, was crazily guzzling water. Ever since he had tasted Cha Ju-young, his hunger could no longer be satisfied. Not long afterward, Moon Sangwoo walked into a certain room. The woman inside had already been tortured by him until she was covered in wounds. Moon Sangwoo's desire had already reached the point of extreme starvation. He wanted this older sister to take responsibility. In the next second, blood splattered all over the room. But even that was not enough. Moon Sangwoo was determined to devour Cha Ju-young completely as well. At the same time, the white-haired guy had just refused Cha Ju-young's request for protection. Cha Ju-young did not understand. Why? Back in the first wing, it was clearly the white-haired guy who had first said he would help him. But the white-haired guy said, "You misunderstood. My role is not that of a player who enters the match. I only want to be a spectator, standing to the side and watching the show. I won't go up on stage myself. The only player is you, Cha Ju-young." Cha Ju-young said helplessly, "In my current state, forget fighting, I can barely even walk straight." But at that moment, the white-haired guy said that he had a way to hunt the shark on the third floor. On the other side, Moon Sangwoo was also close to reaching his limit. He had to make sure Cha Ju-young would have absolutely nowhere to escape. He broke into a wild sprint straight toward Cha Ju-young's room. His craving burned inside him like fire, making him unable to wait to devour Cha Ju-young. But when he pulled back the blanket, he discovered that inside there were only the white-haired guy and a black goat. The white-haired guy shyly asked, "Is Moon Sangwoo here to eat me?" But Moon Sangwoo had no interest at all in anyone other than Cha Ju-young. The white-haired guy said meaningfully, "If you only eat Cha Ju-young, then you may have to go hungry for a while. Because in this prison, it's impossible for you to find Cha Ju-young." Moon Sangwoo turned back and shot the white-haired guy a vicious glare. From that point on, he tore through every floor of the prison searching for Cha Ju-young. But several days passed. Even after checking every toilet, Moon Sangwoo still could not find Cha Ju-young. He could not understand, where exactly was Cha Ju-young hiding? The only thing he managed to find was a pair of underwear in Cha Ju-young's locker. He was reaching his limit. If he did not stuff something into his mouth soon, he really would go insane. Ma Wanchong watched the scene through the monitor. A shark eating underwear, what a strange habit. At that moment, Han Sue mentioned the ghost story that had recently been spreading among the inmates. The rumor now was, the warden had secretly let Cha Ju-young go. But Ma Wanchong said seriously, he would never interfere with the aquarium's ecosystem. This was the first rule of the experiment, and it was absolutely impossible for a prisoner to escape this prison by his own power. So Ma Wanchang's conclusion was, Cha Ju-young was still somewhere in the prison. After so many days had passed, even Ote-san was almost unable to resist the urge to cook black goat stew. Even he and Jang Gun-soo had no idea where Boss Ju-young had gone. They could not help asking Big Bro Whitehair that question. But as usual, the white-haired guy answered, secret. At that moment, Cha Ju-young was hiding in a rather dark place. Late at night in the prison cafeteria, Moon Sang-woo was desperately stuffing food into his mouth. But no matter how much he ate, he could not feel full. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out again. Moon Sang-woo turned around in disbelief. Cha Ju-yang, the one he called prey, felt only revulsion at this moment. That familiar smell of disinfectant instantly excited Moon Sang-woo. But when he lunged forward, his attack missed completely. Cha Ju-yang frowned. Where is that disinfectant smell coming from? I already recovered a long time ago. Moon Sang-woo had waited too long for this moment. He had almost actually starved to death. Cha Ju-yang's elbow strike smashed brutally into a vital point. Fortunately, he had listened to the white-haired guy's suggestion. Cha Ju-young had not expected that there would be a place like that inside the prison. Moon Sang-woo, knocked to the ground, refused to believe that Cha Ju-young had already recovered. Moon Sang-woo stubbornly insisted that Cha Ju-young was only bluffing. But Cha Ju-young, who had been beaten since childhood, naturally recovered far faster than ordinary people. Cha Ju-young really had already recovered, and now there was no way he could be devoured by Moon Sang-woo anymore. But as a loud crash exploded, Moon Sang-woo, dodging the attack, muttered, I waited so long, and this isn't the result I wanted. Actually, Cha Ju-young had also waited a long time, for this very moment when he could crush Moon Sang-woo with his own hands. But now that his desire had fallen through, Moon Sang-woo could no longer get excited. Cha Ju-young knew, this bastard was a complete pervert who got satisfaction from tormenting the weak. But so what? Cha Ju-young could simply use his fists to beat him into an even more miserable state. But Moon Sang-woo felt, that would make it meaningless. What he wanted was pure, natural, uncontaminated organic prey. Then Cha Ju-young would make him obediently take the beating. In the past, Moon Sang-woo had once interrogated the person who stole Heavenly Dragon's hospitality list. He tied the thief to a railroad track and tortured him. When the train was about to arrive, the thief finally broke under the pressure and confessed. But Moon Sang-woo had never intended to let him go. Even if the thief had somehow survived, Moon Sang-woo would have unhesitatingly delivered the final blow. That thrill of hunting made his whole body go numb. Guy Jong-hoo, head of Heavenly Dragon's Risk Management Division, heard that a reckless monster had recently joined the organization. He was curious, Moon Sang-woo, who only targeted the weak, who hardly ever fought and had almost no interest in fighting. So how exactly had he gotten into Heavenly Dragon? Because to enter Heavenly Dragon, one had to defeat countless powerful enemies. Moon Sang-woo said with disgust, fighting healthy people felt like chewing tires. So disgusting it made him nauseous. But even if it's hard to swallow, as long as he keeps struggling and giving off that stink, I can only grit my teeth and swallow him down. Cha Ju-young's fist instantly closed in on Moon Sang-woo, but Moon Sang-woo kicked it away with one foot. At this moment, Moon Sang-woo felt only extreme disgust. Since Cha Ju-young was clinging on so stubbornly, then no matter how bad he tasted, he would just have to force himself to swallow him. But that would definitely not be as simple as letting stomach acid digest him. Moon Sang-woo was just about to keep moving, but in truth his leg had already been broken by Cha Ju-young earlier. Looking at Moon Sang-woo, Cha Ju-young said coldly, I really can't tell which one of us is the prey, and which one is the predator. The Risk Management Division was one of Heavenly Dragon's core departments, and this place was specifically the torture chamber used to interrogate traitors within Heavenly Dragon. No one could stay silent to the very end here. Gai Jong-ho asked Moon Sang-woo, do you know why? Because the key to torture is never physical pain, but rather human imagination. What comes after your nails are ripped out? What comes after your skin is flayed? What comes after you're burned with fire? The questions keep extending, endlessly. No one can withstand that kind of pressure. Driving a prisoner's imagination to its limit is the interrogator's job. Moon Sang-woo absolutely loved this job, and the expression enjoyed by the interrogator was itself a catalyst for the victim's imagination. To Moon Sang-woo, the torture chamber was practically heaven. But right now, all he felt was nausea. Grinding his teeth, Moon Sang-woo forcibly shoved his broken leg bone back into place. He had to throw Cha Ju-young into the food waste bin. But before Moon Sang-woo could recover his bearings, Cha Ju-young's fists came down on him like a rainstorm. Moon Sang-woo seized an opening, however, and grabbed Cha Ju-young in return. He was going to crush Cha Ju-young and throw him into the food waste bin. Moon Sang-woo picked up the spoon from the floor and aimed it at Cha Ju-young's fingernail. In the next second, Cha Ju-young felt a piercing pain shoot through him. But Cha Ju-young was not weak, and this kind of torment could not stir Moon Sang-woo's pleasure at all. Moon Sang-woo could not get any enjoyment out of the fight. Cha Ju-young coldly asked him, "You go around picking fights, just for that pathetic little thrill?" Of course Moon Sang-woo did not agree. In his madness, he believed that pleasure was the very meaning of human life. Just then, the rice cooker beside them suddenly beeped. Cha Ju-young yanked Moon Sang-woo over in one motion. Scalding steam instantly blasted across Moon Sang-woo's face. But it was not over yet. Cha Ju-young was also going to treat Moon Sang-woo to a meal. The freshly cooked rice was so hot that Moon Sang-woo screamed repeatedly. There was also a whole pile of tools in the kitchen. Cha Du-yang grabbed a frying pan and treated Moon Sang-woo to a serving of stir-fry as well. Moon Sang-woo was beaten until he was covered in blood and collapsed on the floor. Cha Du-yang frowned. Could emotions affect this guy's combat strength? Because Moon Sang-woo's current strength was not even half of what it had been in the infirmary. But Cha Du-young did not care about that. Then he unexpectedly noticed that some unknown liquid was running down between Moon Sang-woo's legs. Moon Sang-woo trembled all over, aroused from being beaten. In the past, he would even torture prisoners to death before they confessed. So Gai Jong-ho wanted Moon Sang-woo to experience personally what real torture actually meant. Gai Jong-ho's fist, wearing brass knuckles, slammed brutally into Moon Sang-woo's body. Gai Jong-ho said coldly, "Imagine it to your heart's content, how much more it will hurt next." But at that moment, Moon Sang-woo began muttering to himself. Gai Jong-ho leaned closer to hear what he was saying. And it turned out Moon Sang-woo was begging him, "Hit me even harder." Gai Jong-ho had not expected this guy to be even harder to deal with than he had imagined. It had been a long time since Moon Sang-woo had felt this good. In the midst of that pleasure, he forcibly entered the 7 over heart state. His surging power sent Cha Ju-young flying. Moon Sang-woo liked the look of being tortured, even if the one being tortured was himself. He opened his mouth and laughed. "Cha Ju-young, come devour me." Cha Ju-young frowned. "Don't you know? The one who pulls out the ultimate move first is the one who loses first." At that moment, Cha Ju-yang also drew on his anger. The cookie-cutter shark of the deep sea does not feed in order to survive. It bites to torment other fish and gain pleasure. It always takes one bite out of every creature and then quickly flees. That is why the cookie-cutter shark is also called the sadist of the deep sea. But Ma Wanchong knew that this sadist actually had another side. The way it bites once and runs looks more like it is waiting for the other side to bite back, turning pain into pleasure, and enjoying even becoming prey itself. That attitude was practically the embodiment of masochism. In the cafeteria, Moon Sang-woo was blasted away again by Cha Ju-young. This was the first time Cha Ju-young had encountered an enemy who became happier the more he was beaten, and it was indeed a bit troublesome. Moon Sang-woo felt as though every bone in his body was about to shatter. It felt unbelievably good. He begged Cha Ju-young to continue. He had never experienced this kind of intense stimulation even in Heavenly Dragon's torture chamber. On the surface, that place was where traitors were interrogated, but in reality it had another use. Cha Ju-young did not understand. "Why are you suddenly bringing this up in the middle of a fight?" Moon Sang-woo teasingly shot back. "You don't know what Cha Gangryong did in the torture chamber? For the sake of his only son, he really did." Moon Sang-woo suddenly shut his mouth halfway through. Cha Ju-young ordered him in a low voice to continue. But Moon Sang-woo knew he could not say it, because the moment he said it aloud, Gai Jong-ho would hunt him down. Cha Ju-young pressed him again. "Speak." But right now, all Moon Sang-woo wanted was to keep doing interesting things. And at this moment, all Cha Ju-young wanted to know was what exactly Cha Gangryong had done. The intense pain only made Moon Sang-woo more excited. He wanted to taste each other together with Cha Ju-young. The more Cha Ju-young fought, the angrier he became. Because this bastard Moon Sang-woo was actually getting stronger the more he got beaten. Cha Ju-yang wanted to see just how long he could hold out. His low kick cracked viciously against Moon Sang-woo's head. But Moon Sang-woo instead burst into wild laughter. He felt his body becoming very strange. In the next second, Cha Ju-yang was blown away by an even greater force. Moon Sang-woo still wanted to keep playing. He wanted even more, even fiercer attacks. Then Cha Ju-yang would satisfy him. The destructive power of this blow was unlike anything before. Cha Ju-yang had already begun to get used to how to use Overheart. Cha Gangryong had once told him, if you use Overheart too much, your body will definitely suffer backlash. Even if you comprehend Overheart, you still have to grind it out yourself before you can truly control it. Just like Cha Gangryong once told his son, you'll be able to control Overheart very soon. The most crucial point, which Cha Ju-young had to remember firmly, was this: not every battle required him to ignite that fire. Ever since fighting Yu Jae-rim, Cha Du-young had been thinking about how to suppress the backlash. After thinking for a long time, he finally understood. Hide that fire away under normal circumstances, and only ignite it when it is truly necessary. Moon Sang-woo's chest took another heavy punch from Cha Ju-young, but to him, it still felt delicious. Cha Ju-young's fist lashed out viciously once again. Moon Sang-woo cried out even more excitedly. Cha Ju-young stopped paying attention to him and simply kept punching. This was the first time Moon Sang-woo felt as though his heart was about to burst apart. Cha Ju-young was repeatedly switching over hard on and off. At the instant of each activation, the power rose explosively. An unmatched heavy blow sent Moon Sang-woo's body flying away in an instant. Cha Ju-young coldly asked, "You're still not talking? You've been in Heavenly Dragon's torture chamber, so you should know better than anyone. The simplest way to make someone talk. Until I hear an answer that satisfies me, I'll fry you until you're golden and crispy." The white-haired guy, squeezed into the ventilation shaft, could not help complaining. "It really is cramped." He had actually dragged Otae-san and Jang Eun-soo over by force to watch the fight. The two of them could not resist and could only tremble in fear. The white-haired guy smiled. The more spectators there are, the better the atmosphere. But then he suddenly saw a scene that thrilled him. Cha Ju-young was pressing Moon Sang-woo's head down toward a vat of hot oil. The white-haired guy gave a wicked grin. As expected, out of all fried foods, deep-fried shark head is the tastiest. Looking at Moon Sang-woo, Cha Ju-young could tell he still did not understand the situation at all. He began putting more strength into his hand. Only then did Moon Sang-woo realize in shock. Cha Ju-young was serious. In the next second, his hand was shoved straight into the hot oil. A pig-slaughtering scream exploded instantly. Cha Ju-young was not joking with him. Moon Sang-woo's head was only a tiny distance away from the surface of the boiling oil. He was so frightened his soul was practically leaving his body. Cha Ju-young said coldly, "You won't die if you go in. Your face will just be burned beyond recognition. And I'll make sure you live in pain worse than death." Cha Ju-young forced Moon Sang-woo's head even lower. Finally unable to withstand the pressure, Moon Sang-woo roared, "I'll tell you everything." It turned out that not long ago, Cha Gangryong had taken someone away from the torture chamber. He said he was looking for someone to drive a truck for his son and run over a certain girl. Having barely escaped with his life, Moon Sang-woo went limp all over and collapsed onto the floor. No matter what, Cha Ju-young was going to kill Cha Gangryong with his own hands. After the battle ended, Han Sue reported the outcome to Jong-un. And by this time, Jong-un had already found someone. Guy John-ho had not expected that a Heavenly Dragon executive director would personally come to see a mere team leader like him. Jong-un smiled. "You're too modest. Who would have thought that the notorious head of Heavenly Dragon's torture chamber would also have the leisure to go fishing?" Guy Jong-ho replied flatly, "I have no interest in fishing. I'm only interested in catching people." There was actually a person tied to Guy Jong-ho's fishing rod. Jong-un had come to find him in order to catch a big fish. He had been watching that fish for a long time, but it was too large and too vicious. So Jong-un hoped Guy Jong-ho would help him make a move, and the big fish he was talking about was none other than Heavenly Dragon's second-in-command, Cha Gangryong. At this moment, the little ones in the aquarium had all been frightened by a strange man, because Ma Wanchong had just witnessed with his own eyes two sharks tearing at each other's flesh and blood. Cha Ju-young's overwhelming victory made him heat up with excitement. That was not competition for survival, but a purely savage act of predation. And now Ma Wanchong finally had some idea. What species the first-floor shark, Cha Ju-young, actually was. Two sharks had already exited Juvenile prison's second wing. Ma Wanchong understood. When ecological balance is broken, creatures activate their defense mechanisms. Just as island tortoises withdraw into their shells, pufferfish inflate their bodies, and octopuses change color to deceive their enemies. Ma Wanchong was looking forward to seeing how the strongest predator of the deep sea would respond. In the prison, the white-haired guy kept stupidly grinning while petting the little goat. Otae-san and Jang Eun-soo both suspected something was wrong with his brain. At the same time, the shark on the fourth floor opened his eyes. The shark on the fifth floor also opened his eyes at the same time. The white-haired guy said softly, "It has begun." The remaining two sharks should make their move. The janitor on the fourth floor wondered, why is that door open? After all, a shark's door was almost never opened under normal circumstances. In the next second, the janitor was nailed in place by a terrifying pressure. He had not expected it. The shark on the fourth floor had actually walked out of his room. At the same time, on the fifth floor, the inmates by the stairs wondered, who came down from the fifth floor? In the next second their pupils contracted, because the shark from the fifth floor had actually come downstairs. In the surveillance room, the alarms were already blaring everywhere. At this moment, in that hospital specially for treating juvenile prison inmates, Yoo Jae-rim, who had been defeated by Cha Ju-young, still needed 3 more weeks before he could be discharged. He stared at the happiness poster on the wall, grinding his teeth so hard he almost ground them apart. In his pursuit of happiness, Yoo Jae-rim had instead fallen into the abyss of unhappiness. The moment he thought of Cha Ju-young stepping upward on top of his broken body, he wanted nothing more than to skin him alive and devour him whole. On the other side of the hospital, Moon Sang-woo only felt unbearably hungry. He could not help guessing, was Cha Ju-young's target the shark on the next floor? Moon Sangwoo knew very well that the two sharks on the 4th and 5th floors were no pushovers. They were aberrations among heavenly dragon seeds. They were monsters that even Moon Sangwoo did not dare devour lightly. At that moment, a nurse walked in to give him an injection. Moon Sangwoo burst into tears on the spot from fright. He really could not stand pain anymore. At the same time, in the prison screening room, because today was Culture Day, the warden put on a movie for the inmates, and it was apparently about a goat monster fighting a tentacled alien. The inmates were all speechless. The warden actually screened this kind of trash. Even the black goat was bleeding in fright. The white-haired guy was a little surprised. The first time Cha Ju-young fought a shark, he could barely even stand. But this time, he could sit there watching a movie completely unharmed. Cha Ji-young knew this was all thanks to the white-haired guy. More precisely, it was because the white-haired guy had told him about that place. Cha Ju-young still could not figure out why the white-haired guy had information like that. But he knew the white-haired guy would not tell him, and he had no intention of pressing further. It was just that Cha Ju-young felt the white-haired guy was unusually quiet today. Normally, he would have been yelling non-stop at a scene like this. The white-haired guy grinned wickedly, because reality is more interesting than movies. Just then, the screening room door was suddenly shoved open. A janitor shouted, "Something happened." The shark on the 4th floor and the shark on the 5th floor had started fighting. In the hospital, Yu Jae-rim understood. The two remaining sharks were about to face Cha Ju-young. He suddenly remembered that aura Cha Ju-young had during the fight. Yu Jae-rim's legs gave way and he collapsed to the floor, his body trembling violently. He no longer had the courage to face that terrifying pressure again. Moon Sangwoo also understood that Cha Ju-young was definitely planning to devour the two remaining sharks. But he also knew that in the end, the one to be devoured would probably be Cha Ju-young. At that moment, Moon Sangwoo also recalled that terrifying aura. He slumped straight onto the floor, continuously apologizing and begging for mercy. In the screening room, John Eun-soo froze. The sharks had actually started fighting each other first. Oh Tae-san immediately congratulated the boss on being able to win without doing anything. The white-haired guy had originally been looking forward to a scene where someone attacked Cha Ju-young. Still, this development was fresh enough for him too. But at that moment, Cha Ji-young stood up and walked straight toward the door. Oh Tae-san and John Eun-soo were baffled. Where was he suddenly going? The other inmates in the screening room also began whispering among themselves. Because beside the image of the monsters fighting in the movie, it seemed like something had appeared. The white-haired guy had not expected this trash movie to have a twist. It turned out there was a line of small text underneath 3 Goat Monster vs. Tentacle Alien. It was actually Revenge of the Giant Shark. Cha Ju-young did not want those guys deciding the winner on their own. The remaining sharks had to be finished off by his own hands. After hearing the alarm, Han Sue rushed into the surveillance room without even having time to change clothes. She could not understand. Why had the sharks from the 4th and 5th floors moved at the same time? Beside her, Ma Won-chang had already begun writing furiously. 2 sharks moving toward each other at the same time. This was the first time since the second wing had been established. The moment he saw this happen for the first time, Ma Won-chang was certain, when an invasive species enters, native species are forced to become stronger and more complex in order to survive. In the history of evolutionary biology, there are too many such cases to count, and the source that triggered all of this was Cha Ju-young. This was the classic Red Queen hypothesis. If one side evolves, the other must evolve under pressure as well. If it does not evolve, it will be eliminated. Even if it evolves desperately, it can only barely hold on to its original place. So now, Cha Ju-young and the other sharks were destined to do nothing but restrain and pressure each other until they advanced even further. At that moment, the monitor sounded a new alarm. Just as Ma Won-chang had said, Cha Ju-young had started moving as well. Han Sue could not understand. Why wouldn't he wait until both sides were injured, and instead risk intervening himself? Even Ma Won-chang could not explain that question. The inmates in the screening room were all discussing why the first-floor shark had suddenly gone out. They were all afraid that if the sharks got into a chaotic free-for-all, the ones who would suffer in the end would be themselves. The sharks on the 4th and 5th floors were not on the same level as the sharks who had already dropped out. Rumor had it that within Heavenly Dragon, they were called WYRMS, but even Oh Tae-san could not explain why. No matter how strong the remaining 2 sharks were, he still did not think Boss Ju-yang would lose. Following Cha Ju-young all the way, the white-haired guy started grinning stupidly again. Because an enormous all-out brawl, the kind that could let modern people release the pressure of their boring lives, and send the entire crowd into a frenzy, was about to begin. Cha Ju-young rushed to the site of the final 2 sharks' duel, the library. But when he pushed open the door, he did not see a single person. Cha Ju-young had clearly heard that the fight was in the library. At that moment, his foot slipped and stepped on a book. Cha Ju-young frowned. How had a book ended up on the floor? He lifted his head, looked through the gaps in the shelves, and saw a shocking sight. The battle between the sharks had indeed happened in the library. This place had already been smashed into ruins. Even the steel pipes had been cracked open, and water was leaking out. Just then, a familiar voice sounded behind Cha Juyang. The white-haired guy anxiously asked, "Why is there nobody here?" Cha Juyang knew. They had arrived too late, and the fight was already over. Unable to release his stress, the white-haired guy immediately began getting a headache. Cha Juyang had originally planned to deliver an extra blow while the sharks were fighting each other. He told the white-haired guy not to be too disappointed, because the movie was not over yet. Through the monitors, Han Sue had seen the 4th floor and 5th floor sharks duel. But in the end, it stopped without a victor. She found it a little regrettable. If Cha Juyang had arrived just one step earlier, he definitely would have seen an even more spectacular scene. But the real show was only just about to begin. The meeting of the 3 sharks had somehow fallen through just like that. Ma Wancheng did not find it regrettable at all. He actually felt fortunate, because if those 3 had really started fighting here, his aquarium would have been blown straight open. He even felt that bringing Cha Juyang into the aquarium had been a stroke of genius. At that moment, Ma Wancheng accidentally dropped his pen into the water. It was a special limited edition pen with a cute shark decoration. The pen fell into the water and just happened to form a confrontational pose with the shark model. Back in his room, Cha Juyang was also thinking. He had heard that the remaining 2 sharks were on a completely different level from the previous 2. Now his plan to step into their struggle had failed. If Cha Juyang approached rashly, something could easily go wrong. He had to return to his room first and reorganize his next plan. But just then, Cha Juyang suddenly heard an abrupt voice. The other person muttered in a low voice, "So sleepy, so tired, so let's just end this quickly." The one who had come was the 4th floor shark, Du Haiyan-Wu. Han Sue watched the 2 sharks facing each other through the monitor. She knew that Du Haiyan-Wu was one of Heavenly Dragon's elite Azure WYRM rookies, the type who normally kept himself buried under the covers all day. She had not expected that a guy like that would make a move too. She only hoped Cha Juyang would not disturb Du Haiyan-Wu's nap. Because once you wake a sleeping monster, you may never wake up yourself again. Cha Juyang was already prepared to fight, but Du Haiyan-Wu raised both hands and surrendered. Cha Juyang froze on the spot. Du Haiyan-Wu continued, "I'm really too sleepy. Recently I've been especially tired, my blood sugar is up, I don't exercise enough, my thyroid function is low, and I don't even want to move." Cha Juyang warned him coldly, "Stop joking around, what are you saying this for?" But Du Haiyan-Wu continued, "I didn't just come to find you. I also went to find the shark on the 5th floor. I asked him to fight you before you came up to the 4th floor. But the 5th floor shark did not say a single word and just started hitting him." Du Haiyan-Wu surrendered immediately after taking a few blows, but that exhaustion still had not left him. Cha Juyang could not make sense of it. What kind of trick was this 4th floor shark trying to pull? If he had surrendered, then Du Haiyan-Wu should have gone back to sleep. Totally confused, Cha Juyang could only stare at his back. Han Sue, hidden in the shadows, could tell Du Haiyan-Wu was not fully awake at all. That gave her a headache. Back in his room, Cha Juyang could feel that Du Haiyan-Wu's surrender had been sincere. But he was not going to spare a Heavenly Dragon member just because the other side did not want to fight. It was just that Cha Juyang had to wait for the right opportunity. The prison's water pipes had been blown apart during the last battle between the 4th and 5th floors. The inmates could not use the washing machines anymore and had to wash by hand. Ote-san was enthusiastically bathing the black goat. "Today's clear and cool weather is perfect for a bath." Jang Eun-soo nodded in agreement. "This weather is also perfect for dying." Even if he had to hang himself, he was going to escape this hellish prison. But Ote-san kindly put on a helpful face and casually tightened the rope for him. Jang Eun-soo, who had nearly actually been strangled to death, suddenly regained his will to survive. Back when he first heard that the 1st floor shark was coming to their room, he had truly wanted to die. But after spending time with Boss Ju Young, both Ote-san and Jang Eun-soo discovered he actually was not a bad person. Though he was a shark, he would occasionally help with cleaning. When it was cold, he would even lend Ote-san clothes. When Ote-san ran out of soap, Cha Ju-young would casually help him out as well. When Ote-san had nightmares, Cha Ju-young would even lie down on the bed with him. When Ote-san's body hurt, Cha Ju-young would help massage him. He even prepared 10 dishes for Ote-san's birthday. Jang Eun-soo was speechless. The last 3 are obviously just your imagination. Still, he also admitted, Boss Ju-young was cruel to predators. But toward the fish around him, he was more like a kind of symbiosis. Like a shark and a cleaner fish. The cleaner fish survives by eating scraps, and the shark keeps its body clean thanks to the cleaner fish. But Ote-san felt that this kind of relationship required both sides to be useful to each other. And it seemed like they had not actually helped Boss Ju-yang with anything. At that moment, the black goat that had just been taking a bath suddenly started bleeding again. Ote-san wondered, had this little thing been soaking in the water too long? At the same time, Du Haiyan-Wu was lying on the rooftop, sleeping in the sun, humming a tune. Han Sue forcibly woke him up. She asked in confusion, "You have a bed, so why sleep in a place like this?" Du Hyunwoo shot back, "Then as a prison guard, why are you privately contacting inmates?" Han Sue smiled and praised him. "Azure WYRMs really are sharp." Azure WYRM referred to the rare elites among heavenly dragons' many talents who had the potential to become dragons. And Du Hyunwoo was one of them. Du Hyunwoo's tone turned cold as he questioned her. "How does a guard like you know about that?" As that pressure came down on her, Han Sue felt her whole body go numb. Her reason for coming to Du Hyunwoo was simple. Du Hyunwoo was growing more and more exhausted lately, to the point that even his will to fight was nearly gone. Han Sue was going to reignite his fire. Because they had been on the same side from the start, Han Sue lifted the hem of her clothes and revealed the Crimson Fire Dragon tattoo, proving her identity. Not long ago, she had met Jong-un again. Things were progressing even faster than Jong-un had expected. He knew very well that Yu Jae-rim and Moon Sang-woo were still some distance away from maturity. But the two on the 4th and 5th floors were Azure WYRMs close to maturity. They were elites selected through Heavenly Dragon's strictest screening. Fruits ripened to perfection. Jong-un knew that the time for harvesting was about right. That was also why Han Sue had infiltrated the prison. She had originally intended to go find those two sharks and speed things up. But Jong-un had told her not to rush. What moves human nature is never power or strength, but crimson desire. There was almost no information at all about the 5th floor shark, so his desire was hard to grasp. But the 4th floor shark's desire was very clear, and that was also why he had joined Heavenly Dragon. Jong-un wanted Han Sue to put that crimson apple into Du Hyunwoo's mouth. Du Hyunwoo had not expected that there would also be someone from Heavenly Dragon among the prison guards. For the sake of this meeting, Han Sue had tampered with the monitors in advance. But that would not last long, so she spoke plainly. Han Sue had something she wanted to ask Du Hyunwoo to help with. But Du Hyunwoo refused without hesitation. Han Sue was not qualified to order him around, and besides, he was tired right now. Han Sue had known this would be the result. Just as Jong-un had said, what drives human nature is crimson desire. That lifeless gaze, the dark circles drooping to his jaw, and that body heavy as wet cotton. Han Sue understood. No matter how much Du Hyunwoo slept, he could not shake off this exhaustion. He had already fallen into severe chronic fatigue. Han Sue was going to wake Du Hyunwoo up completely. After a moment of silence, Du Hyunwoo asked her, "Can you guarantee it?" Han Sue knew. Du Hyunwoo was finally tempted. Just as she was about to reveal the plan, the door behind her suddenly made a sound. Han Sue froze. Had that door originally been open? At this moment, in the dim corridor, Jong Un-soo had only gone to the rooftop to dry clothes, but he saw something he should not have seen. Although he was too far away to hear what Han Sue and Du Hyunwoo were saying, Jong Un-soo recognized that tattoo. It was the mark of Heavenly Dragon. Just then, Han Sue came looking for him as well. She stared at Jong Un-soo. "You're not planning to just walk away like this, are you? Your underwear accidentally fell, you know." She casually joked that the underwear size was pretty big, then asked Jong Un-soo, "Want to hear a story about underwear? It is said that more than 300 million people around the world never wash their underwear, and 100,000 of them die from tongue paralysis caused by bacteria in that stench." It was the first time Jong Un-soo had ever heard anything like that. Han Sue smiled. "Because I just made it up. But the number of people who have had their tongues torn out and been killed for leaking other people's secrets is much higher than that." From that day on, Jong Un-soo could not sit still no matter what he did. Cha Ju-young looked at him. "Why aren't you eating? Why are you stacking peas into a tower?" Jong Un-soo had no idea what to do anymore. In his understanding, Heavenly Dragon was the kind of infamously brutal corporate crime syndicate of the 21st century that could kill one person every 3 seconds. He could not understand why a prison guard would have that tattoo on her body. He was even more afraid that now that he knew a Heavenly Dragon secret, those vicious bastards would hack him to pieces. Cha Ju-young stared at Jong Un-soo's tray, his brows knitting tighter and tighter. Because without realizing it, Jong Un-soo had arranged the peas into an SOS signal. Jong Un-soo hurriedly explained. He was arranging them to mean sauce. Cha Ju-young told Otae-san to take him to the infirmary later to get checked out. Jong Un-soo did not want to drag Cha Ju-young and Otae-san down because of himself. In the past, Du Hyunwoo used to lie in bed all the time. He slept and slept. But no matter how much he slept, Du Hyunwoo was still too sleepy to keep his eyes open. Later, he finally found a way to wake himself up. That day, Han Sue had originally wanted to ask Du Hyunwoo for help, but after discovering that someone was peeping, she first asked Du Hyunwoo to deal with a little fish. That day, Jong Un-soo had fled down from the rooftop in a panic, without even having time to hang his clothes, and they had long since started to stink. He only hoped the people from Heavenly Dragon would really spare him. But just then, someone appeared behind Jong Un-soo. At the same time, another person was standing by the window of the room. Cha Ju-young was also staring at Jang Eun-soo. Jang Eun-soo, who used to study beauty and hairdressing, had once been responsible for cutting Oh-tae-san's hair. Oh-tae-san marveled. "Your skills are really not bad. All men should try this." The white-haired guy laughed. "This isn't hair. It's a bird's nest. There are probably 3 eggs hatching in it." Then Jang Eun-soo asked Boss Ju-yang too, "Want a haircut?" At its current length, it really was about time for one. In the past, Cha Ji-young's hair had always been cut by Lee Dae-yeon. She once said that bad moods would be cut away along with the hair. After coming to prison, Cha Ju-yang let Jang Eun-soo cut it for him. And now, Do Hyun-woo had come looking for Jang Eun-soo. He coldly demanded, "You were the fish on the rooftop that day, right?" Jang Eun-soo immediately said that he was afraid of heights and never went to the rooftop. "Even if I really did go, a coward like me wouldn't dare open my eyes, so I absolutely didn't see any tattoo." In his panic, Jang Eun-soo still let it slip. He immediately hugged Do Hyun-woo's leg and frantically apologized. "A useless piece of trash like me wandering around and doing nothing but exhaling carbon dioxide. I'm really sorry. Even if my dead grandma asked me in a dream, I still wouldn't say anything. So please spare me." Do Hyun-woo was so tired listening to him that he nearly fell asleep on the spot. Jang Eun-soo was still begging nonstop, but Do Hyun-woo had already made an agreement with Han Sue. He had to do this for Han Sue to get rid of his fatigue, so he could only send Jang Eun-soo to his death first. Jang Eun-soo hurriedly shouted, "If you kill someone in prison, you can get up to 20 years under juvenile law." But Han Sue had already said before that juvenile prison second wing was specially supported by the Korean government. It was an unofficial institution secretly operated for Warden Ma Won-chang's academic research, so nothing that happened here would be recorded. What Han Sue's words meant was, in this prison, killing people did not matter. Jang Eun-soo was so frightened that he struggled with all his might. A scratch from his fingernail cut across Do Hyun-woo's face. Do Hyun-woo had originally wanted to let Jang Eun-soo die cleanly. "But since you insist on struggling, then I'll beat you down first." Do Hyun-woo told Jang Eun-soo not to struggle pointlessly. But his attack was blocked by Oh-tae-san. Do Hyun-woo did not want to waste time. It was already time to sleep. Oh-tae-san also knew that a little fish like him could never beat a shark. The gap in strength was too great. Even hoping to survive felt like a luxury. But if he activated the trap, it might be different. Oh-tae-san knew, if a little fish wants to stay alive, it has to use the dirtiest method possible. As long as Do Hyun-woo touched that rope, the gates of hell would open. With a refusal to retreat, Oh-tae-san charged straight forward. In the surveillance room, Ma Won-chang found it very strange, because after entering the second wing, the shark on the 4th floor had almost never been active. The conflict with the 5th floor shark a few days earlier had also seemed more like something that happened by chance in order to avoid Cha Ju-young. Do Hyun-woo had walked to the 1st floor in order to surrender to Cha Ju-young. All of that Ma Won-chang could understand. But the fact that Do Hyun-woo had actually taken the initiative to attack other little fish, this he could not accept. It was the complete opposite of Do Hyun-woo's usual personality. Han Sue smiled. He is still a predator in the end. Maybe after fighting the 5th floor shark last time, his mindset changed. Ma Won-chang neither agreed nor disagreed with that explanation. Even though Oh-tae-san had prepared a trap in advance, he was still quickly taken down. Jang Eun-soo wanted to pull him and run, but Do Hyun-woo had already decided to send both of them on their way together. But the foot that was about to come down was suddenly grabbed by someone. Cha Ju-young said coldly, "If you kill that guy, it'll be troublesome for me. Because then no one will be able to cut my hair. But it looks like your hair is the one I should be cutting." At the same time, inside Heavenly Dragon's hunting grounds, Ju Gangshan understood that if the young master had to face the 2 remaining sharks one after another, it would be very difficult for him. In the next second, the prey he was aiming at was sniped down with a single shot again. In the next second, the prey he was aiming at was sniped down with a single shot again. Yu Hae-won, holding the sniper rifle, also knew that the 2 remaining sharks were Azure WYRMS. Just like Ju Gangshan before, he understood that a clash between the young master and the Azure WYRMS was ultimately unavoidable, and it might have already begun. Cha Du-young was a little surprised. Why would someone as lazy as Do Hyun-woo take the initiative to act? Do Hyun-woo lazily shot back. What would it change even if you knew? In the next second, Cha Ju-young's fist smashed into his face. Even if Do Hyun-woo did not say it, Cha Ju-young could guess, it was that woman pulling the strings. After taking that punch, Do Hyun-woo still looked like he could not care less. Then Cha Ju-young added another punch. The huge force blasted Do Hyun-woo's whole body away. Right now, all Cha Ju-young wanted was to figure out what exactly the people of Heavenly Dragon were trying to do. But Do Hyun-woo only wanted to sleep. As a child, his hypersomnia had once nearly caused a gas leak. Fortunately, the family dog, Gang Yu, woke him up. Gang Yu carried a baseball in his mouth and tried to get Do Hyun-woo to play. But Du Haiyanwu still only wanted to sleep. Even if he lay back down on the bed, Gang Yu would keep barking. Awakened by the noise, Du Haiyanwu's expression instantly turned cold. He believed that sleep was the most important instinct of all for human beings. But right now Cha Ju-young was interfering with his sleep. Du Haiyanwu's eyelids were already on the verge of collapsing. He suddenly drove a knee hard into Cha Ju-young's jaw. After Cha Ju-young lost consciousness for a brief moment, he immediately regained it. Right now, all Du Haiyanwu wanted was sleep, and anyone who dared interfere deserved to die. Yu Hei-wan at the hunting ground knew that besides the sharks, there was another key figure in the juvenile prison. That was the 25-year-old Han Sui. She was currently the administrative manager of Juvenile Prison's second wing, with no other special record besides that. But Zhu Gangchan had learned from reliable intelligence. Han Sui was a trusted aide of Heavenly Dragon Executive Director John An. He did not know how Han Sui had infiltrated the second wing, which was close to the outside world. But he was certain that Zhang Eng would use Han Sui to make a move against the young master. Returning from the hunt, Cha Gangryong wore a face full of disdain. He simply did not take that cunning wild dog seriously at all. The lethargic Du Haiyanwu was practically dozing off every second. In his dreams, he could not feel the heavy fatigue that weighed on him in reality. In the dream, Du Haiyanwu was like an ordinary person, able to run freely with a child. He wished this dream would never end. But the bus driver reminded him, this was the final stop. Hurry and take the puppy home, or your parents will worry. Woken up by the disturbance, Du Haiyanwu immediately flared up. The driver was still trying to hurry home to his wife and children. But Du Haiyanwu, full of pent-up anger, directly grabbed a fire extinguisher and smashed it over him. Back in the prison, Cha Juyang had been knocked down by Du Haiyanwu. With the nuisance down, Du Haiyanwu could continue dealing with things. Once he finished off John Eun-soo, he could still get another 10 minutes of sleep. Cha Juyang coldly asked Du Haiyanwu, "Is 10 minutes enough? Do you want me to let you sleep forever?" Du Haiyanwu only begged Cha Juyang to stop interfering with him. If Cha Juyang had not been getting in the way, he would already be lying comfortably back in bed. After being knocked back again, Cha Juyang felt that something was off, because he realized that from beginning to end, Du Haiyanwu had fought using only his legs. A suspicion vaguely surfaced in Cha Juyang's mind. Du Haiyanwu had planned to lull Cha Juyang to sleep first, but Cha Juyang wanted to confirm his suspicion first. First restrict Du Haiyanwu's lower body movement, then force him to fight using his upper body. But Du Haiyanwu still counterattacked using only his legs, and even told Cha Juyang not to waste his energy. That only made Cha Juyang even more certain. Du Haiyanwu really could only use his legs. A phone hidden in the shadows recorded the entire battle from start to finish. Han Sui thought she actually had quite a talent for filming. It was the first time John Eng saw Cha Juyang through photographs alone. He felt Cha Juyang did not resemble Cha Gangryong very much. For someone like Cha Gangryong to send his own son to prison for selfish desire, his methods were truly ruthless. But Gai John-ho felt that was exactly Cha Gangryong's style. John Eng snatched the branding iron from his hand. To achieve his goals, Cha Gangryong had never cared about the means. This time, Zhang Eng intended to try it personally too. At the same time, Cha Gangryong was skinning a wolf. He wanted to know what that bastard Zhang Eng was plotting again. Zhu Gangchan had been keeping a close watch on Executive Director Zhang Eng's movements. Recently, he discovered that Zhang Eng had been contacting the Risk Management Division far too often. Cha Gangryong almost instantly guessed Zhang Eng's intentions. Yu Hei-wan had also already begun moving according to Cha Gangryong's instructions. In Cha Gangryong's eyes, Zhang Eng was nothing more than a wild dog. If a wild dog dreams of becoming a dragon, it deserves to be crushed. The fight in the prison was still ongoing. Du Haiyanwu only had 5 minutes of sleep time left. Cha Juyang was very concerned. Was he deliberately only using his legs? For Cha Juyang, that was actually a good thing. Compared to an opponent who used both hands and feet, Du Haiyanwu's movements were too easy to read. Whether dodging or attacking, Cha Juyang could predict Du Haiyanwu's next move. He understood that a master at Du Haiyanwu's level would definitely know this too. That was why Cha Juyang found it even harder to understand. Why exactly was Du Haiyanwu refusing to use his hands? Cha Juyang's performance was even better than Han Sui had expected. Now, things were progressing according to plan. Han Sui had successfully dragged Du Haiyanwu into a fight with Cha Juyang. She thought to herself, as long as this succeeds, as Zhang Eng's trusted aide, becoming a senior executive in Heavenly Dragon should only be a matter of time. But what Han Sui did not know was that a heavy sniper rifle in the distance had already locked onto her. Not long ago, Yu Hei-wan had been sent by Cha Gangryong to the second wing to carry out a mission. Zhang Eng's group thought there was always someone stronger and a sky beyond the sky. But on Cha Gangryong's side, they would even dare to shoot down whatever was in the sky. Yu Hei-wan confirmed the dust cover, the feel, and the wind direction. Everything was just right. Before her was a second opportunity that absolutely could not be missed. But just as Yu Haewon was about to pull the trigger, a toad blocked her scope. That cunning prey also vanished at once. But Yu Haewon had not come here to shoot rabbits. Now, it was time for her to take care of real business. The instant Han Sue sensed something wrong, she hid behind the door. She did not know who had been peeping at her back, but it really was an unpleasant feeling. In the surveillance room, Ma Wanchong frowned. Why had the rooftop monitor suddenly malfunctioned? But he had something even more important to focus on right now. The fourth-floor shark, who normally only slept, was now not only attacking the fish, but had even started fighting the first-floor shark, Chao Juyong. For an observer, a dramatic ecological shift should have been exciting. But this time, Ma Wanchong felt that something was off, as if someone were deliberately muddying the water. But no matter what, he had to first play his role as observer properly. With his weakness seen through, Du Haiyan-woo began to fall into a disadvantage. In an instant, Cha Ju-young circled around behind him. This originally had nothing to do with Cha Ju-young, but he still had to ask, why are you only using your legs? It is as if someone tied up your hands. If a person only uses part of the upper body or lower body, the number of techniques available becomes fewer. Attack patterns become easier to read. Defense also becomes restricted, and the opponent can keep widening the offensive. Using that momentum, Cha Ju-young activated Overheart. His fist closed in on Du Haiyan-woo once again, carrying a shrill rush of wind. Du Haiyan-woo was blasted flying backward, and only stopped when he crashed through a prison faucet. The spray of water in the air made Du Haiyan-woo recall a terrible memory. That day, he had forgotten to turn off the gas again and had planned to sleep the entire day away in one stretch. Because as long as he was in a dream, that wet, heavy body of his felt a little lighter. But the puppy came again to play with him. Du Haiyan-woo told Gang Yu to wait a little longer and that they could play together after he got better. But just as he was about to sink into sleep, Gang Yu kept barking and woke him up again. Du Haiyan-woo gripped Gang Yu's neck tightly. He would not allow anything to interfere with his sleep. Cha Ju-young asked Du Haiyan-woo, "Are you still fighting?" He sat on top of Du Haiyan-woo, locking down his legs. Now Du Haiyan-woo should have simply surrendered, but at that moment he grabbed Cha Ju-young with his hands. By now, Du Haiyan-woo was already 30 minutes past his sleep time. He stared at Cha Ju-young and said, "I've always used my legs, because my hands are for killing people." And now, Du Haiyan-woo was going to kill Cha Ju-young. He actually entered an overheart state through lethargy. Ma Wanchong stared at the monitor, watching the scene without breathing. He defined Du Haiyan-woo as an ambush predator of the deep sea, the angel shark. It is one of the few creatures that can sleep peacefully in the peril-filled deep sea. It normally looks as though it is sleeping, but once it wakes, its true predatory instincts erupt. But at that moment, Ma Wanchong noticed something abnormal. Du Haiyan-woo was clearly strangling Cha Ju-young's neck tightly, trying to make Cha Ju-young sleep forever. But a terrifying aura suddenly burst out from Cha Ju-young. Du Haiyan-woo blurted out, "What is this?" Right now, all he wanted to know was who Cha Ju-young really was. The white-haired guy's daily routine in the second wing was walking the goat around. Once, he happened to pass by the place Cha Ju-young went whenever he had free time. The white-haired guy had heard that it was used for overheart training. That place looked as if it had been swept by machine gun fire. He knew that the style of repeatedly switching overheart on and off had an upper limit. It could achieve chained attacks, but it was hard to end things in one strike. But the goat suddenly seemed startled and trembled all over. The white-haired guy instead felt relieved. Cha Ju-young had found a way to break through that limit. The place looked as if it had been blasted by rockets. After unleashing his aura, Cha Ju-young forced Du Haiyan-woo back once again. Du Haiyan-woo could not understand at all what that was. But Cha Ju-young had come prepared. With anger behind him, he drove a punch at Du Haiyan-woo. But Du Haiyan-woo in Overheart was also absurdly powerful. Cha Ju-young barely managed to dodge the counterattack. He knew very well, with the strength in Du Haiyan-woo's hands, if he got caught one more time, he would die. Du Haiyan-woo's hands were used only for killing. After he killed Gang Yu back then, the family held a very grand funeral for Gang Yu, because Gang Yu was Du Haiyan-woo's only younger brother. The story told to outsiders was that a gas leak had caused a fire. The young Gang Yu had failed to escape. The family all comforted Du Haiyan-woo, "Don't be too sad." But Du Haiyan-woo suddenly remembered Gang Yu's struggle before death, and that final big brother before he stopped breathing. He could not understand what exactly he had done. His hypersomnia left him in a constant mental haze and even caused frequent hallucinations. His family all thought he was pitiful, but he, who had killed his younger brother with his own hands, only felt a tingling pleasure so intense it numbed him. That was the first time Du Haiyan-woo had ever felt his body become so light. He had finally found a way to stay awake. In the past, no matter how deeply Du Haiyan-woo slept, the fatigue never disappeared. His life had always been stuck in the crack between dreams and reality. Du Haiyan-woo, who was driven mad by pain every day, found that after taking a life with his own hands, The pleasure in his fingertips was so intense that even he could not believe it. But that pleasure did not last long. The moment Cha Juyang launched his attack, his heart sank. Not good. Du Haiyanwu grabbed his leg and asked in a low voice, "Do you know why I joined Heavenly Dragon? Because a criminal group as large as Heavenly Dragon lets me kill whenever I want." At that moment, Du Haiyanwu's hand gripping Cha Juyang suddenly slipped. It turned out Cha Juyang had smeared cleanser on his own neck. Du Haiyanwu did not understand. What is the point of all your dodging around? But Cha Juyang knew very well. He only needed to create a flaw for a single instant. What Du Haiyanwu hated most was people wasting time. He was going to use his last method and end the fight immediately. Cha Juyang instantly felt a suffocating pressure of overwhelming force. Du Haiyanwu had originally not wanted to use this move at all, because after using it, he would be too exhausted to get up for 3 days and nights. But now, he had to kill Cha Juyang. Cha Juyang could feel it. He could not dodge this move. But just then, Du Haiyanwu's body suddenly jerked to a halt, because Ote-san and John Eun-soo had grabbed one of his legs. Even so, they could only hold him for an instant. But for Cha Juyang, that instant was enough. Overheart, by definition, is forcing yourself beyond your limits. But the time one can maintain that state is limited in the end. Cha Juyang's method was simple. At the exact instant a perfect opening appeared, pour all the power that he normally released only when necessary into a single strike and let it explode completely. In the next second, a tremendous crash shook the entire prison. After unleashing that full power blow, Cha Juyang was gasping uncontrollably. At that moment, Du Haiyanwu had completely lost consciousness. John Eun-soo apologized to the boss, saying it was all his fault for dragging things out like this. Cha Juyang smiled faintly. "Let's go, let's head back together." At the same time, inside the warden's office, Ma Wonchong was exercising his authority as warden over Han Sue. He lifted Han Sue's thigh, the one marked with a tattoo. At a glance, Ma Wonchong recognized it as the symbol of Heavenly Dragon, the criminal group that had risen from a small gang to a top-tier corporate empire through meticulous organization and violence. Now they operated legal businesses on the surface, but behind the scenes they still committed every kind of illegal act. Heavenly Dragon was, in name and reality, the largest gang in Korea. And in truth, Ma Wonchong had known from the very beginning that Han Sue belonged to the underworld. He had left her untouched only because, as an administrative manager, she truly handled things cleanly and efficiently. Whether Han Sue was a gangster, the president, or even an alien, Ma Wonchong did not care. The only thing he cared about was his aquarium, namely Juvenile Prison's second wing. But this time, Han Sue's contact with the fourth-floor shark had already disturbed the aquarium's ecology. So Ma Wonchong could no longer pretend not to see it. He warned Han Sue, if she dared interfere with the ecology of his aquarium again, what happened then would be impossible for anyone to predict. Ma Wonchong wanted Han Sue to be like a beautiful coral, quietly decorating one corner of the aquarium and nothing more. Not long afterward, as usual, the inmates of the second wing convened their prisoner human rights improvement meeting. Each of the 5 floors sent one representative to attend on behalf of the fish. The representative from the first floor, where Cha Juyang was Ote-san. What the representatives discussed were all daily trivialities. For example, the toilet on the 3rd floor was clogged, so someone from the 2nd floor who understood plumbing needed to deal with it. And there was also the faucet that had been broken during Cha Juyang's fight with Du Haiyanwu a few days earlier. But the most important topic of this meeting was the conflict among the sharks. Ordinary fish like them had to predict the upcoming situation in the second wing and make plans in advance. The dual opponents for the first-floor shark, Cha Juyang, had dwindled without notice until only the 5th floor remained. There was pitifully little information about the shark on the 5th floor, but everyone knew one thing. He was stronger than the 4th-floor shark. This time, the shark battle only destroyed a faucet and a wall. But no one dared guarantee they would be this lucky in the next, even more violent fight. So this time, the representatives from each floor had to propose measures against the possibility of large-scale casualties. Meanwhile, back in the room, Cha Juyang thanked Jang Eun-soo, who was cutting his hair for him. What he was thanking him for was not just the haircut, but also that one instant in the battle against the 4th floor, that Ote-san and Jang Eun-soo had fought desperately to win for him. Without them, the move Cha Juyang came up with would never have landed. Cha Juyang did not know what Du Haiyanwu had been trying to do in that final instant, but his instincts told him, if he had taken that blow, he would have died. If Du Haiyanwu's final strike had landed on Cha Juyang, the one smashed into the wall would have been Cha Juyang. In the room, Cha Juyang praised Jang Eun-soo for having a real talent for fighting. Starting tomorrow, he would train Jang Eun-soo personally. It would be hard, so tonight he should get a good rest first. Just then, Ote-san brought back explosive information he had heard at the meeting. He asked Boss Juyang, have you ever heard the name Azure WYRM? At the same time, Heavenly Dragon Operations Captain Ju Gangchong arrived at a children's cafe in Gangnam District. Not long ago, he had still been meditating at a temple. But then an order suddenly came down from above: recover an item. The location was that children's cafe in Gangnam District. The only thing he was told was, the item to be recovered was red. But the moment Ju Gangchon arrived on site, he sensed something was off, because it seemed that some other gang was also here looking for that red thing. Ju Gangchon simply showed himself, ready to have a talk with them. He could tell from their accents that they sounded like they were from Busan. If a Busan gang had come all the way to Seoul to look for something, someone had to be directing them from behind. The other side told Ju Gangchon to get lost within 3 seconds. Before the words had even finished, that man pulled a knife and launched a sneak attack at Ju Gangchon. In the next second, a spray of blood burst from the artery in his neck. The others all froze when they saw it. Ju Gangchon decided, anyone who got in the way of his mission would be spared no one. Not long ago, a certain Heavenly Dragon member went to Busan. He approached the Glory faction, once a force that had dominated Busan. But the Glory faction of today had already fallen into a small gang surviving on loan sharking. Gang leader Park Youngwang frowned. Why would a Seoul gang specifically come all the way to a small place like Busan? Matters from Seoul should be handled by Seoul people themselves. The Heavenly Dragon member said, this matter was better suited to people who had nothing to do with Seoul. He had also prepared enough money to cover the trouble. When Park Youngwang saw that thick stack of cash, he froze for half a second. Because he understood, local thugs like them were not worth that price. So this is life money, then. The Heavenly Dragon member said flatly, the mission was only to retrieve an item. It was just that dangerous people might appear during the job. That was why the price was so high. If Park Youngwang wanted to take the money, he had to stake his life on it. And at that moment, he recognized it too. Ju Gangchon was the dangerous person in the file. The Glory faction people still wanted to keep fighting, but Ju Gangchon killed them as easily as chickens. One of them still held a knife and tried to sneak up from behind. Ju Gangchon said coldly, brandishing a knife can scare people. But if you really want to kill someone, you stab. The man who got stabbed grabbed Ju Gangchon on the spot. Another Glory faction member immediately followed up with a slash. But Ju Gangchon vanished in an instant. He casually gave a compliment. That attack from behind was not bad. But if you're that slow, it's useless. The last man still tried to attack from behind. But in the next second, his body was cut into countless pieces. Now the only one left in the Glory faction was that useless boss. Park Youngwang hid inside the slide, trembling like a leaf. Ju Gangchon walked toward him step by step with a dark expression. In the next second, however, his body suddenly halted, because one Glory faction member had been hiding under the toy balls from the very beginning. That man swung a heavy blow and sent Ju Gangchon flying. Park Youngwang shouted excitedly, as expected of our adorable youngest, Young Pal. With a build that big, nobody can do anything to you. When Park Youngwang accepted the job, the Heavenly Dragon member had told him, Azure Dovani YRMS were all battle-hardened veterans. They were born to become the sharpest blades, and their strength was absolutely extraordinary. Park Youngwang was confused. If a monster like Ju Gangchon showed up at the scene, why not just kill him directly? But that Heavenly Dragon member specifically wanted to see whether the fallen Glory faction could be his match. But in the next second, Park Youngwang was dumbfounded. Several knives had appeared stuck in Youngpal's body, and he fell straight to the ground, motionless. Ju Gangchon coldly pressed Park Youngwang. Still not planning to tell me who was backing you? But at that moment, Park Youngwang burst out laughing. The whole territory of Busan belonged to him. Even if Park Youngwang died, he still needed to save face. So he had brought all of Glory faction's men to Seoul. Ju Gangchon estimated roughly that there were about 40 of them. Park Youngwang became arrogant again. But Ju Gangchon still had a mission to complete and had no time to play with them. He actually loosened his hand and dropped the knife he was holding. A chill ran down Park Youngwang's spine. Because this meant Ju Gangchon was about to draw his real knife. 15 years ago at Incheon Port, Ju Gangchon, only 17 years old then, was already in Azure WYRM carrying out missions everywhere. But suddenly, a low voice asked, did you kill all these people? Ju Gangchon instantly raised his hand to strike. Cha Gangryong, however, smiled and praised him. Your reaction really is fast. Cha Gangryong said he had heard of Ju Gangchon, both an Azure WYRM talent and a troublesome figure. At 17, Ju Gangchon had torn apart dozens of enemies with his bare hands, without so much as blinking. Cha Gangryong was very satisfied. Ju Gangchon told Cha Gangryong to get lost if he was only going to spout nonsense. Cha Gangryong warned him, if you cannot control your temper, then even the sharpest blade will be broken. Cha Gangryong wanted Ju Gangchon to enter his scabbard, and let him swing the blade on Ju Gangchon's behalf. Now it was time for Ju Gangchon to draw his real blade. Hearing that, Park Youngwang could not help laughing again. After all, the Glory faction was no pushover either. 15 years ago, the Glory faction was the underground emperor of Busan. Anyone who dared provoke them was sunk to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish. Back then, the ferocious reputation of Busan Glory had even shaken the waters before the Pacific. But no matter how hard Park Young-wang tried, he could not understand it. How could they, who had once been so glorious, be wiped out like this today? Zhu Gangchan taking down more than 40 knife-wielding men barehanded. How could that not be absurd? Zhu Gangchan pressed again. Who exactly sent you? Park Young-wang hurriedly said that he also did not know who the other party was. He had only taken money to do the job. To save his life, he was willing to hand over all the money. But Zhu Gangchan had never intended to kill Park Young-wang in the first place, because cleanup time had arrived. Heavenly Dragon Scene Cleanup Team 3 also arrived at that moment to handle the aftermath. Team 3 leader Gu Pengil loved the smell of blood far too much. Those neatly severed arms looked like works of art in his eyes. Zhu Gangchan had not expected the cleanup team to arrive so quickly. Gu Pengil instead found it strange. Why are you different from before? Why have you become so quiet? Park Young-wang was a survivor Zhu Gangchan had intentionally left alive, because there were still suspicious points in this matter, and he had to be handed over to the Risk Management Division for interrogation. The ground was covered with severed limbs. Gu Pengil even invited Zhu Gangchan out for grilled meat after work, but Zhu Gangchan still had things to do, so Gu Pengil could only sigh. Has even your taste changed? Just then, Gu Pengil seemed to remember something. He said meaningfully to Zhu Gangchan, things around Cha Gangryong haven't been easy lately. As a friend, Gu Pengil warned Zhu Gangchan to be careful. In this circle, the moment you relax even a little, you get eaten clean. This kind of thing happens all the time. Not long afterward, Zhu Gangchan sped down the highway in his car. Only then did he discover that the recovered item had been hidden inside a red doll. Zhu Gangchan could not help asking, what exactly is inside? But even the person who had issued the mission did not know what was inside the doll. He had only passed the task on to Zhu Gangchan according to orders. The Heavenly Dragon member who had commissioned the Glory faction reported to his superior. They had been completely wiped out by Zhu Gangchan. John Un only let out a laughing wow. Because that idiot Zhu Gangchan had bitten hard on the bait he had thrown out. The abandoned building where John Un was right now was the place where Heavenly Dragon had first started. He and Cha Gangryong had fought and survived together here ever since they were rookies. They understood each other best. No one could replace either of them. Now John Un only wanted to personally send off that dear old friend. And the time would be tonight. John Un had already prepared a coffin and funeral portrait for Cha Gangryong. 12 hours before Zhu Gangchan fought the Glory faction, the White Dragon Council, Heavenly Dragon's Council of Elder Directors, had been urgently convened within Heavenly Dragon by John Un. The elders seated at the head frowned. The chairman is absent, so why are you calling an emergency council? John Un replied calmly, because I had no choice. A traitor has appeared within Heavenly Dragon, and that traitor is none other than Heavenly Dragon's current number 2, Cha Gangryong, widely acknowledged as the strongest dragon. The moment those words fell, the whole room erupted. The man at the head coldly told him to produce evidence before speaking further. John Un remained unhurried and continued. Cha Gangryong's private villa, Chanhua Pavilion, is home to a group of unidentified people, and every one of them is trained like someone raised in a special forces system. Simply put, Cha Gangryong has been secretly raising his own army right under Heavenly Dragon's nose. The elders murmured among themselves, most of them believing that this alone was not enough to label him a traitor. Zhang Un naturally knew that, so he continued. Not long ago, someone was arrested by the Risk Management Division on suspicion of embezzling Heavenly Dragon funds. We tracked his transfer records to overseas accounts, and eventually found that the money had flowed into a Swiss bank, and the account holder has been confirmed to be Cha Gangryong. After multiple rounds of interrogation, that man confessed. The money was used to maintain Cha Gangryong's army, and all of it was for the sake of rebelling against Heavenly Dragon. In reality, Zhang Un had indeed obtained those confessions, but only after torturing the man until he said the answer Zhang Un wanted to hear. To achieve that, he had even pulled the first team leader of the Risk Management Division over to his own side. After he said all this, the conference room fell into dead silence. But the man at the head still shook his head. This still does not count as critical evidence. A confession forced out by torture cannot be fully trusted. Zhang Un's head ached from dealing with this stubborn old fool, so he could only throw out the decisive evidence, Cha Juyang. The man at the head knew Cha Gangryong had a son, but he had not expected that child to actually be locked up in juvenile prison. Zhang Un said coldly, Cha Gangryong's son has recently displayed a large number of abnormal actions, especially in how he keeps crashing head-on with Heavenly Dragon's new power. It looks exactly as if someone is pushing him from behind. Cha Gangryong ordering his own son to do this has only one purpose, to push his own flesh and blood to the very top of Heavenly Dragon. The room fell so silent it was as if death itself had settled there. All the elders felt that this claim was too absurd. Jong-un muttered in a low voice, "A bunch of senile old fools who still can't see the situation." Cha Gangryong wanted to control Heavenly Dragon's upper ranks and elevate his son, so he built his own private force. To maintain that force and also suppress the company's shares, he needed money, and his son suppressing Heavenly Dragon's rising talents in juvenile prison was to seize the title of the strongest rising talent of the next generation. All the evidence and suspicions pointed to one single purpose. Cha Gangryong had spent his whole life wanting to sit at the top of Heavenly Dragon and failed, so he wanted his son to sit in that place instead. This evidence was already enough to make the elders begin to doubt. Jong-un knew his goal had been achieved. Not long after, he walked out of the conference room in complete composure. At that time, Ju Gangchan was on his way to the designated location to recover the item. Back to the present, the more Ju Gangchan thought about it after completing the mission, the more wrong it felt. A Busan gang unrelated to Heavenly Dragon had not only been directed to seize a Heavenly Dragon item, they had even received the same instructions he had. That was far too much of a coincidence. Ju Gangchan took the USB drive out of the doll. He had to confirm what this thing actually was. After the computer loaded briefly, what popped up was nothing but a meaningless stock advertisement. Ju Gangchan understood instantly. This was a trap. Then, remembering Gu Pengil's meaningful remark, he fully understood. This mission had only been a pretext, meant to lure him away from Changhua Pavilion. Ju Gangchan immediately turned the car around and sped straight toward Changhua Pavilion. At the same time, inside Changhua Pavilion, Cha Gangryong's private villa. Cha Gangryong entered that place again. Whenever he could not sleep and did not want to drink, he came here. But this time, the atmosphere was different. Cha Gangryong was extremely irritated by these pests in his way. He wondered, was Jong-un behind this? After all, if someone wanted to catch him, they would at least have to prepare to this extent. But Cha Gangryong only said coldly, "Shoot. If you can really hit me." The professional assassins who had come to kill him had not expected that they had already been seen through. They were respectively, the monkey who sees no evil, blind and unable to see, the monkey who hears no evil, deaf and unable to hear, and the monkey who speaks no evil, mute and unable to speak. Specializing in assassinating national-level figures, they were known in the assassin world as the three no-evil monkeys. In the next second, a poison needle shot toward Cha Gangryong. Cha Gangryong dodged it easily and sneered, "Same old tricks as ever." The figures of the three no-evil monkeys immediately disappeared into the woods. The monkey who hears no evil pulled up a silver wire and mocked. How can a classic trick be called outdated? Cha Gangryong yanked hard, trying to snap the silver wire wrapped around him. But that was exactly the trap of the monkey who hears no evil. Cha Gangryong flashed aside instantly, avoiding the giant log crashing in from the other end of the wire. The monkey who hears no evil seized the chance and closed in behind him with a dagger. Cha Gangryong grabbed him with one hand. But the other two monkeys also stabbed at him with their blades at the same time. At the same time, Ju Gangchan, who was hurrying back to Changhua Pavilion, was stopped. Ryu Jin Hyuk, captain of Heavenly Dragon's Ceremonial Security Team 2, said coldly, "You were speeding." The moment Ju Gangchan saw him, he understood. Jong-un had made his move. Ryu Jin Hyuk said, "Cha Gangryong and his close aides have already been branded traitors. Top assassins have also accepted a commission and are currently hunting Cha Gangryong. By this hour, the operation should be nearly finished." Ju Gangchan's protection had already failed long ago. But he asked in return, "Do you really think Cha Gangryong needs that kind of protection?" What Ju Gangchan had to do was never protection, but stopping Cha Gangryong once he entered his inertial state. Stopping the slaughter he was about to unleash. Ryu Jin Hyuk said coldly, the captain of Ceremonial Security Team 3, failing to perform his duty. "Then let me teach you what protection really means." The two figures vanished from where they stood at the same time. This was the direct clash between Cha Gangryong's trusted man and Jong-un's trusted man. Inside Changhua Pavilion, Cha Gangryong had already taken down three monkeys. He was just about to exert force and crush the filthy monkey in his hand, when his body suddenly sank and he dropped to one knee. The monkey who sees no evil mocked, "Is it because your body is too big? The poison is only taking effect now?" It turned out the poison needle had been coated with atropine to cause blindness. The silver wire had been smeared with quinine to cause deafness. And the short blade carried curare to paralyze the vocal cord muscles. That way, Cha Gangryong would enter a state of blindness, deafness, and even the inability to roar. In the end, he would slowly die amid the fear and loneliness of his senses disappearing one by one. That was the true meaning behind the name Three No Evil Monkeys. A dense volley of poison needles shot at Cha Gangryong again, and silver wire immediately wrapped around his body as well. Tonight, after killing a top figure of the underworld, the three No Evil Monkeys would step onto the summit of the criminal world. But Cha Gangryong charged straight at them. The three No Evil Monkeys were shocked. The poison should already have spread through your whole body. But for Cha Gangryong to have climbed to this height, he had already undergone anti-poison training countless times. Along the way, he had seen too many enemies who used poison. This little bit from the 3 no-evil monkeys did not even feel as potent to him as hard liquor. Cha Gangryong's heavy punch came down. A rain of blood exploded on the spot. One of the 3 no-evil monkeys had his head blown apart by a single punch. Cha Gangryong did not agree with their talk of dying alone. Because death is lonely to begin with, whether you have friends or not. 25 years ago, Cha Gangryong and Jong-eun had still been close friends fighting side by side. After every mission, they would sit together and drink soju. At the time, Jong-eun was determined to climb to the top of Heavenly Dragon and enjoy glory and wealth. And Cha Gangryong fought his way upward, only to confirm that he was still alive. Jong-eun felt that being ahead alone was too boring. He decided to climb together with his only friend, Cha Gangryong. Cha Gangryong asked Jong-eun, "Don't you think this is ridiculous? Once close friends, now drawing blades against each other." He picked up the earpiece from one of the 3 no-evil monkeys and directly spoke to Jong-eun. Cha Gangryong told Jong-eun to come out, so they could have one final, all-out fight. At the same time, inspectors from the Ministry of Justice arrived at Juvenile Prison Second Wing. They wanted to randomly select inmates for interviews, and because of that, Cha Gyu-young was called out again. The moment the other person saw him, she praised him. "That murderous look in your eyes is exactly like her father's." Cha Gyu-young immediately demanded, "Who are you?" "Yu Hae-won, Cha Gangryong's close aide and Heavenly Dragon headhunter," smiled and said, "Call me Big Sister, and I'll tell you." In the warden's office, Ma Wanchong found it strange. Why had these busy civil servants come running to this small prison that was operating normally again? The other side smiled apologetically. It was only a routine inmate human rights survey. But the higher-ups had suddenly moved up the report deadline. Ma Wanchong was even more puzzled. If it was only a formal report, why suddenly change the deadline? Han Sue, hidden in the shadows, also felt that this reason made no sense. In fact, Yu Hae-won had gone to great effort to sneak in here under Cha Gangryong's orders. Even entering and leaving this place was regulated at a national security level. She had seized leverage over high-ranking Ministry of Justice officials and used threats and incentives before she could force her way in under the excuse of a human rights survey. To guard against unexpected situations, she had even climbed the back hill to inspect the structure of the entire prison. The more Yu Hae-won looked at Cha Ju-young, the more he resembled Cha Gangryong. But she could not understand. Cha Ju-young actually felt no gratitude, and for the sake of a dead girl, he wanted to kill the only biological father he had in this world. In the next second, Yu Hae-won's neck was gripped tightly by one hand. Cha Ji-young warned her coldly, "If you don't want your mouth ripped apart, don't talk nonsense." Elsewhere, Ju Gang-chan and Ryu Jin-hyuk had already completed their first exchange. Ryu Jin-hyuk said coldly, "So-called ceremonial security is a force that fuses many elements and is also extremely restrained. If you could become a captain in such a system, your ability cannot be weak." Ju Gang-chan, known as the blade that breaks the wind, had actually split a car apart with a hand blade. His speed was so fast it almost left afterimages. Ju Gang-chan had also heard the rumors about the captain of Ceremonial Security Team 3, Ryu Jin-hyuk, dodging the hand blade, flashed away. In the next second, he appeared directly above Ju Gang-chan. A huge crash followed, and Ryu Jin-hyuk, known for his restrained punch, smashed a car flat with one punch. Now both of their cars were already wrecked. The vehicle body cut by Ju Gang-chan's hand blade began leaking fuel. Only then did Ryu Jin-hyuk realize the penetrating force of that power was absurdly strong. In the next second, the leaking car exploded. Ju Gang-chan was about to get serious. At the same time, in the prison, Yu Hae-won was pinned against the wall by Cha Ju-yang. Yet she said calmly, "That fiery temper is exactly like your father's." Yu Hae-won apologized for her slip of the tongue and hinted that Cha Ju-yang ought to let go. After all, if someone saw an inmate gripping a government official by the neck, it would be troublesome. But Cha Ju-yang did not care at all. Because if he exposed Yu Hae-won's identity as a Heavenly Dragon member, it would only become even more troublesome. In the end, the two still sat down to talk. Yu Hae-won began. "There is almost no information on the 5th floor shark, so he cannot be controlled at all. What Cha Ju-young will face next will also be countless Azure WYRMS. In Cha Gangryong's eyes, Cha Ju-young had only just escaped the lizard stage and barely transformed into a snake form. He was still far from evolving into an Azure WYRM. Cha Gangryong had once said, "Everyone evolves differently." He wanted Yu Hae-won to give this to Cha Ju-young. This was something Cha Gangryong had never taught his son. The method for evolving into an Azure WYRM. Cha Ju-young stared at the slip of paper in his hand in confusion. At that moment, the interview room door was suddenly pushed open. Ma Wanchong questioned, "A perfunctory interview like this should have ended long ago. So why isn't it over yet?" Another guard explained. The Ministry of Justice staff member already finished the interview and left just now. Ma Wanchong's brows tightened even further. He asked himself quietly, am I being too sensitive? Late at night, Han Sui returned home after buying ingredients, ready to cook a big meal. But she suddenly realized she had forgotten to buy meat. So she casually picked up a kitchen knife and began thinking about what kind of meat to buy. If she made curry, maybe sour meat would be most suitable. Yu Hei-won, who had snuck in quietly, praised her. Your powers of observation are pretty sharp. Han Sui smiled. There's an extra sweet smell in my house. How could I not notice? Yu Hei-won seized the chance to go for the knife, but failed. Han Sui coldly questioned her. Secretly breaking into a woman's home when she lives alone. Are you some kind of pervert? Yu Hei-won, knocked down, only became even more excited when she heard the word pervert. Han Sui immediately raised the knife to finish her off, but the blade missed. It turned out Yu Hei-won had used her bra to strangle Han Sui's neck. Yu Hei-won asked in return, you call me a pervert? But the filthy things you do in prison. Who is the real pervert here? Han Sui came to her senses and immediately cut the bra in two with one slash. Now it was Yu Hei-won's turn to execute the vulgar blonde prison guard. Han Sui had long heard of the famous Yu Hei-won, close aide to Cha Gangryong. At that moment, Yu Hei-won raised a gun, ready to teach her a proper lesson. Han Sui was so startled that she immediately shrank into a corner. She had never expected Yu Hei-won to actually have a gun. But Yu Hei-won pulled something out from the barrel and told her to stop hiding. Han Sui was speechless. Why are you stuffing needles into a gun? In the next second, Yu Hei-won's dance barrage of attacks closed in on Han Sui. Her needles were actually faster than bullets. Han Sui smiled and said, being this rough on a cute junior. Senior, you're way too scary. Yu Hei-won of course had no intention of letting such a cute junior off. The battle on the other front was already in complete ruins. Zhu Gangshan and Ryu Jinhyak were still unable to determine a winner for the moment. The key to this duel was whether Zhu Gangshan's blade, or Ryu Jinhyak's fist, would break first. Their hand blade and fist slammed together violently once more. A tearing pain shot through Zhu Gangshan's palm. Ryu Jinhyak frowned. The blade, has it already cracked? Zhu Gangshan was blasted away by his punch. Ryu Jinhyak knew very well, no matter how sharp a blade is, it cannot withstand repeated heavy blows. Sooner or later it will break. But Zhu Gangshan laughed at that moment, because he also understood, no matter how hard a rock is, if a blade cuts it countless times, it will also shatter. The battle on the other side was still continuing as well, and both Han Sui and Yu Hei-won moved with absurd speed. In the blink of an eye, their weapons had already crossed several rounds. A huge slash was cut across Yu Hei-won's top. Han Sui's stockings were also torn to shreds. Just as Yu Hei-won was about to finish Han Sui suddenly pulled out a baton. After all, she was a prison guard, and if she wanted to subdue criminals, she had to have some preparation on hand. Yu Hei-won sensed that Han Sui's aura had changed instantly. The baton came crashing down again. Han Sui warned her senior coldly not to act rashly, because from this point on, the truly hot part was about to begin. At the same time, on another battlefield, Zhu Gangshan was hanging from the edge of the bridge, swaying on the verge of falling. He could not believe it. That entire combo had clearly landed just now. So how could Ryu Jinhyak be completely unscathed? Ryu Jinhyak quickly gave him the answer. It turned out Ryu Jinhyak had already put on body armor. That was not despicable. It was basic ceremonial security training. No matter how much you struggle, it is useless. Tonight, Cha Gangryong's faction will be written into the loser's ledger, and then disappear completely. 25 years ago, Cha Gangryong and Jianeng had still been close friends fighting side by side. After they used violence to force a nightclub into paying usurious interest, the blood-soaked Jianeng sneered. That nightclub boss talked tough as hell, but in the end he abandoned his men and ran by himself. Cha Gangryong asked Jianeng, did you forget what the seniors said the day we joined Heavenly Dragon? In this world, even friends who fight shoulder to shoulder must always be ready to be betrayed. Jianeng burst into laughter, provoked by Cha Gangryong's rejection. He was going to show Cha Gangryong what a real bastard looked like. Inside Chanhua Pavilion, his men apologized to Cha Gangryong. The assassins had actually broken in that easily. It was their failure. But Cha Gangryong did not care at all. His personal direct unit was already on standby. With a single order from Cha Gangryong, they would mobilize all of Chanhua Pavilion's forces and kill their way to Jianeng's side. But Cha Gangryong was confident. He alone was enough. 9 hours earlier, Cha Juyong lay on his bed, staring at the note in his hand. In the end, he still opened it and read what was inside. The others in the room were putting makeup on the black goat. Everyone looked completely cheerful and harmonious. Cha Juyong understood. Recently, it was probably because the sharks had all gone to the hospital. So the prison atmosphere was more lively than before. But Cha Juyong kept feeling that something was off. It was too quiet. So quiet that it made people uneasy. Just then, the chairman of the Human Rights Improvement meeting also walked into the room. Ote-san immediately introduced his identity to Cha Ju-young. The chairman had heard that Cha Ju-young was going to confront the fifth-floor shark head-on, so he came to tell Cha Ju-young a secret about the fifth-floor shark. In the entire prison, only the chairman knew this. A few years ago, when he had just entered the second wing, he was assigned to the fifth floor. At that time, he heard that there was a group of uncontrollable inmates on the fifth floor called sharks. He had been scared to death back then. But after a month passed, he found that maybe he had been scared for nothing. Because after all that time, he had not even seen a single hair of the fifth-floor shark. One day, unable to suppress his curiosity, the chairman secretly went to look at the shark's room. He had thought a monster like that would be doing physical training or killing drills. But what he saw was the shark quietly sitting at a desk playing chess. No matter whether it was mealtime, a surprise prison inspection, or a typhoon day, the fifth-floor shark never left the room and only played chess. He had another even stranger trait. Those evenly matched and astonishingly numerous chess pieces were all being played by him alone, against himself. The chairman became curious, so he secretly asked a guard. The guard told him the shark's opponent was not himself, but a certain inmate who had once played chess with him in the past. That person had swept all kinds of chess tournaments and was a genius. But every single match, the one who won was the fifth-floor shark. This repeated game, day after day, was reenacted under the fifth-floor shark's orders. Until one day, he suddenly realized something. The chess genius was clearly very strong, so why had he never won? Every game was back and forth and evenly matched, but in the final few moves, the shark always won. As if the chess genius were deliberately losing. After being seen through, the chess genius immediately apologized to the shark. The fifth-floor shark ordered him, from now on, give it everything you've got. After that, the two sides launched into fierce attack and defense. But in the end, the one who won was still the fifth-floor shark. The chess genius praised him, you really are strong. But the shark praised him in return, impressive indeed. Even in a situation like that, you still had room to hold back. Then the shark told a story about chess. In history, there was once a tyrant who told a traitorous minister, if you beat me at chess, I will spare your life. But in order to curry favor with the tyrant, that minister deliberately lost. And because that minister had deceived his ruler, he never got another chance to play chess again. That was everything the chairman knew about the fifth-floor shark. And the reason he was willing to say it was because Ote-san had secretly slipped him a bottle of chocolate milk in exchange. When Cha Ju-young heard the word ruler, he fell into thought. The scene shifted, and at this moment only two sharks remained in the aquarium, first floor Cha Ju-young, and fifth floor Chu-young gang. Ma Wanchong decided to completely empty the aquarium tonight. For that reason, he specially went to see Kwon Chong-suk, the warden of Juvenile Prison First Wing. Ma Wanchong asked Kwon Chong-suk, at midnight tonight, turn all the speakers in the first wing to maximum volume. You must make sure the entire prison can hear the music. He could not explain the reason yet. By tomorrow morning, Kwon Chong-suk would naturally understand. Then the guards of the second wing all mobilized. They received orders, before nightfall, move all flammable and explosive materials to the safe zone. Ma Wanchong had once watched an aquarium documentary. In the film, among 5 sharks in the same tank, 3 had died mysteriously one after another. The aquarium temporarily removed all the other fish to repair equipment and check the health of the remaining sharks. So in the enormous tank, only 2 sharks remained. Not long after, an unbelievable sight occurred in that tank. Ma Wanchong was very curious. If the sharks were replaced with humans, what would happen? Late at night, all the inmates had gone to sleep. But suddenly, a piercing fire alarm exploded through the prison. All the inmates immediately rushed out of their rooms and ran outside. But before Cha Ju-young could run out, his door was somehow locked shut. When Cha Ju-young kicked open the locked iron door, all the other inmates had already run off without a trace. At the end of the corridor, a fireproof wall rose up and completely blocked Cha Ju-young's path. Cha Ju-young immediately realized this was wrong. Only after escaping onto the bus did Ote-san and John Eun-soo discover that boss Ju-young had still not come out. The white-haired guy guessed what had happened and could not help going blank. Someone was actually even crazier than he was, crazy enough to treat human lives like entertainment. A guard reported to Ma Wanchong through the monitors. All inmates had boarded the vehicles and were being transferred to the first wing for shelter. Now, Ma Wanchong could finally go find the answer to the question in his heart. In the aquarium that had originally maintained peace, when the competitors and the fish schools vanished one after another, what kind of reaction would the final 2 sharks have? To recreate the same scene from the documentary, Ma Wanchong had prepared for a long time. And now, he was going to confirm with his own eyes whether that phenomenon also applied to humans. On the bus to the first wing, Ote-san hurriedly shouted to the guards, there is still someone in the prison who did not escape. But the guards ignored him directly. The more Ote-san thought about it, the the more wrong it felt. The moment the alarm sounded, all the inmates were immediately transferred in the middle of the night, and they said it was a fire, but there was not even a trace of smoke. There were too many suspicious points. Blocked in the corridor, Cha Duyang saw clearly. It was a specially made fireproof wall, absurdly hard. Even the windows had been sealed by fireproof walls. Cha Duyang realized someone was deliberately cutting the prison completely off from the outside world. And he could roughly guess who would do something like that. Meanwhile, Han Sue had to hurry back to the prison. Because orders had come down from above, no matter what happened tonight, all guards had to remain at the prison on standby. So she was going to inject Yu Haewon with a powerful sedative. Because the effects of this drug were too extreme, it had already been banned more than 10 years ago. Han Sue told Senior Yu Haewon not to be too afraid. The side effect of this drug is nothing more than paralyzing the autonomic nervous system. Inside the prison, Cha Ju-young was rapidly assessing the situation. He discovered that whether it was the path to the basement, or the path to the cafeteria, or even the emergency escape stairway, all had been sealed off. Now the only exit left was the staircase leading upward. But all the exits on the second floor were sealed as well. Although Cha Ju-young did not know the reason, he could now only keep going upward, all the way to the highest floor of this prison, the 5th floor. At that moment, the broadcast announced, a total blackout is now in effect. But Cha Ju-young's every move was still being captured clearly from every angle by the monitors. Ma Wanchong was trembling with excitement. To him, tonight was a feast. Cha Ju-young could not understand what that strange warden was trying to do. In the deathly still darkness, sudden intermittent knocking sounds echoed. Following the sound, Cha Ju-young found that room, pushed open the door, and found someone inside playing chess. The moment he saw the chessboard, Cha Ju-young immediately knew. The other man was the 5th floor shark, Chu Young-gang. Cha Ju-young had not expected that even at a moment like this, he was still playing chess. Chu Young-gang raised his hand to cut Cha Ju-young off, because he had never permitted anyone to step into his room. Cha Ju-young asked calmly, "Do I need your permission just to enter a room?" Chu Young-gang said coldly, "Here, without my permission, you can do nothing, not even breathe." Then Cha Ju-young sat down and played chess with Chu Young-gang. After only a few moves, Chu Young-gang could already tell Cha Ju-young did not know how to play chess at all. Cha Ju-young said flatly, "I only played it a few times as a kid. Of course I can't compare with someone like you who sits shut inside a room playing chess every day." Chu Young-gang asked Cha Ju-young, "Do you know why I lock myself away and play chess?" "Because chess is a bloody struggle of offense and defense, and its target is only one, the king. While you think of ways to topple the enemy king, you also have to protect your own king. Every choice and judgment in each move tests whether a person has the qualifications to be king." On the other side of the monitor, Ma Wanchong could not make sense of it. What exactly was this scene? The Cha Ju-young he knew should have already pounced on Chu Young-gang and beat the hell out of him. He had not expected him to actually sit down and calmly play a game with the man. Ma Wanchong thought through many possibilities. In the end, he arrived at an absurd but simple answer. It was Chu Young-gang's calm and restrained aura that had in turn suppressed Cha Ju-young. The game in the room quickly ended. No matter how one looked at it, Cha Ju-young had lost. Cha Ju-young asked Chu Young-gang, "Do I have the qualifications of a king you spoke of? After all, I took every move seriously." Chu Young-gang reacted as if hearing a joke. "A king is never someone who reaches the throne through effort. That fate is decided the moment you are born. Other than me, everyone else is born a mere pawn. No matter how hard you struggle, at most you can become a rook or a knight. You can never become a general." Chu Young-gang said this was for Cha Ju-young's own good. If a person deludes himself into thinking he can reach a place beyond the height meant for him, that is a curse. One wrong step, and he will fall and be shattered to pieces. Cha Ju-young thanked Chu Young-gang for his advice. With his fingertip, he flicked his own king piece upward, and the king piece cut through the air and slammed straight into the other king piece. The two pieces brushed past Chu Young-gang's hair. In the next second, Chu Young-gang's king piece was smashed to pieces. "Since you said chess is a game of toppling the enemy king," then Cha Ju-young asked, "how does it feel to be shattered to pieces?" Elsewhere, Chao Gangryong had also arrived at the old site where Heavenly Dragon first began, where the coffin and memorial portrait Jiang Wang had prepared for him were placed. Chao Gangryong found it childish. Jiang Ung walked in here with a group of people as well. He mocked Cha Gangryong. "Did you see the gift I prepared for you?" Cha Gangryong replied, "I'll personally tear that gift off your head." Then Jiang Un walked into the building alone. The others he brought belonged to Heavenly Dragon's strategic planning office. They had only one mission: make sure that nothing happening inside this building got out. Jiang Ung spoke like an old friend. "Nice cigarette, isn't it?" They began talking about old comrades from their generation. As they talked, they brought up peers, seniors, and juniors. Aside from the two of them, almost all of them were dead. Jiang Un could not forgive it. The one who caused all of this was Cha Gangryong. But Cha Gangryong only found him pathetic, because the dead were dead, and crying was useless. Elsewhere, Zhu Gangshan was still hanging from the edge of the bridge, his body swaying on the verge of falling. Ryujin Hyuk asked him, "Do you know why you lost?" Falling into the trap was not the key. The reason Ryujin Hyuk could win was because he was not loyal enough to Zhang Ang. And the reason Zhu Gangshan would lose was because he was Cha Gangryong's loyal and stupid dog. Zhu Gangshan's hand was pierced through by a blade, and his body began to drop. Elsewhere, Han Sui had already injected Yu Haewon. What Yu Haewon did not know was that the first time Han Sui saw her in Heavenly Dragon, she thought Yu Haewon was strong and beautiful. So in private, Han Sui had always admired Yu Haewon. She had once thought, if I ever climbed high enough, I would definitely have one hell of a fight with Senior. But being able to personally send off the Senior she respected now was not bad either. Yet the completely unharmed Yu Haewon was baffled. What kind of nonsense had Han Sui been talking this whole time? The one who had actually been injected with the drug was Han Sui. Everything just now had only been her hallucination. Yu Haewon had not expected to hear such a blunt confession from her junior. Next time they met, Yu Haewon would grant her wish and have one hell of a fight. Ryujin Hyuk, having dealt with Zhu Gangshan, should now head back as well. According to his agreement with Zhang Ang, starting tomorrow he would be able to take the position of captain of Ceremonial Security Team 2. Zhu Gangshan sneered. For the mere position of captain of Team 2, you were willing to join hands with Zhang Ang? It turned out that as he fell, he had grabbed a swinging rope and forcibly climbed back up. Now Zhu Gangshan was going to show Ryujin Hyuk the killer move he had trained for many years. What Zhu Gangshan had originally excelled at was a special kind of one versus many attack. But this move had been practiced for one purpose only, a one-hit kill. 10 years of training, and the strike took only 0.001 seconds. Ryujin Hyuk did not even have time to react before he was cut in half at the waist. Zhu Gangshan threw his corpse off the bridge. To outsiders, he might have been nothing more than Cha Gangryong's stupid dog. But that sure kill strike was exactly what Cha Gangryong himself had taught him back then. Outside Heavenly Dragon's old site, the people from the Strategic Planning Office suddenly heard a loud crash. Because inside the building, Cha Gangryong had thrown a punch. He told Zhang An to stop talking about dead people and get straight to the point. A long time ago, a married couple came to an orphanage to adopt a child. The staff recommended the best child in the orphanage to them. This child had the best grades and excelled in sports, art, and creativity. The man had originally wanted to adopt Chu Young-gang as his son, but the moment he saw Chu Young-gang for the first time, he turned around at once to look at other children. His wife asked him, was there something wrong with that child? Even now, the man still felt lingering fear, because it was the first time he had ever seen a child with such a terrifying gaze. In the fairy tale book Chu Young-gang read, it said, once upon a time, there was a child abandoned all alone under a bridge. The villagers all thought the child's gaze was too frightening, so no one dared adopt him. Until one day, a fortune teller came to the village. He said, your gaze is excellent. Your eyes can see through everything. You will soon understand that people avoid your eyes, because you yourself are a special existence. After shattering Chu Young-gang's king piece, Cha Ju-young asked, that means I win now, right? Chu Young-gang praised him. Your idea is fresh, at least. But you still cannot become king. Cha Ju-young frowned. Winning still isn't enough? Chu Young-gang said calmly. A true king, even while looking down on all things and ruling the world, must remain forever noble, forever elegant. Only then did Cha Ju-young understand. So as long as your posture is elegant enough, that makes you king? Even while getting beaten, you still have to keep up that act? Chu Young-gang calmly spread his hands. If you have the ability, then come at me. Inside Heavenly Dragon's old site, Zhang Ang smiled. Your temper hasn't changed one bit. Normally you act as if you don't care about the world. But once you move, you lunge forward like a wild dog. Whether Zhang Ang lived or died did not matter. But Cha Gangryong still had an only son cast from the exact same mold as himself. Zhang Ang was very curious. Do you really know nothing at all about what Cha Ju-young would face tonight? Cha Gangryong threw another punch. He ordered Zhang Ang to explain immediately. What happened to my son? In the room, Chu Young-gang provoked Cha Ju-young again. If you have the ability, then come at me. Then Cha Ju-young did not hold back. He flipped the chess table in one motion. Since the king had opened his arms to fight, Cha Ju-young had no reason to refuse. But Chu Young-gang kindly reminded him, the more you try to touch me, the farther away from me you become. That arrogant tone made Cha Ju-young want to throw up. But after several collisions, Cha Ju-young still could not even touch the hem of Chu Young-gang's clothes. Chu Young-gang said calmly, I did not dodge. It is your petty little tricks that are useless against me. Chu Young-gang placed 2 fingers on Cha Ju-young, and in the next second, it was time for him to make his move. Cha Ju-young collapsed to the floor on the spot. His legs suddenly lost all strength. Chu Young-gang looked down from above, kneeling and looking up at me. Fits the identity of an insect like you much better. But Cha Ju-young quickly recovered and suddenly grabbed Chu Young-gang's leg. He had finally touched him. Since you say a king is a being who looks down upon all things, then Cha Ju-young would show you who exactly is looking down on whom. Stepped on, Chu Young-gang suddenly laughed out loud. It had been a long time since he had last been hit, but this was still far from a checkmate situation. After being touched by Chu Young-gang, Cha Ju-young dropped to his knees again. He could not understand it. Why had his legs gone weak again? Chu Young-gang admitted, Cha Ju-young was no ordinary man. Because even when Cha Ju-young looked directly into his eyes, there was not the slightest trace of awe. But that was not especially remarkable either. In the past, Gwang Hyan, commander of Heavenly Dragon's Azure WYRMS, had once gone to Changsu Technical High School, only to see a bunch of delinquents catching ants. That was an order given by a transfer student. Chu Young-gang ordered the delinquents, catch every ant in the neighborhood and bring them all back. And they had really gone to absurd lengths to catch every ant. Chu Young-gang had even praised them. But the delinquents could not understand at all. Why suddenly catch ants? Because catching ants itself had no meaning at all. Chu Young-gang was merely fulfilling the duty of a king by giving his subjects something to do. Then he ordered the delinquents again, catch every dragonfly in the neighborhood and bring them all back. Gwang Hyan thought this duty of a king was laughable to the extreme. He could not understand why those big louts obeyed such bullshit orders. Chu Young-gang was very displeased that someone was looking down at him from above. As commander of the Azure WYRMS, Gwang Hyan had long since read Chu Young-gang's file. He asked Chu Young-gang, "Aren't you curious about how far your kind of special can actually go?" But just as Cha Ju-young threw a punch, Chu Young-gang had somehow already gone around behind him. He rewarded Cha Ju-young once again. At the moment of contact, Cha Ju-young's body suddenly sank. Cha Ju-young tried many times in succession to counterattack, but he still could not touch Chu Young-gang. Chu Young-gang reminded him that dragging out an exploratory fight for too long was not a good thing. Cha Ju-young was blown away by one strike and sent flying straight out of the room. Chu Young-gang took back what he had said about Cha Ju-young being ordinary, because this was the first time someone had managed to interest him, and even make him walk out of his room of his own accord. But Cha Ju-young had already vanished from where he was. He had no interest in Chu Young-gang's evaluation. Chu Young-gang's body staggered from the sneak attack. Just as Cha Ju-young was about to press the advantage, Chu Young-gang avoided him once again. He rewarded Cha Ju-young again. With both legs losing strength, Cha Ju-young collapsed to his knees uncontrollably. Chu Young-gang said coldly, "When I look at a person, their breathing rhythm, heartbeat, the direction they turn their head, when they open and close their eyes, and the timing of their punches and landings, I can see through and remember all of these tiny movements and habits. Just like a chess record. I already know how you will move next before you do." Anyone seen through by Chu Young-gang would get chills. Those who truly understood how terrifying that was would lower their heads on their own even without violence. And in Chu Young-gang's eyes, Cha Ju-young too was merely an ordinary ant. At that moment, his father's terrifying face flashed through Cha Ju-young's mind. Back then, just like now, he had knelt before his father. Cha Gangryong had coldly asked his useless son how long he intended to stay kneeling. Cha Ju-young suddenly snapped back to himself and counterattacked at once. But Chu Young-gang once again predicted his movements perfectly. But Cha Ju-young had already seen through it. This so-called prediction was nothing more than recording the movements you had already made and then projecting the next step. Then from now on, Cha Ju-young would only use techniques Chu Young-gang had never seen. Once again, he stepped into Overheart through his anger. Chu Young-gang was blasted away by a tremendous force. At that moment, the advantage tipped toward Cha Ju-young. Cha Ju-young immediately prepared to end the fight. A human in Overheart can unleash power that borders on the unreal. Cha Ju-young's Overheart had already completed 2 evolutions so far. The first was learning to switch. By flexibly turning Overheart on and off, he defeated Moon Sang-woo. The second was learning to release. When facing the stronger Du Hyan-woo, he compressed all the power of Overheart into one strike, and detonated it in an instant, only barely winning. But this move required pouring all remaining power into it. And because of that it came with a price. It had to land in a single hit. And at this moment, in order to avoid danger, Cha Ju-young had already used up half of his Overheart. So this attack against Chu Young-gang had to land. At that moment, Chu Young-gang's eyes suddenly widened. He actually dodged Cha Ju-young's attack again. In an extremely short time, Chu Young-gang judged that Cha Ju-young's Overheart was a one-time explosive release of his remaining power. Because Cha Ju-young had used Overheart before launching the move, Chu Young-gang's deduction succeeded. Fortunately, Cha Ju-young stopped himself in time and did not fully throw the strike. Chu Young-gang said arrogantly, "As long as I've seen a move once, I can break it, because what a king sees is not only what is in front of him, but deeper and farther dangers. A king who cannot predict is no different from a chess piece that others can move around at will." Cha Ju-young understood now. No matter how he used Overheart, Chu Young-gang would dismantle it. At that moment, Cha Ju-young suddenly felt a violent palpitation in his chest. Chu Younggang instead seemed puzzled. You don't even know this? If Overheart's release is forcibly pulled back before the move is thrown, the power will backfire and explode inside the body. That final shock will crash straight into the heart. The reason Chu Younggang knew was because he had met someone like Cha Ju-young before, someone who had used the same move. Cha Ju-young did not understand. You're my enemy, so why are you telling me this? Chu Younggang let out a light laugh and said coldly, a king, even while standing on the battlefield, must still bestow mercy. Only by bestowing mercy to that extent can this barely be called a duel. Chu Younggang entered Overheart through his arrogance. As Cha Ju-young was pressed to his knees again, for the first time he began to wonder whether he might lose. Inside Heavenly Dragon's old site, Cha Gangryong was still demanding to know what exactly happened to his son. Jeonnung mocked him. Even a cold-blooded man like Cha Gangryong worries about his son? But at this point, what could you even do if you knew? Cha Gangryong threw another punch. Jeonnung told him not to struggle uselessly. Tonight, you and your son will be sent on your way together. Cha Gangryong's pupils contracted. Did that mean his son was already dead? Jeonnung sneered. Cha Gangryong's ridiculous dream of pushing his son to the top would be utterly shattered tonight. Cha Gangryong had originally still planned to hold back, but now, that was no longer possible. But at that moment, Jeonnung suddenly struck out with a palm. He mocked Cha Gangryong for being too hasty and exposing an opening. Although Cha Gangryong was injured, Jeonnung, who specialized in drawn-out battles, had also paid no small price for that strike. Staring at Cha Gangryong, Jeonnung gave the answer. Your son's opponent is Azure Wyrm, Chu Younggang. Among a group of heavenly dragon prodigies overflowing with arrogance, he alone can still suppress the whole field with the bearing of a king. He is called the Tyrant, because those who resist the king have only one road left, death. Inside the prison, Chu Younggang had already beaten Cha Ju-young until he could no longer lift his head. He was very satisfied with Cha Ju-young's performance, because unlike that chess genius, Cha Ju-young never kept holding back against him. So as a reward, Chu Younggang would also use his full strength to send Cha Ju-young on his final journey. But at that moment, Cha Ju-young's heart began beating wildly. Cha Gangryong had always dismissed the kind of king Jeonnung spoke of, because that was only being king on the ground. Cha Gangryong had already told his son everything, including the method of ascending to heaven. The emergency lighting in the prison restarted. The moment the lights came on, Cha Ju-young was standing with Chu Younggang beneath his foot. The most ferocious predatory shark in the world can stain an entire sea red with a single bite. That is the great white shark. As an apex predator, it can sense prey dozens of miles away. The great white shark is the culmination of evolution and the executioner that decides the life and death of the fish. Ma Wunchong had not expected the king of sharks to fall to such a state. Could it be that in the end, Chu Younggang too was just an ordinary shark to be stepped on beneath Cha Ju-young's foot? Chu Younggang also could not understand how things had turned out like this. That full power strike a moment ago had clearly been about to land. But in that instant, Chu Younggang's sight lost hold of Cha Ju-young. Blood flow, breathing, pulse, all of it slipped beyond his control. This was an attack with no warning at all. For the first time, Chu Younggang felt true shock, because Cha Ju-young had actually awakened some new ability. But even so, as the one being overwhelmed, Chu Younggang still believed that he could see through it again. A flash of scarlet passed through Cha Ju-young's pupils. Not long ago, the note Han Sue had given him about how to evolve into an Azure Wyrm had said, "He who opens his heart gains dominion over the world." At the time, Cha Ju-young had not understood that sentence. But even more ironically, to come this far, he still had to rely on the person he hated most in order to grow stronger. That made Cha Ju-young feel disgusted and ashamed. For years ago, Cha Ju-young had once been held by Cha Gangryong over the edge of a cliff. He trembled in terror, but Cha Gangryong had coldly said, "This is a lesson. The method of going beyond Overheart that uses emotion as a medium." Cha Gangryong asked him, "Don't you want a stronger body? No matter how strong Overheart is, if you fall off a cliff you will still be gravely injured." Then Cha Gangryong threw his son down without hesitation. He wanted Cha Ju-young to open his heart. Based on epigenetics, Cha Gangryong judged that gene expression could be changed by environment. Extreme pressure, oxygen deprivation, changes in physical exertion. These external factors would gradually rewrite the heart and muscles, and the bodily changes accumulated in that way would ultimately be inherited by the next generation. The dying Cha Ju-young could not understand a word he was saying. He was unwilling to die like that. But until the very last moment, he still did not know how to open his heart. Jumping off the cliff himself, Cha Gangryong asked his son, "Do you see it? The scenery you can see after opening the heart." Cha Gangryong called that bloodline. At the time, Cha Ju-young had not yet learned Overheart and could not make that power his own. But Cha Gangryong believed that before long, Cha Ju-young, who carried his blood, would merge with the acquired change in his heart, and step into a brand new realm. Cha Ju-young remembered everything. The blood of Cha Gangryong had fused with his open heart. At the very instant he touched the boundary of death, Cha Juyong stepped into a new domain. If Overheart is the domain that transcends the mind, then Cha Gangryong's bloodline is the evolution of the body. At this moment, Cha Juyong was evolving with every passing second inside his body, so of course Chu Young-gang could not keep hold of him. He was no longer a match for Cha Juyong, who had stepped into a new realm. But Cha Juyong felt no excitement. Being helped by Cha Gangryong once again, he felt only irritation. Chu Young-gang, who had been more exceptional than anyone since childhood, still had no one willing to adopt him. He loathed that self of his that was different from others. But not long afterward, Chu Young-gang came to understand from a fairy tale. It was not that people were unwilling to become his parents, but that they were unworthy. They did not hate Chu Young-gang's eyes. Rather, after realizing how special he was, they instinctively submitted to him. Chu Young-gang believed that this was not coincidence. Even if someone denied it, the position he had reached through his own strength was proof. Everyone was beneath his feet. The orphan in the fairy tale who had been ignored by everyone became king in the end. Because a true king does not inherit the throne through royal blood, but is chosen by heaven. One chosen by heaven needs no bloodline to prove it. Chu Young-gang frowned. Cha Juyong's source of power is Cha Gangryong? Then you can never become a true king. Chu Young-gang once again entered Overheart through arrogance, and toward Cha Gangryong's power. Cha Juyong felt nothing but revulsion. Chu Young-gang fell silent. At this point, all he felt when he looked at Cha Juyong was disgust. Ma Wanchong had not expected the great white shark to stand up again. At this rate, the outcome of this experiment would remain impossible to predict until the very last second. In the fairy tale, that special orphan ultimately ascended to the seat of king. Several decades passed in the blink of an eye after the kingdom was founded. The king's authority rose so high it seemed ready to pierce the sky, leaving the world with nothing but awe. The surrounding nations all bowed in submission. Even ministers did not dare speak to him. The king's glorious life was praised over and over by everyone. Not even the queen and his heirs dared look directly into his eyes. If even his family was like that, then what were the common people in his eyes? Azure WYRM Commander Guang Haiyan had not expected those arrogant Azure WYRMs to bow before Chu Young-gang. And Chu Young-gang's daily routine was repeatedly reading that fairy tale about the special king. He also firmly believed that the reason he had come this far was all because of fate. Guang Haiyan had come to speak to Chu Young-gang. Every person who enters Azure WYRM hones a unique skill based on their own Overheart. The fastest learn it in 3 months, while the slowest may take years to understand it. This is the killing technique that belongs to Azure WYRM. But there was one thing Guang Haiyan had wanted to ask just now. Was this giant crater made by you, Chu Young-gang? He had actually broken the record and mastered his killing technique in only 1 month. Cha Juyong's Cha Gangryong-style bloodline inheritance was also a killing technique. Now, every punch he threw came with a roar. As Chu Young-gang was about to be hit head-on by the fist, he raised 2 fingers again. An Azure WYRM-style ultimate technique. Cha Juyong felt as though his body were being torn apart. His strength was instantly drained, and he dropped to his knees again. Chu Young-gang said arrogantly, "It is useless no matter how many times you repeat it. The outcome will not change. Your fate is fixed. You can only kneel before me." But Cha Juyong borrowed the Cha Gangryong-style bloodline again and threw another punch. Chu Young-gang could not understand why this was happening. Someone hit by his ultimate technique should have lost the ability to fight. Chu Young-gang thrust out 2 fingers again. The tearing pain forced Cha Juyong to kneel uncontrollably. But he forced himself back to his feet, and then smashed a punch straight at Chu Young-gang. Chu Young-gang could feel that the quality of every one of Cha Juyong's punches was absurdly high. If he made even one wrong step, Chu Young-gang would lose. A huge oppressive force exploded from Cha Juyong. This was the fiercest match Chu Young-gang had ever experienced in any battle. At that moment, the broadcast ordered all inmates to stay away from the walls. Thin streams of black smoke began seeping out from beneath the fireproof walls, and in the next second, the prison exploded. Only then did Cha Juyong realize that the fire alarm earlier had not been fake. The prison really was on fire. That scene instantly dragged Chu Young-gang back to the ending of the fairy tale. On one day, after the tyranny had continued for long enough, the royal palace was engulfed in towering flames. The king, who had ruled the world all his life, was powerless even amid a fire that devoured everything. A general roared at the soldiers. The tyrant who made the people suffer must be dragged from his throne and beheaded before all. At that moment, the king remembered the fortune-teller's warning. Arrogance will make even birds in the sky and monkeys in the trees fall. Even if you are king, if you cannot cast aside arrogance, you too will ultimately fall. Chu Young-gang was deeply dissatisfied with this ending. He was certain that he would never fall. The 2 men's fists collided head-on once again. Chu Young-gang was clearly at a disadvantage in terms of strength. He warned Cha Juyong not to get carried away. But Chu Young-gang also had to admit, Cha Ju-young was strong, so he would grant Cha Ju-young a special ending. The king before whom neither the Azure Dumini Yrms nor anyone in the juvenile prison dared look down, would personally send Cha Ju-young to his grave. But Cha Ju-young told Chu Young-gang to stop. Whether Chu Young-gang wanted to admit it or not, if they kept fighting, the one to die first would definitely be him. Chu Young-gang had only held on this long through sheer will. His body had already collapsed. Chao Ju-young was also close to his limit. Chao Ju-young did not understand the king and fate that Chu Young-gang kept talking about. This was nothing more than a game, and the winner was Cha Ju-young. The sky was gradually turning pale. Cha Gangryong could not understand what exactly had turned John-ung into this. John-ung shot back. First figure out who the one that truly changed is. Back then, Cha Gangryong only wanted to survive and forced himself through each day. But now he would stop at nothing for the number one position. Cha Gangryong said in a low voice, "I have never changed. I have always been forcing myself through. It has been like that ever since 20 years ago." At that time, Heavenly Dragon was still just a small gang that had only recently risen. As newcomers, Cha Gangryong and Jong-un carried out missions, and wiped out one famous gang after another. There were 4 others in their cohort as well, and the 6 of them went through life and death together like brothers bound by fate. But back then they were not mature enough and always pushed themselves into desperate situations. Whenever that happened, Heavenly Dragon Elder Moon Jang-hyuk would clean up their mess. He was the true big brother among those 6. In the old Hongju prison of Chungcheongdo, the most thugs in all of Korea had gathered, and the entire prison was like a battlefield. And the man who brought that war to an end was Lee Chung-yeep, the legendary boss of Chungcheongdo and also a real estate tycoon. Even the warden did not dare act against him lightly. Lee Chung-yeep's only pleasure was using the excuse of choosing an heir to sift out the strongest fist. The war inside the prison had no rules and no limits, and the one who ultimately stood last in that war was Moon Jang-hyuk. If you became Lee Chung-yeep's son, your life could take off. This was something the other inmates dreamed of. Lee Chung-yeep also naturally told Moon Jang-hyuk to call him father from then on. But Moon Jang-hyuk had no need for that kind of thing. He swung his fists desperately, only for the underlings who trusted him. But now Moon Jang-hyuk knelt down and surrendered to the enemy, because with his arm injured, he could no longer even hold a knife steady. In order to save the underlings who were about to be buried alive, what Moon Jang-hyuk relied on now was not his fists, but his mind. He dealt with the enemy only to buy time so his men could escape. After they got out, everyone was already too exhausted to stand properly. Back then they were too immature, and could barely survive only because their big brother held them up. Cha Gangryong believed that one day everyone would become strong enough that big brother would no longer have to worry. After all, their lives had all been bought back with that one arm of his. That was why they regarded Moon Jang-hyuk as someone like a parent. At the time, Cha Gangryong firmly believed that as long as they endured, one day everyone would truly smile. But Cha Gangryong had no idea what exactly was waiting for them ahead. Moon Jang-hyuk, the strongest fist who had won a tactical victory, instead chose to abandon that powerful gang in Chungcheongdo and follow the newly established Heavenly Dragon in Seoul. It was only because the first time Moon Jang-hyuk saw the leader of Heavenly Dragon, it felt as if he had seen a true dragon. He was certain that sooner or later, Heavenly Dragon would swallow up territory across the whole country. Before that happened, all Moon Jang-hyuk wanted was to protect this group of younger brothers first. And the facts unfolded just as Moon Jang-hyuk had expected. For within just 1 year, Heavenly Dragon had expanded into one of the top gangs in Seoul. But Jong-un began to grow uneasy, because he felt he was still standing in the same place. Jong-un had not thrown everything away to come to Seoul just to become some ordinary thug. What he wanted was the summit of power. After one mission ended, Jong-un's expression was still heavy. Moon Jang-hyuk asked him, "Has something been bothering you lately?" What Jong-un really wanted was simply recognition from the gang. During this time, he, Cha Gangryong, and the others had wiped out quite a few gangs, yet they still had no presence within Heavenly Dragon. Jong-un did not know what he had to do in order to be acknowledged. At that moment, Moon Jang-hyuk lifted one paw of a kitten and gently pressed it onto Jong-un's hand. Like this, you have been recognized. Because this kitten was the cat king of the area. Moon Jang-hyuk seriously made Jong-un trust his own instincts. He had said before that Heavenly Dragon would become a gang that shook Korea, and that had already come true. Moon Jang-hyuk also believed that in the future, Jong-un and Cha Gangryong would become the gang's twin cores. After hearing Big Brother's words, Jong-un decided to stay patient for the time being. But the anxiety made him long for a chance to prove himself. And on this very day, that chance really came. The Heavenly Dragon leader, who never showed himself, actually appeared. Everyone greeted the boss in perfect unison. The Heavenly Dragon boss, merely by walking, pressed down on people so hard they could barely breathe. This was the true dragon that Moon Jang-hyuk would rather abandon a gang to follow. Jong-un knew his chance had come. He gathered his courage and dropped to his knees on the spot to greet him, declaring his loyalty in the firmest tone. No one had expected Jong-un to be so decisive. The Heavenly Dragon boss said in a low voice, "I didn't expect there to be someone with such presence. What is your name? You carry an overbearing air about you." Cha Gangryung, standing perfectly straight, formed a sharp contrast with the kneeling Jong-un. That contrast made Jong-un feel awful. Late that night, he stared blankly at the ceiling. Just then, someone woke Cha Gangryung and Jong-un, saying the boss wanted to see them. The boss's secretary, Jubei Hyuk, conveyed the mission: hunt down Moon Hyuk. Whoever completed the mission would receive special promotion and become one of the boss's trusted aides. Cha Gangryong could not understand. Moon Hyuk had sacrificed so much for the gang, so why were they, his two blood brothers, being told to do it? Jubei Hyuk said plainly, "In all of Heavenly Dragon, the only two who interest the boss are you. He is testing just how far you are willing to go for him." Jong-un, who longed to climb higher, felt all kinds of emotions twisting together inside him. In the end, he made his choice. Not long afterward, Moon Hyuk was sleeping deeply in his room, when a dark figure suddenly lunged at him. But what was stuffed into Moon Hyuk's arms was only a backpack. Cha Gangryong and Jong-un decided they would flee together with Big Brother. In truth, even Secretary Jubei Hyuk could not understand why the boss wanted to kill the highly accomplished Moon Hyuk, and why he would make Cha Gangryong and Jong-un, who regarded Moon Hyuk as a parent, carry it out. The Heavenly Dragon boss said flatly, "That is precisely why the target must be Moon Hyuk. If they only wallow in that meaningless loyalty and stand still, then they can only be useless pawns." More importantly, there was something the Heavenly Dragon boss wanted to confirm in Cha Gangryong. The three fugitives quickly arrived at the train station. After hearing the whole story, Moon Hyuk could hardly believe it. He thought there must be some misunderstanding and wanted to go back to talk to the boss. But Cha Gangryong knew it was useless. The first time he saw the boss, he instinctively felt that man was not someone who could be reasoned with at all. Rather than saying he was human, it would be more accurate to say he was like a walking disaster. The only person who could sense that might have been Cha Gangryong. He had to get Moon Hyuk out. But Moon Hyuk had spent his whole life in the underworld and had never heard of any organization that would let deserters go. Not wanting to become a burden, he told Cha Gangryong and Jong-un to hurry back while there was still time. As for himself, he would think of something. But in the end, things still became exactly what Moon Hyuk least wanted to see. Jong-un did not regret leaving with Big Brother, but he had no idea how he was supposed to live from now on. Everything they had built in Heavenly Dragon would be reset to zero, and they could only scrape by as fugitives. Jong-un suddenly realized what he had fled from was not just Heavenly Dragon, but also his dream. Cha Gangryong saw all of this clearly. He comforted Jong-un. If they truly had nowhere left to go, they could get on an ocean-going fishing boat and leave Korea. Jong-un looked utterly speechless when he heard that. He told the socially clueless Cha Gangryong to shut up and go to sleep. After that, Cha Gangryong fell into darkness. The Heavenly Dragon boss's oppressively powerful voice echoed by his ear. The boss asked him, "You felt it too back then, didn't you?" The Heavenly Dragon boss and Cha Gangryong were the same kind of person, and what they wanted was the same as well. Cha Gangryong jolted awake, gasping as if he were about to cough up his lungs. Moon Hyuk reminded him the train had arrived. He asked Cha Gangryong why he looked so awful, whether he had had a nightmare, and whether they should take the chance to go back now. But Cha Gangryong knew very well they had already come too far and could not turn back. At dusk, Jongying stood by the sea, singing and drinking like a wailing madman. It was time to let out all the frustration he had swallowed in Heavenly Dragon. Moon Hyuk bought fireworks from not far away. It had been a long time since they had relaxed like this. As long as he could go together with Big Brother, Jong-un was willing no matter whether it was America or Italy. But at that moment, Moon Hyuk told them something. He stabbed his knife into the bodies of Cha Gangryong and Jong-un. So it turned out they were not the only ones who had received the boss's orders. The boss had also promised Moon Hyuk that as long as he killed his two direct juniors, he would become one of the boss's trusted aides. Jong-un could not believe things had become like this. Could it be that the injury in your hand, Big Brother, was all fake? Moon Hyuk thanked them for caring so much about him. But in essence, he too was a complete thug through and through. Gritting his teeth, Cha Gangryong pulled the knife out from his back. Jong-un still refused to believe Big Brother was this kind of person. Moon Hyuk laughed loudly. "You have no idea what I did to take Hongju prison, and then kill my way to Seoul just to enter Heavenly Dragon." That group of brothers who had once followed him in Chongchong-do all died by Moon Hyuk's hand. He did not want to leave Heavenly Dragon with regrets, so Moon Hyuk chose to carry out the boss's mission. Jong-un told him not to joke like that, because before, Big Brother had even sacrificed his arm to save them. Moon Hyuk said coldly, "My hand was never sacrificed for you. Just as Jong-un was about to be stabbed again, Cha Gangryong threw a punch at Moon Jang-hyuk. Cha Gangryong had just started to say something, but Moon Jang-hyuk immediately lunged back at him. Now is not the time for you to take it easy. But Cha Gangryong stared at him. Big brother, do it. Why did you stop again? Are you afraid to stab? Your acting is terrible. Moon Jang-hyuk had not expected Cha Gangryong to see through him after all. From the very beginning, he had kept avoiding fatal wounds or deliberately exposing openings. And that arm, which had already been injured to begin with, was also nearing its limit. Jong-un still had not processed it. What exactly was going on? Moon Jang-hyuk praised Cha Gangryong for having sharp eyes. He only wanted to save his younger brothers, so he acted to the very end, until his act turned into a plea for death. And in the end, Moon Jang-hyuk still had to finish himself off with his own hands. Cha Gangryong and Jong-un hurried to stop him. When they got to the seafood restaurant, Moon Jang-hyuk repeatedly confirmed, "You really do not regret this?" By now Heavenly Dragon has definitely already realized someone escaped. After all the violent movement just now, Moon Jang-hyuk's hand was now completely ruined. Jong-un could not understand why Big Brother had to go this far. He told Moon Jang-hyuk not to worry. Gangryong and I will follow Big Brother until death. But at that moment, Cha Gangryong froze. Those words from the Heavenly Dragon boss kept echoing over and over in his mind. Jong-un called out to him several times before Cha Gangryong finally came back to himself. After a moment of silence, he also said, "I will stay with Big Brother forever." At the same time, everyone inside Heavenly Dragon was gathered on the grounds that a traitor has appeared. From now on, the traitors had to be brought back. Secretary Ju Bae-hyuk secretly wondered whether the dragon the boss wanted could really be contained in this cup. The next day, Jong-un went to find his orphanage contemporary, Gwangsu. They planned to use Gwangsu's boat to smuggle themselves out of Korea. Gwangsu prepared 500,000 rubles and fake passports, and said that once they arrived, they only had to show the documents and give his name. But Moon Jang-hyuk sensed that something was wrong, because Cha Gangryong's expression was abnormally grim. The day the Heavenly Dragon boss revealed himself, he could tell at a glance that Cha Gangryong was no ordinary person. Cha Gangryong gave off the feeling that he was looking down on everything. The Heavenly Dragon boss was very curious. Did he have ambition? Whatever was surging in those eyes was simply mesmerizing. After a moment of silence, Cha Gangryong said flatly, "I'm just trying to make a living." The Heavenly Dragon boss said in a low voice, "It seems you still haven't realized what it is you truly want." By the sea, Moon Jang-hyuk asked Cha Gangryong, "Are you worried about the future? As your big brother, I've become a burden to you, and I'm sorry." Moon Jang-hyuk promised, no matter how many years it takes, he would definitely bring Cha Gangryong and Jong-un back to Korea, and then buy a building in the busiest downtown area of Seoul. Jong-un burst out laughing. What kind of underworld dream is buying real estate? When Cha Gangryong heard the word dream, his gaze darkened slightly. Moon Jang-hyuk smiled. A man always has a dream in his heart that he cannot speak of. Gangryong, if there is something you want too, then keep chasing it together. At that moment, the fishing boat struck a reef. Jong-un complained that Gwangsu was a terrible pilot, but Gwangsu told them to run, because the shore was full of Heavenly Dragon men. Last night, Heavenly Dragon had threatened Gwangsu with his wife and child. He truly had no other choice. Cha Gangryong and the other two could only flee toward the shore, but the Heavenly Dragon men had already been waiting there. To capture just 3 people, they had actually mobilized a large number of Heavenly Dragon members. Cha Gangryong slammed an elbow into a huge rock, and the boulder that tumbled down instantly smashed back a whole group. Cha Gangryong was already monstrously strong to begin with, but in the next second, a steel bar came crashing down from above his head. At that distance, if it hit, Cha Gangryong would die without a doubt. Jong-un had not expected those madmen to really dare swing a steel bar at someone. But Cha Gangryong was completely unharmed, because Moon Jang-hyuk had blocked the steel bar with his body. Cha Gangryong grabbed the steel bar with one hand, and, with a violent burst of force, flung even the crane attached to it away. The badly wounded Moon Jang-hyuk was already nearing his limit. Even if Cha Gangryong and Jong-un could still hold on, sooner or later they would be worn down to death. Just then, Moon Jang-hyuk's other 4 underlings appeared on the sea in a boat. They too regarded Moon Jang-hyuk as a true parent. Jong-un was the first to jump aboard. He turned back and shouted for Cha Gangryong and Big Brother to get on quickly, and Moon Jang-hyuk also urged Cha Gangryong to leave first. But at that moment, Cha Gangryong fell silent. The Heavenly Dragon boss's words echoed over and over in his mind. Jong-un could not understand why he was still standing there. Moon Jang-hyuk also shouted to him, "Gangryong, go. This time too, just like before, trust Big Brother." And the words Moon Jang-hyuk had said not long ago also replayed in Cha Gangryong's mind. If there is something you want, then keep chasing it. As long as you do not let go, you will definitely be able to achieve it. Secretary Ju Bei-hyuk watched the scene with a grave expression. Cha Gangryong quietly apologized to Big Brother. In the next second, the knife in his hand stabbed into Moon Jang-hyuk's body. Moon Jang-hyuk's face was filled with disbelief as he fell into the sea. When Jeon-eung saw that scene, his eyes almost split apart. That day, the Heavenly Dragon boss had said to Cha Gangryong, "You still have not realized what it is you truly want. You and I are the same kind of person. You are not someone with nothing. You are only pretending that you want nothing. A person can live without hands and feet, but no one can live without desire. Do you want me to tell you? The thing even you do not dare admit. What it is you truly want." When he heard those words, Cha Gangryong's heart gave a violent jolt. He asked on the spot, "How can I get it?" And now, Moon Jang-hyuk's body was falling into the sea. All the other underlings were completely stunned. Why would Cha Gangryong attack Big Brother? Jeon-eung almost did not hesitate at all and jumped straight into the sea to save Moon Jang-hyuk. But on the sinking Moon Jang-hyuk's face, there appeared a trace of relief. Ju Bei-hyuk said to Cha Gangryong, "You made the right choice." But at that moment, Cha Gangryong was forcing deep breaths, suppressing the surging emotions inside him. Even Ju Bei-hyuk was made tense by that pressure. But he still handed the bomb detonator to Cha Gangryong. That day, Cha Gangryong had asked the boss, "How do I get the thing I want?" The answer the boss gave was, "Climb to the summit of Heavenly Dragon. If you want to sit in that position, then you must stop at nothing. From this moment on, you have only one goal. Become the #1 man in Heavenly Dragon. Stand there, and you will be able to take everything." Moon Jang-hyuk was still pulled back onto the boat by Jeon-eung. He coughed up a few mouthfuls of water and finally woke up. Perhaps Moon Jang-hyuk did not understand the troubles that had burdened Cha Gangryong over the years. But now it seemed, Gangryong had finally made his choice. The Cha Gangryong of the past had no desires and no dreams, and only drifted forward like a wave being pushed along. He clearly possessed strength, yet never longed for anything, and he lived only to confirm that he was still alive. It was not until he met the Heavenly Dragon boss that Cha Gangryong first truly faced the sleeping dragon inside him. He was torn again and again between desire and Big Brother. That period was as tormenting as hell, yet ironically, the one who gave the final answer in the end was still Big Brother. Following Big Brother's teaching, Cha Gangryong decided to pursue his desire. To climb to the top of Heavenly Dragon, he would use any means necessary to rise, even if he had to abandon the brothers who had gone through life and death with him. That too was a price that had to be paid. One of the underlings steering the boat suddenly noticed something making noise in the corner, and that thing was a bomb. Jeon-eung had not even made it back ashore yet, when Cha Gangryong pressed the detonator with his finger, and the entire boat exploded in an instant. So the Heavenly Dragon men had already planted a bomb on the boat. No matter where they fled, those who ran had to die. Only this time, Cha Gangryong carried out the execution with his own hands, and from then on he had no more attachments. Jeon-eung, who survived by sheer luck, was struck dumb on the spot. His best brother and the Big Brother who had been like a parent to him had all perished in the flames. Even 25 years later, that fire was still burning in Jeon-eung's heart. But more unforgettable than the fire was Cha Gangryong's face, that face of a traitor. The reason Jeon-eung desperately climbed to become the 3rd seed of Heavenly Dragon was to kill Cha Gangryong with his own hands. And after that, he would also kill the Heavenly Dragon boss and seize everything. Staring at Jeon-eung, Cha Gangryong still did not understand even now that making that decision back then had been just as difficult for him. In truth, Jeon-eung had set his sights on the top of Heavenly Dragon even earlier than Cha Gangryong. Cha Gangryong had merely finally admitted his own desire. That was the final lesson Big Brother had left him. Jeon-eung roared, "You traitor, you have no right to mention Big Brother." They had dragged this fight on for far too long, and now, it was time to settle it. They would see who went down first to meet Big Brother.